Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The Moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashinman.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashinman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
They're on track or something right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flour.
Wait one, Yashinman.
We don't have one.
And good. Oh, see, I'm missing one. There it goes. I'm just going here. We're going to do this way. My apologies, everyone. It was media tech issue all about crazy backstage. I don't know what's going on, but we're just going to leave it there like that. Okay. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live a Moderator Monday. Don't be confused. It is Thursday night, but this is just the series. This evening, I have Ken Harbro, Not So Eurudite, made by Jim Bob and Jake from Rattlesnake TV, here bringing to you another debate questioning, is feminism good for society? Ken, why don't you go ahead and kick it off with your opening statement?
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. Good to be here. Looking forward to a spirited conversation. As Sarah mentioned, I'm Ken Harbaugh, former Navy pilot and a combat recon mission commander. Since leaving the Navy, I've led a disaster relief organization, deployed to disaster and conflict zones around the world, most recently Ukraine, where I'm headed back in a few weeks. And in every one of those situations, from flying missions off of North Korea to being at the front in Ukraine, I have worked alongside women who I would trust my life with, who I did trust my life with. And my friends on the opposing side arguing against feminism are probably going to try to convince you that feminism is about lowering standards, among other things. It's not. Trust me, at times my life depended on those standards being upheld, and they were. Feminism is about giving a society the chance to achieve its full promise by unleashing the potential of everyone, men and women alike. Feminism is about opportunities. I guarantee you that the other thing the opposing side is going to do is cherry pick outlier data points. They'll do this to argue that the goal of feminism is to erase distinctions. And they'll try to convince you that a handful of ridiculous examples describe feminism writ large. It's an old debating trick, and it's not going to work, because feminism is about creating opportunities for the best contributions to be made to society. And that makes us better. It makes us stronger across every conceivable metric: economic growth, innovation, medical advancements. this approach towards fairness has made life better. And I could cite study after study from the OECD to the World Bank to McKinsey showing that in every society where feminism prevails, productivity increases, institutions are strengthened, but you don't have to believe the researchers, the experts, just trust your own intuition. Think about societies that do not live up to the promise of feminism. I have been to these places. I have seen firsthand what happens when those who want to tear down and lie about feminism actually win the argument. And believe me, you don't want to live there. I've been to Afghanistan. I've flown missions against Iran. That is where the other side's argument leads. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. Kyla, to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ken did a pretty fantastic job. He's spitting, as one might say. I mean, my answer is pretty simple. Is feminism good for society? Yes. I think it's important that you separate out feminism from feminists. I think there will be lots of things where we might argue feminism went too far or feminists themselves have erred. And I'm just kind of happy to bite all those bullets. But when you look at like a broad societal brush of what feminism does, if feminism, which operationally I would work off of feminism saying it's a philosophy of empowering women, right? I think feminism is the morally right thing to do. I think it's good for innovation. I think it's good for productivity and the GDP. And I think those things lead to a better flourishing society. So yes, I am for feminism.
Thank you. Jim Bob, to you. You're muted, Jim Bob.
The question is feminism good for society? To me, that's like asking if mold is good for a house. To answer this question, whether or not feminism is good for society, we should first establish what it actually is. Feminism is the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes. Without the flowery language, feminism is a movement away from patriarchy. Simply put, the question becomes, is the movement away from patriarchy good for society? I would say no. So what is good for society? Well, let's just keep some basic bullet points here. So my argument is that traditional families are good for society, not only good, but they're necessary, a necessary component for a flourishing society. Law and order, those are not only good for society, but they're necessary for society. Order is not only good, but any society you point to, it has some feature of order and law. Order assumes both hierarchy and force. I want you to remember that throughout the debate here. The third, and perhaps one of the more important bullet points, is duties and obligations. I would argue a society that has duties and obligations is better. It's a better society because they have duties and obligations. Any ordered system with people, there are duties and obligations. If we look at a company, for instance, it's structured with a hierarchy and everyone in the company has a duty and obligation. This is good for the company. The same way this is good for the company, this is good for society. However, feminism has no duties and obligations. What feminism has is a series of grievances and demands of which no collective of women could actualize. So instead, feminism relies wholly on men. Feminism is basically a live action role-playing game. Now let's see if feminism supports any of these things. Again, traditional families, law and order, duties and obligations. Does feminism support traditional families? No. Predominant messaging from feminism, not just feminists, feminism opposes the traditional family structure. It calls single motherhood empowering. It says having children hinders your potential. Its messaging says that killing your offspring in the womb is an act of liberation. Feminism does not produce positive messaging for motherhood. It produces negative messaging for motherhood. Now, the second bullet point, does feminism support order in society? No, feminism assumes in its very definition that men and women are interchangeable. They are not. Its messaging is anti-patriarchy. Feminism argues for equal rights and privileges between men and women while simultaneously relying on a one-sided system of men who protect and enforce those rights and privileges. It's completely one-sided. It's completely patriarchal. Does feminism support duties and obligations? No, feminism supports the sole pursuit of women's desire. The only obligation under feminism is to undermine patriarchy. But now that men can be women, I'm not sure what goals are left for feminists other than destroying what the remnant what's remnant of traditional Western societies and their values. Under the feminist framework, there are no duties assigned to women which produce a good for society. They're just privileges and things they like. There's no feminism that can build a good society. It requires men. It requires patriarchy. Patriarchy is in opposition to feminism. So the task tonight for our opponents is to tell us how feminism is good for society. My prediction is that anything they point to as a good will ultimately be reliant on men. I'm going to leave you with a simple syllogism here. Premise 1, a good society requires law and order. Premise 2, law and order requires the force of men. Premise 3, a society that requires the force of men is actually a patriarchy. Conclusion, a patriarchy is good for society. Now, notice if I swap out feminism, patriarchy for feminism, watch what happens. A good society doesn't require feminism at all. Feminism does require the force of men. A society that requires the force of men can't be feminist. It just can't be definitionally. So there's nothing good that feminism brings at all without it being a pretend sort of live action role-playing game that relies wholly on men using their force, men's obligation to put their body as a shield, to protect women, to protect families, to protect children. Women offer nothing in return. The obligations are all there for men. There's zero obligations for women.
Thank you, Jim Bob. Jake, to you.
Yes, thank you very much for having me, Sarah. Thank you to the opponents for coming out today as well, and Jim Bob too. So feminism, I'm going to go with the same definition as Jim Bob, and I think that it has destroyed the relationship between the sexes. It's a raw deal for men, and it's also a raw deal for women. And what's more problematic is that feminism is explicitly designed to destroy the family unit, which is the bedrock of a healthy civilization. And this is echoed throughout feminist literature. You look at people like Simone de Beauvoir, who say that the family is the most important social institution in maintaining the oppression of women. Shulamith Firestone from The Dialectic of Sex said the family is the first system of oppression. It is also the most pervasive, and there are many more. We can go through them a bit more if we have a little bit of time later. So the family is the bedrock of civilization, and the feminists are crusaders for destroying and subverting this institution with their seething resentment. And when you destroy the family and women leave the home to write emails, you inevitably end up having to give your children off to the state. And this is not a new idea. This has been echoed throughout history. Even Plato, in his Republic, said that children are to be common and no parent is to know his own child or any child his parent. Engels, who wrote the Communist Manifesto, echoed something similar. Even John Stuart Mill and Antonio Gramsci, very famous communist there, echoing similar sentiments. So how does this directly relate to feminism, you might ask? Well, feminists ask for and have largely attained equal participation in the workforce, separating them from family duties and handing the children off to the state for public education. This is absolutely pervasive throughout the West at the moment, and the family structures have suffered for it. Divorce rates are much higher. Children are being handed off to the state. We have a much more impersonal relationship with our family these days. And once again, key feminist figures like Simone de Beauvoir argue that to achieve true gender equality, society must support shared responsibilities for child rearing, including state-sponsored childcare and education systems that free women from the pressure of full-time domestic work. So, last thing I would say here is that, and I think we can just pretty much cover all this in the open dialogue, but feminism is not only a horrible deal for men, it is also just a terrible deal for women. And the best thing that women can do is to completely and utterly reject feminism. Because if you want to follow the feminist messaging and propaganda, they will tell you that the sexes should be equal. This is a pipe dream. This is never going to happen. It's completely impossible. They're never going to be able to be equal to men in the things that they strive for. So therefore, it can never happen. And we can go through force doctrine and how that's actually a logical impossibility. So they'll never be equal to men. It's a bad deal. And feminism is an ideology that would be best left in the dust of history. So happy to get into it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it. As a kind reminder, everybody here is dual streaming. So if you feel free to run over to their channels, like, subscribe, share, do your job as the viewer. And again, we will always be doing open panel dumpster fire. We will have the debate, read and respond to super chats after closing statements. Then we will open up the floor to the public. Outside of that, folks, the floor is open to you.
I guess maybe what I would start with is definition you guys gave of patriarchy was very kind of goes against any traditional definition that I've experienced, right? Which typically I think like Wikipedia and stuff would call it like some sort of hierarchical system where positions of authority are held by men. But it seems like you guys are actually calling patriarchy the enforcement arm, that the enforcement arm is mostly occupied by men, and therefore that's what a patriarchy is. So do you guys think a patriarchy is where men are soldiers and police officers, or do you think a patriarchy is when men are in positions of power?
Well, I would say positions of power are useless without the force application. So whatever you think is a position of power ultimately comes down to force anyway. So men in power, ultimately backing power and enforcing law and rights. They could put women in different positions, but that's an allowance. They don't have to. In fact, at any given time, the collection of men in any given country can completely overturn any of the allowances they give to women at any point in time.
Gotcha. So like society, for example, runs on the back of workers, right? If we don't have workers, laborers, janitors, farmers, et cetera, the society wouldn't work. That doesn't mean that society is run by workers though, right? That doesn't mean societies are running the country.
No, I would say that's disanalogous. What's productive in this example, you're arguing what's productive. We're arguing how do you even maintain the order in society such that production is even possible? You're skipping to some particular, but we're talking about how do you even have production a possibility without order, law and order? So you just granted yourself law and order so you can have production and work. By the way, your example points to productivity. The point is feminism good for society? Is it better to have productive women or to have women mother the next generation of children?
So I'm a bit curious. So say there was a society.
Wait, you didn't answer my question though. You said you're curious, but I asked you a direct question because this is a cross-examination. So is it better for women collectively, for the most part, to be rearing and having children for the next generation of the society that you want to flourish? Or should they go to the workforce and be awesome?
I don't see these things as mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
So you're not going to answer the question, which is better?
My answer is these things are not mutually
Which is better for society?
You're begging the question with the question. They're not mutually exclusive concepts.
Okay, so if you were to choose to have a bunch of women, right, and you either choose for the society on net balance that they should have children for the next generation and mother those good people, or join Nike and get a lanyard in an office, what do you think is better for society?
Well, I mean,
hypothetical.
Sure, we can go into your hypothetical and I'll just engage with it.
Except you won't.
Well, I will. Obviously, you need to have children for society to even continue. The problem is that the hypothetical is disanalogous to anything that we're talking about, right? Because the problem is that in a society with freedoms and rights, things don't exist in these mutually exclusive vacuums. And so in no world are people having to choose between one or the other.
No, that's actually not true. We're under replacement right now. So we're actually in a predicament right now where we have to decide whether or not we're going to use massive amounts of social pressure and propaganda to get women away from your ideal of feminism and back into the home rearing children and having children and families. Why? Because we're not going to have enough people for the next generation. So what's important right now? You feeling good and going on a Eat, Pray, Love tour and blogging about it, or the next generation of women, women and children? Which is more important?
Part of the issue, so if I could just break this down, part of the issue with your argumentation is you're making a bit of a syllogism, right? So you're saying that society doesn't work without soldiers, soldiers are men, therefore men run society. Am I understanding you correctly?
Well, that was one aspect. The force doctrine is not something you're going to get away from. I'm happy to shift over to the force doctrine, but what I just pointed to is what's the obligation for feminists to make society good if you have no obligation to reproduce?
I don't really understand your question.
Why are you acting confused? You argue that feminism is good for society, right? I just asked you, what obligation does feminism have to reproduce for women?
Because women obviously want a flourishing society as well.
No, I didn't ask what you want. I said, do you have an obligation to?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Do you have an obligation, not so erudite, to reproduce?
No, nobody does.
You don't. Does any feminist that you know have the obligation to reproduce?
I don't think any human being has an
Okay.
obligation to
Do men collectively have the obligation to uphold and enforce the law with their bodies?
No, they do not have an obligation
They
to do
don't.
that.
They don't have an obligation. So if men don't have an obligation to do anything and women don't have an obligation to do anything, how the fuck are you going to argue feminism from your worldview is good for anything?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know if you know what this means. Like, I don't even
That's
know.
not
if
an
you know what
argument.
I'm talking about.
No, stop gaslighting me. I just asked you a direct question. Okay?
Okay.
I just asked you a direct question. If men from your worldview have no obligation and women have no obligation, can you tell me how anything from your worldview is good for society with no obligations?
So social contracts establish obligations. The issue is that, like, your gender, for example, isn't the thing that establishes the obligation necessarily. It's the social contract. So if you're in the military, you have an obligation, right? So if you join the military, which you do freely of will, you have an obligation to serve and protect, to listen to your sergeants, to do all the things that you're contracted to do as you join the military contract, right? Those are obligations that you have. When you are born, you have some level of contract that you necessarily establish with your sovereign state. So if you're a citizen of America, you have certain obligations to uphold, for example, by and large, trying to follow the rules of the founding documents. You're supposed to, by and
mean
large,
law?
vote. Yeah. Law.
Yeah, but you just contradicted yourself. If by being a part of the society, you have an obligation to follow the law, and you don't have an obligation to actually enforce the law from your view, you just said men don't have an obligation to enforce the law. So you have an obligation to follow the law, but you don't have an obligation to enforce it?
No, nobody has an obligation. Men don't have to be police officers.
So then why do I have an obligation from your view to follow the law?
Because you're in a social contract with your society, right?
So
you don't have
by
to-
being bored?
Yeah, by being born and getting a U.S. passport and birth certificate.
Okay, so from your view, everything's contractual.
Well, you're talking about obligations, right? So you're asking me to
Okay.
establish where obligations are, and social contracts are typically how we establish those obligations. In
Okay, so how is feminism good for whatever you're calling good right now, which is a set of what, just like arbitrary contracts between individuals? Is that it? Is that your vision of society?
Well, the thing that I love most about a democratic society, for example, is freedom of choice, right? So I think one thing that feminism does really well is it increases the agency by which women have to live, which I think is good. Typically, women will opt to use that agency to enter into obligatory contracts, such as with their workplace.
You mean contracts that are backed by force?
Force or civil law.
Yeah. Is that force predominantly men?
Again, just because a society requires, if we had slaves that were all of our police force, we wouldn't say that slaves are running the country.
That's not what I asked you. I said, is the force application in a society that has laws and contracts that can be policed and enforced, is it wholly dependent on mostly men to enforce those? In other words, if you swapped out all the men in the enforcement arm with women, do you think a pure collection of women could enforce flawed contracts and reach contracts between men?
Jim Bob, have you ever been to?
I just asked a question. Hold on. No, don't ask me a question right now. You can answer the question.
It was a question. It was a question.
Don't save her. I know you like saving women, but this is on her unless you want to answer it.
What's the question again? Happy to.
You didn't even hear the question. So
no, because you've been rambling like you live in this theoretical world.
Just stop.
All right, gentlemen, that's enough. Jim Bob, would you like to ask your question again, and then either Ken or Kyla can give an answer?
Is it possible for a collective of women to be the enforcement arm of a society?
100%. 100%. If you go to Israel right now, when's the last time you've been to Israel?
Israel, a lot of those women have dicks.
Could Jim Bob answer any of my questions yet? I've answered all of them.
I want to hear about Israel. I want to hear about Israel.
Tell us about Israel. Yeah.
It's just
go through the airport. Go through Ben Gurion Airport. Sorry, Kyla, go ahead.
Tell us your poetry.
No, I want to hear about Israel.
Go ahead, Kyla. Ask your question.
Well, it's just I've asked a number of questions, and I guess, at like a meta level, I'm not really sure how to engage with you, Jim Bob, because the last time you asked me about the enforcement arm, I answered your question, and you told me to stop talking about it because you didn't like my answer. So you can't like Mont and Bailey this back and forth. Every time that you don't know how to continue your own interrogation, it doesn't mean that I'm not
the meta. No one cares about your Yelp review, okay, lady? Look, I asked you a question about something specific, and you moved over to enforcement. I said I'm happy to talk about enforcement, but I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about obligations under feminism. You, hold on, you went blank when I asked you, is there any obligations at all under feminism? Because that's a worldview, right? That's a worldview you're defending. There's no obligations.
So feminism isn't a hierarchical structure. This is the problem. You're conflating. So what you're doing is you're doing the sleight of hand where you're saying things
You're
like,
back to meta. You have no arguments, just meta commentary.
The problem is that it's impossible to engage with you without addressing any of the meta, because you're constantly doing a sleight of hand where you shift from talking about hierarchical obligations.
So feminism, so let's take one statement at a time.
Let her finish. Let her finish, please. Let her finish.
Feminism has no hierarchy?
Do I get to finish, or do I? So
Sure, keep
no,
talking.
feminism is not an erection. So for example, if you said matriarchies, we could talk about a matriarchy hierarchy, right? However, the issue is that what you're doing is you're talking about obligations and hierarchical systems, and then you're swapping that really quickly to say, see, feminism isn't establishing. What obligations does it have? It's not a hierarchy. Feminism isn't a philosophical or political structure
What is
of
it then?
hierarchy. It's about the empowerment of women. It's about
What does that mean? What does that mean, empowerment?
Well, if I think you're Christian, right?
Yeah.
So
What does that mean, empowerment?
What does it mean when God empowers you as a Christian?
We're not talking about a Christian view. We're asking about your view.
Answer my question.
No, I just asked you, what does empowerment mean under feminism? Christian view isn't feminist. A Christian, dude, you're unbelievable amount of dodging here.
Hold on.
I just asked you.
Can you clarify?
You're like, what do you think it means? What are you talking about? I just asked you, under your view, under feminism, what is empowerment? You're like, Jim Bob, are you Christian? No, that's not what we're talking about. What does empowerment mean?
I just follow me for a second. It's okay. We're all safe here. Okay.
Safe?
Do you believe? You asked me about empowerment. I need Jim Bob.
We're safe here?
I need you to stop interrupting and control your emotions for just like 1 second. So you asked me about empowerment, and for looking for common ground, I said, well, you're a Christian. So what does it mean when God empowers you? That's what I'm asking you. Because I think we'll have a similar answer.
I don't share that platitude, okay? That's not my theology. I don't go, God empowers me, okay? That's not even in my paradigm right now. So you're just assuming your own platitudes and bumper stickers apply to me, and it's a way for you to dodge the question. You said you want women empowered. I said, give me an example under feminism of women being empowered. Is offing your offspring empowering under feminism?
So you don't believe that God?
You're not going to answer a single question.
I've answered multiple
total dodge.
Would Jake and Ken like to kind of maybe chime in here?
Let's pretend I'm a Satanist and I don't care about any empowerment for a second. Okay. Let's pretend it doesn't exist.
I thought we had a common ground.
No, we don't. We don't have a common ground. You're not a Christian.
All right. Jake.
Yeah, I'm happy to
and
jump
Ken,
in. I would like to know, Ken, how exactly is, so you think you're trying to tell me that if they took all of the men away and they took all of the men out of the IDF, then all of the women would be able to fight Hamas and Iran just fine?
No, the question was about an enforcement mechanism. And if you look at the police force in Israel right now, if you go through Ben Gurion Airport, it is 90% female, and they do a hell of a job. You do not want to take
because they're patting people.
Just how theoretical your arguments are, your worldview
theoretical.
is. Jake,
just pointed to an airport.
Please let him finish.
You're referring to a philosopher who was born 120 years ago as your basis for explaining feminism. That's just not the world we live in today.
That's when feminism began.
The reality is, when you look at women's role in the military, for example, on the front lines, and my guess is y'all haven't been within 20 clicks of an actual trench or an actual fight. I've actually been in an argument. And
wow,
I've put my life in the hands of women who have saved it on more than one occasion. I would do it again. And there are plenty of examples throughout history, in society even today. Go back to, Boudicca taking on the Romans and beating them in Great Britain, up to the
with
women
an army of men.
and up to the women in Israel today who, yeah, I would put the lionesses against Hamas any day. I've seen that up close in Ukraine. The most feared units in some of those areas at the front are female units. And look, I think that you're great at the theory. You're great at bringing up the philosophers who are 120 years old, but in terms of real experience, go live a little. Go talk to an actual woman.
How is this an argument?
This is not an argument, dude. This is just
somehow,
emotional.
What is this, part of your journal?
This idea that women are somehow unable to do both. Look, I've got 3 kids, right? And I'm a feminist, married to a feminist. If your sole objective of like the woman's role in society is procreating, we're managing to do both. So I'm bringing in actual experience on top of your theory to prove the point.
Whose word wins
about in the real world?
Whose word wins in the house with you?
Allow me to make a clarification here. Anecdotal usually doesn't work very well in terms of a debate, Ken. So I have an appreciation for experience and anecdotal, stories and so on and so forth. But as far as like making an argument goes, it doesn't really get anywhere in terms of a debate is formed.
Let's take you back to the topic. Feminism is good for society. The question is, does Ken know some tough chicks? Would you agree, Ken, that a good society requires law and order?
Absolutely. I've been part of enforcing.
Oh, no. We don't need a big story, dude. Stop.
Well, Bob, you should be able to control your emotions.
No, stop. I'm totally not emotional. This is just assertive. You think assertive is emotional.
I'm going to separate the two of you if you don't stop.
I'm trying to run a line of argument, and Eurodite's doing the save Ken thing, right? You guys save each other. Okay, you guys can't even follow a basic argument right now.
I get it. You're the Angela clone. You took.
Okay, let me. I knew the two of you would be definitely at each other's throats. So let me just make some clarifying points here. The interruptions don't help. I know I said this before. If somebody isn't getting there, you got to let them spit it out, and then we can intervene as we need to. But try not to interrupt. We want to be able to make our point. So if you could I will tell him to land the plane. If I need to, I will get there, but the interruptions don't help.
I want to continue with the Israel and the airport. So Ken, what exactly is your claim here? You're saying that the women are the enforcement arm of the IDF in Israel?
Yeah, my claim is, well, you're conflating the IDF with the airport enforcement, but that's beside the point. My claim is that feminism.
So you're talking about the people who pat people down.
Sorry, say that. I didn't hear you.
So then you're talking about the people who pat you down at the airport and put you through the electrical machines.
Well, and stop the terrorists from blowing up planes.
Do they? Do they stop them all? Of course. They're diving.
So
yeah.
Okay. What about on the front lines? Because I'm sure
over an El Al plane.
I mean, I'm sure that you're aware, Ken, that they're currently fighting a war. What kind of an involvement do women have in that war?
Pretty significant, especially when it comes to the checkpoints and making sure. I mean, look, I'm not an expert on the IDF. I am an expert on the U.S. military and the role of women in Afghanistan, for example, on the front lines, or in Ukraine right now. I can absolutely speak with a fair amount of authority on that. And look, women have a absolutely vital role to play, and I think the best way to prove.
So what is their role, though? Like, what exactly is their role?
The best way to prove the point is give you the example of what happens when you don't allow the best in society to fill those roles. You have an army.
It's not my question. It's not my question. It's not my question.
Best would be men
anyway. Again and again. And look, some of the best pilots I flew with.
Anecdotal. Dude, this is anecdotal, Ken. It's a really weak argument. Can we stick to the argument that we're talking about? We're talking about Israel right now, and you're saying that your claim before was essentially that if you look around Israel, that the women are the enforcement arm. Was that your claim, or were you just saying that they pat you down at the airport?
My claim was that their security, what keeps Israeli travelers safe, is women, and that is a very dangerous environment.
Okay, and then who do you think is fighting on the front lines in the current war that they've got at the moment when they're going into Gaza and doing ground invasions in Gaza? Is it men or is it women?
It's men and women. Again, I would rather speak to something
Equal?
I am probably not equal. No, definitely not.
Well, we're
equal.
being charitable
65
here because Israel probably does have the largest amount of women because the women get conscripted, but it's mostly in support roles. And if you look at the death toll, there's been 891 deaths of the IDF during this war, and 757 of them have been men.
Yeah, men serve in disproportionate numbers, but it is to the strength of Israeli society. It is to the strength of Israeli society that they are able to pick the best people for those really difficult missions. And feminism allows women to have those opportunities and defend Israeli society. Without it, you get weaker societies like Afghanistan, like Iran. And
well, Israel is an example where they actually get conscripted, but they get conscripted into support roles, right? So if you look at other countries where it's not conscription, these women actually don't even volunteer for the army. It's all men who do it. And you're talking about US. Let's talk about something that you.
So in Ukraine,
sure. Let's talk about. Okay. Well, let's just talk about something that you're really familiar with.
Is through the roof, and
what's the death toll?
Women volunteering for frontline roles, Ukraine would have been rolled over.
I've seen them making the TikToks. I've seen it. So what's the death toll in Ukraine, men to women?
I don't know.
You don't know? Yeah, it's much less than 1%. Much less than 1%.
I don't think anyone here would say, for example, that men don't disproportionately represent military. Like, nobody's arguing with you on that, Jake. I think the more pertinent question that Ken is posing is, if the best person for every position in the military is a man, why are militaries that are all men dog shit, like North Korea or Hamas?
What are you talking about?
How do you determine their dog shit? What do you mean? How do you measure that?
Do you think that Hamas and North Korea are excellent military systems?
How are you measuring? You made the claim. Don't ask me. You're the one who made the claim.
Okay, I think
I'll give you.
How did you measure? No, wait, hold on. No, don't save her. Stop it, dude. Stop saving her.
It's okay.
Jim Bob, do you think that the North Korean army is super strong and capable and powerful and worth fearing, or do you think the American military is better?
I've not gone into gauging that, but you made a statement that you did. So I'm asking you, how did you determine that?
Compete with America?
You keep asking me a question based on your claim. Is that your tactic? You made a claim. Yeah, it is your tactic to totally avoid. So you made
right. I think
listen.
As the military vet in the room,
so you're not gonna. You just say shit, and then when you're asked how do you verify that, you say, well, what do you think? Right? That's your whole thing.
Not the meta anymore, Jim.
Nice work. Let's get back to the topic. How is feminism? Name one way in America. How is feminism good for society? That's the topic.
Great. I'll give you a way. It allows the best people to be able to, in some cases they're women, to be able to contribute that talent to society. And I think the military, which is my source of experience, is a phenomenal example of that. America has the best military in the world. I defy you to name another military, save perhaps Ukraine, that can.
Do we have the best Navy SEALs, you think?
And it's because we allow the best people to fill those roles, and sometimes they happen to be women.
Well,
feminism isn't about making sure that there is 50-50 representation. So that whole argument,
I don't really.
Israel and Ukraine is just a canard. Feminism isn't about 50-50 representation. It's about making sure you afford the opportunity for the best people to fill those roles. And America is a great example of that working incredibly well. Ukraine is a great example of that working incredibly well.
How is it good for society? Society we're talking about.
It defends society when you have a better military. I guarantee you.
Is it better military?
Feminism in America has allowed us to build a military.
Wrap it up, brother.
That can,
it's unbelievable.
Well, he keeps getting interrupted, so it does make it longer, and then I can't say anything because you've already interrupted him 5 times. So I hear you.
Interrupting, right? Like if men are supposed to be the calm ones, it's a little insane that the people who are interrupting the least are the 2 women on the panel.
More meta. You're really good at meta.
Okay. All right. Settle down.
You're afraid of it, Jim Bob.
Pretty much all you do.
I cannot, Jim Bob, I cannot ask him to land his plane because you have interrupted him 5 times. If you let me see my way in, I can, but you keep interrupting, so I have to let him continue. Ken, if you could land the plane, that would be great. Thank you.
Societies that embrace feminism, which allows the best people in those societies to achieve those, to fill those roles, are better than societies that don't. and the proof is in how you match up these militaries. The ones that have a feminist basis crush the ones that don't every time.
Wait, what? You're saying that what feminism is good for societies because the military with more women crush the all men militaries? Is that what you're saying?
The militaries that provide fair opportunities for people to fill those roles based on merit and talent are better militaries.
Okay, so you're just pointing to the fairness aspect, not the performance aspect.
Well, fairness leads to the standards are kept, and
They are.
the opportunity is afforded to men and women alike. And if you achieve the standard, you get the best people out of society that way.
Okay, so if I'm in a trench with a choice of 3 men or 3 women, you're saying I could choose either?
I think a cockpit is probably a better analogy, but sure, if they meet the standard.
No, it's not a
you
better
want the
analogy
best
because
people.
you have to be able to carry people out of war zones. You have to be able to do all sorts of physical labor inside of a war zone. We're not talking about flying a cockpit or flying a drone from Burbank, California.
Sure we are.
Right?
That's modern warfare. That's
What? No.
absolutely how wars are fought these days. And maybe if you listen a little more, you'd learn that. But when you afford
argument
women the
is that
opportunity
because
to apply for those roles, you get the best people, and that makes society stronger.
How does it make society stronger?
Because
well, I think you have to defend a society in order to strengthen it.
Wait, what? But no, that doesn't tell me how it makes society stronger. What is a strong society?
A good military strengthens society because it protects society.
Well, no, you can have a strong military to protect a really shitty, broken society. That doesn't even follow.
Sure, but you can't have a society that is strong that cannot defend itself.
Right, and that goes to our point. You can't defend yourself without wholly dependent on men. In other words, if you swapped all the men in the IDF, there's 65% men in the IDF, and the rest is women, and probably some ambiguity in between. So if you wouldn't swap them with women and say, "Oh, it's no problem," right?
Yeah, well, I think you're misunderstanding the argument that feminism makes. You're assuming it's arguing for a full replacement of men, or even
I didn't say
like
that.
parity,
Dude,
50-50 men and women.
I didn't say
what
that.
It argues
I said
is that women
oh my
are.
gosh, dude, this filibustering is insane. You
The
just go on this.
interruptions are insane.
No, dude,
Do I get to make my point, or are you going to interrupt every single time?
No, you're talking.
Try to make my point.
Okay,
Dude,
all
you're
right.
talking like
all right,
700
all
words
right.
per my 30. That wasn't, you just straw man what I said. Okay?
Offer the clarification, Jim Bob.
I just basically said this, right? Isn't it the case that you couldn't? I didn't say you would or you should. I'm not saying you're thinking you should. I'm saying could you swap out all of the males from your view, all of the males in the army with women, and it would be equal?
Of course not, but that's not the argument
Why not?
feminism is making.
Well, I didn't say you're making any arguments. You guys actually don't have any arguments.
Well, of course we have arguments. The problem is that you won't answer questions. You won't follow a line of dialogue. So, like, nobody
And you
has
won't
ever
even
looked
meta.
at all
More
women
meta, yeah.
militaries.
The projection.
What would be the best situation.
More dodging,
It's not
more
what feminism
dodging.
is saying. There's no dodging that's happened. Jim,
Yeah.
the only person who's
We're getting-
refused to answer questions.
we're
is
getting to the-
yourself, right?
Yeah, right.
You
Yeah,
haven't
right.
even, for example, established how feminism.
Lady, I have the
is a
clips of you
hierarchy.
dodging questions, okay? So
How
look,
is
how's
what
it
is
relevant?
empowerment? You
How
can't
is it
answer
relevant?
that question.
how is it relevant? This is
All
why
of
it's
it is relevant.
relevant, right?
All
This is
of it can be
relevant. I'm telling you how it's relevant. Society requires law and order. A good society requires law and order. You guys agree? Law and order relies on predominantly men, okay? Women can't collectively defend their own rights, correct?
So who are you?
Can
you
women collectively defend their own rights? Yes or no?
I've
No,
seen plenty
nobody's
of examples of
advocating
that,
for an
sure.
only
What?
women military.
What? Excuse me? You're both talking. One of you at a time.
No one is advocating for a women only.
That didn't answer my question. Let's go to Ken, since you don't want to answer questions.
I'm sure there are
Ken,
plenty of examples of women.
Let's give me
advocating
one
for their own
example of a collective of women who either took rights from people or defended their own rights.
I don't know. The suffragette movement was pretty effective at,
Great. Yeah, let's get into
at
this.
gaining their own at gaining
Oh,
their rights.
Really? Oh, really? Did they use force to do that, or did it require men to do that?
They actually
honestly
used
not
force
an expert on the suffragette
No,
movement.
no, it required men. And here's the other thing about the suffragettes, Ken. All of the women, the majority of the women, were actually against the suffragette movement. In fact, the suffragette movement actually thwarted the showing up of the women to vote against being able to get the vote. They actually shut them down. So not only are you ignorant to the suffragette movement, that it was primarily anti women voting, was against the movement. And in the end, guess what, Ken? Any policy you think is progress, you and Erudite think is progress, anything you find is progressive and feminist friendly relies wholly on a disparity between the obligations of men and women. What we're pointing to is you haven't presented one good thing for society from a feminist view.
That's because you haven't listened to a word we've said.
You said the military. No, I debunked you.
Point.
Wait, hold on. We've said we've established multiple things, right?
Yeah, give me one,
started this
Erudite.
out. Yeah, I gave you one immediately, which I said
What?
the innovation scale. It increases the innovation scale by 50%, which is good for GDP.
The
Yeah,
innovation
but this is just a
scale?
graph go up. This is just a graph go up argument, Erudite. And if you don't actually have a labor force, if you have a declining birth rate, then you actually can't develop a labor force, and you've got to bring it all in from the third world. So
I'm super curious, Jake. Do you think that America would be nearly as dominant if it didn't allow women into its workforce?
do you think it would be nearly as dominant? Yeah, I think it would. I think it was just as dominant
If it was
before.
only men in every other country allowed women in, but we didn't, that we would be the dominant hegemonic global force?
Oh, there would probably be some sort of a social restructuring. It couldn't just happen overnight. I mean, women are so deeply embedded into the labor force right now and into the workforce that it wouldn't be able to happen overnight.
So let's say we can go back in time in the 60s, right? When women are first starting to enter the workforce, 40s to 60s. Do you think that China would have been able to outcompeted us when it allowed women in if we refused to?
What do you mean?
Do you think that the GDP of America would have rose as aggressively and competitively without 50% of a labor infusion if every other country was infusing that labor into its workforce?
Maybe. I'm not too sure.
You really think that if we
how would
just
you know
didn't
that?
allow 50% of our workforce, that we would somehow America would be the global hegemon?
Asking him a question
we don't
and
really know
being
that.
incredulous about the question isn't an argument. You're just basically arguing from
What? You're right,
incredulity.
Jim Bob. I don't need to make an
No,
argument.
you're
for
just
science.
arguing.
You make
All you
them
do is
I
this is what
think,
you do.
Jim
You
Bob,
don't really
I think
you don't really think that, right? That's not an argument, okay? Are you
it's
making
just
an
a
affirmative
style.
claim?
Hold on, Jim Bob. I think it's just a style of speaking, the way she's asking questions. It would be it's the same way you're asking questions. She's just formulating them differently. That's all. That's
Yeah,
all.
I'd like to hear the argument, though. What do you think? Do you think that it wouldn't have?
Yeah, I think with not allowing 50% of an increase in global workforce compared to every other country allowing that 50% increase, America would have been decimated. There's no world that we would have competed in any way GDP if we had 50% less of a labor workforce than every other country. That would be really bad.
Yeah, I mean, but like you look at it right now, and the birth rate is plummeting to the ground, and you've got to import the entire third world in order to actually sustain your labor market. You see this in Canada, where you're from, Erudite.
Sure, that's bad though, right? You and I can both agree that declining birth rates is bad. That has nothing to do with the argument.
Exactly.
But women entering
that
the
has a lot
workforce
to do with
was good
feminism,
for
though.
GDP. Yeah, but
This has a lot to do with feminism, though.
Sure, so we can go into that separately, but first we have to tackle the GDP question. So do you have any other reason as to why women entering the workforce isn't good for GDP? Or do you agree with me?
yes.
What happened? What happened?
Hold
The
on,
debt,
Jamal, let
the
Jake
debt
answer.
for women went up, right, dude?
no.
Look, no, this is a debate, okay? So not so erudite. When you shove all the women under the guise of liberation from the home into the workforce, what does it do? It saturates the work market. It actually shows a trend of the amount of pay that everyone gets and goes down because you're just throwing the women out of the home, right? Their obligations is no longer to raise children, have children, make good humans for the next generation. It's to go chase shit. And what happens is you just load all the people in, right? And then what do we have now? We have a saturated market that you call a really great workforce, right? No, it's not.
I think the American GDP workforce is incredible.
Who cares what you think? It doesn't matter because if you
Every
saturate,
single respected economist, every single geopolitical leader, every single person in the entire world would agree that the American
and they're all in debt,
GDP
right? It's
is
great, and they're all in
incredible.
debt,
Okay,
right? And everyone's in
you don't
debt.
like America? I think America's
So are you in
incredible. I
debt?
think GDP is
Are you in
impressive.
debt?
Yes, it's also in debt, and
Are
it has
you in
nothing
debt?
to do with its GDP.
Are you in debt?
No, I am not in debt.
Okay, so when you look at women who go through college and then they're all in debt, and you're like, "This
Sorry,
is
what does this
kick
have to do
ass."
with anything? What does this
It
have
has
to
to
do?
do what is the topic of the debate there,
Well, it
Erudite?
feels like you're dodging my GDP argumentation to just move
Yeah,
into
because
debt
you're pointing to
it's
one
massive.
thing that you can look at the number and say that good, and we're not talking
Well,
about
you
the
can't
society
establish
on
why
net
it's
balance.
not good, right?
What can you manipulate the GDP? Can it be other variables? Could you possibly know all the variables that contribute to the GDP?
Yeah, there are
You
other
could?
factors.
You know
that-
all of them? You know all of them?
I don't know all
Okay,
of them
cool.
off of the top of my head. Do you know all of them?
What is it better for the
Bob, do
GDP
you know all of the factors
I'm
that
asking you a
contribute to
question.
GDP?
No, you're the one making the claim. So
Well,
you're the
I'm
one
not
making
claiming
these
that I
claims.
know everything
This is-
about the
this is
GDP. I'm
this is
saying that
what
when
happens
women
to
enter
this
the
girl.
workforce and you increase the workforce by 50%, it increases your GDP. This is obvious, right?
Yeah. Who cares if everyone's in debt and they get paid shit? What's the point?
Debt is a tool, right? The issue with like
I didn't ask you what you think debt is. I said, what good
didn't
is
say
it
what
for
I think debt
society?
is. I said what debt is. Debt is a tool, right? So while I agree that, for example, the fact that we're paying more interest payments than we are for like buying into our military is really bad, debt in and of itself isn't bad, and GDP isn't really in
Has
relationship.
debt gone up since? Has
So
debt?
there-
Yes or no? Yes or no? Has debt gone up for women since they entered the workforce?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, cool. Is that good?
It's neutral. Debt is neutral.
Oh,
It
it's
can be
neutral.
bad,
It's
it can
totally
be-
neutral being in debt and not being able
Debt
to
is
afford
typically
anything.
neutral.
Right.
So, for
Okay,
example,
cool.
maybe I could outline this to you. So, one of the reasons why debt can be really beneficial, for example, is in an era of inflation. So, when inflation happens, every single dollar is worth less, like tomorrow and the next year, which is why if you have $1,000 of debt right now, a year from now, that $1,000 of debt is literally worth less, which is why the richest people on the planet, like Elon Musk and whatnot, constantly work through debt. They consolidate debt, they move it between accounts, but debt is absolutely
usually
a way
good.
that you manage money and income. I didn't say
Usually
debt is
good.
all good. I said debt can be good.
It can be good. Can debt be really bad too, or no?
Yeah, of course.
You said it's neutral, so now you're in a contradiction.
No, I said debt.
You said
is a
neutral.
tool. It's
You said debt is
It can
neutral.
no, I said it's neutral, which means it can be good and it can be bad.
No, that would mean
So-
it's neither good or bad.
Yeah. It's like
So, I guess we can get semantics. I'll update my statement.
semantics
Sure.
on what the word neutral means. Yeah,
Debt
we
is a
should.
tool, is what I initially said. The debt as a tool can be used for good things, and it can be used for bad things, and it can be used for neutral things.
Okay, so how is it good to advocate for women to, let's say, not stay in the home and have children, and instead acquire debt through some shitty social science and go get a job while they're in debt and they can barely afford to even make it to work, let alone their bills and their car payments? Why is that good? As opposed to our stance is, women shouldn't go out into the workforce. We should prioritize a high level funded campaign to get women to have children and to build the next generations of humans. You're arguing, well, there's no obligation, right? Either way, there's no obligation. We're asking you, why is it good why is feminism good in this particular instance, where I'm arguing, Jake and I are arguing, no, don't advocate for women. Actually advocate against it. The ones who break through, fine. If you want to work that bad, great. But at least advocate for women to stay in the home, get married, have children for the next generation. That's going to be more fruitful than them acquiring debt and earning a badge and a cute card for the company they work for. But you're arguing, are you arguing one or the other in this position? I actually don't even know.
Well, it's kind of, well, you probably should know, because I've said it a number of times. I think part of the problem is now you're doing the Mott and Bailey thing again. So now you're saying
More
feminism
meta.
is when...
Please let her finish
it's other
uninterrupted.
fallacies. We've done it a number of times, right? It's okay. If you define feminism as women have debt and not kids, then that version of whatever you're calling feminism, I would agree, is not good. However, nobody defines feminism that way, right? I offered us a definition of feminism as empowering women, right?
And you couldn't
I
tell me
think
what empowering
feminism-
is.
Let her finish.
Well, you also couldn't tell me what empowering is.
It's not,
but I
I'm not
answered-
making the
I-
statement.
Pause, breathe, you can do it. I also answered the question and I said
Unbelievable.
empowerment is giving people choice, which is what Christ does for us. That's when we say that Christ has empowered us. It means that we have free will for salvation. We can choose him or not.
Is
choose
Christ a
him.
patriarchy?
What?
Is Christianity a patriarchy? You're referencing Christ right
yeah.
now. Okay, so do you want a Christian nation then?
I don't believe that Christianity should be blended with politics. No.
Oh, so you don't think my Christian view should inform my view on, say, abortion? What are you talking about?
No, it should absolutely as a voter.
Oh, so
I
that's a
just don't think-
contradiction.
it's not a contradiction.
You
right?
just
There's
contradicted yourself.
It's not a contradiction. I can outline why it's not a contradiction if you'd like.
So premise 1, I don't think you should infuse your theology into politics. Also, premise 2, you should have your theology inform your view on politics.
Okay, so I know you really like wandering around because you really didn't like the GDP argument. So I will pick us back up because we need to go back to the GDP argument because you claimed that we didn't have any argument for how feminism is good. And I argued that the reason why feminism good is in one standard that it raises GDP by allowing women to enter the workforce, which I think is good for society, right? So we can go back to the whatever.
I didn't ask to go back there. You brought up Christianity. Let's stay right with Christianity. You said you argued for
and running away from the GDP.
I didn't wander. You literally just said Christianity.
When I talked about GDP, you switched it all of a sudden to debt. And then when we were talking more about debt, then you switched it to how I couldn't answer about empowerment. And then I outlined how Christianity talks about empowerment. And now we're talking about Christianity.
Christianity also talks about patriarchy.
About GDP. Do you want to talk about GDP?
No, Christianity also talks about patriarchy, but now you're like, well, let's appeal to Christianity.
That's the point, right?
You just rambled a bunch.
Let's pick one or the other. Christianity in terms of empowerment or Christianity in terms of patriarchy, either one. I see that it comes from both sides there, so let's pick one and go.
Well, if you're going to GDP, if we want to go back to the actual topic, which is feminism good for society, then contend with my argument that feminism allows women to choose to enter the workforce, which increases our GDP dramatically by having a 50%.
And I said, who gives a shit if everyone's in debt and can't afford their bills? Useless.
Right. And so then I outlined to you how debt is a tool. Do you have a rebuttal?
I don't care if it's a tool. If people can't afford, right? If you flood the market with people getting all after the same jobs, what happens to the payment of that job?
Well, initially you're going to have a wage drop, and then
has that happened since women have entered the workforce? Yes or no?
I believe initially there was a wage drop, and then what happened is that there were so many more workers that small business owners could suddenly afford to buy workers, and so more innovation occurred. This is why when we talk about the innovation scale that Ken was referencing, having more workers allows for more innovation scale. You have more people to pick from. It drives wages down. It allows people to afford workers more effectively, and now you have more industry, and suddenly you have more jobs, and therefore more GDP. This is how workforce entering the labor pool increases GDP.
Okay, and that's good for a society that is lacking on children?
Well, these are two separate issues, right?
No, they're not.
They're not two separate issues. They're not two separate issues.
Because if you're arguing feminism is good for X and X is good for flourishing, we're asking you long-term positions, right? Because if you're a feminist, which both of you are, you're making a worldview claim about not only now, but the future, right? We're asking you from your worldview, which you're defending tonight, if feminism is good for society, how is it good for future generations if from both of your view, you have no obligation to reproduce?
I mean, we can answer this in multiple ways, but GDP is still the answer. There's innovator scale, GDP, production labels.
Yeah, but Carla, what do you think is better? Do you think it's better if the marketplace and the workforce is entirely flooded with women? If you take it to either of the maxims, if women are just in the workforce 100%, or if women are 100% making babies, what do you think is better for a long-term thriving society?
This is what Jim Bob already asked me. It's a mutual exclusive, improbable reality. Broadly,
it's just taking it to its logical maxim.
Well, the issue is that feminism is saying that only women should only do work. They should say fourth wave feminism, for example, is very pro-mom. Well, branches of it. And then there's some antinatalists, but I hate the antinatalists.
But what do you think the answer to the question is, though? If we had to go in one direction or the other, do you think it's better fluffy notepads and emails, or do you think it's better families and children?
I already answered it. I already said, of course, you need families and birth rate to continue. The issue is that you're creating you're creating a false dichotomy. Right?
So graph go up.
These things, the graph goes up is important when understanding GDP. This doesn't happen.
But it's not long term. It's not sustainable.
Well, women can enter the workforce and have children, right?
But they end up
can do,
right? Yeah.
And if they hand their kids off to the state, sure, they can do. Yeah. But in terms of the long term, this is a rather new experiment that we've run here in terms of the graph go up that you're talking about. Yes, for the short term, you could argue that it does make the GDP go up. But how's that actually good for society in the long term? That's what we want to know.
Well, a whole bunch of reasons. Strong GDP is really good for a nation for a number of reasons. First of all, it increases jobs, so everyone has more jobs. It increases global wealth of that country. GDP is also incredibly, incredibly important for soft power negotiations at a geopolitical level. So if you don't have a strong GDP as a country, your trade routes are harder, you're going to get tariffed more, you're going to get into trouble more in trades. And so your soft power negotiation skills with foreign groups, particularly hostile ones, is vastly decreased if you don't have the GDP to compete with them. So here's a false dichotomy, but a hypothetical. Do you think a society that has 0% women in the workforce is better than a society that allows women to be in or out of the workforce? Would it be better if there's no women in the workforce?
Yes, in the long
It'd be better than what we have today. Yeah.
Yeah, well, in the long term, yes, better.
So then why is Afghanistan such a shit country?
Because
Because
wow, cool red herring. So first of all, you can't
There's no
you
women in
can't
the
just
workforce.
no, stop. So does Afghanistan are they also informed by a worldview?
Yeah, they have a
Okay,
theocracy.
cool. So are we Islam? Are you arguing with Islamicists right now, Erudite, or are you just
No, I'm
this
arguing with
dishonest?
somebody-
Are you this dishonest?
This isn't dishonest, Jim Bob.
Yes,
so
it
the reason
is.
why this
Yes, it is.
analogous-
Oh, sweetie, don't give me that fucking phone. Look, you just said,
You're okay,
what
girl.
happened to this other country acting like you're basically just argued from this position that look at this other country that has all these other variables and look what turned out for them as if we're holding that position. It's just dishonest.
Can you find me any single country that exists right now or historically where women were absolutely not allowed in the workforce? and the
Nobody's
country is
arguing
better
that
and
they
more
shouldn't be
competitive as a
allowed.
result of it?
Dude, you're so dishonest. We didn't say they shouldn't be allowed. Okay, another slip from your little fork tongue. We said it's better if they don't. Is that the same as they shouldn't be allowed?
Oh, so you
Answer
would
the
say that
question.
it's not.
No, answer the
you would say
question.
it's- No.
Is it
I
the
didn't say
same? Can you answer any questions? Is it the same?
all of your
Yeah,
questions, Jim
It's
Bob.
one yes or no question.
I
is
answered
me
all
say-
of your
is
questions,
me
Jim
s-
Bob.
Oh, it's a yes or no question. Let's see if you can do it. When I say it's better to have women out of the workforce and at the home, is that the same statement as they shouldn't be allowed to work?
No, it's as
Okay,
just
great.
false. So
Cool.
I hold on.
Stop
We can
lying.
back you
Stop
up.
being a
Do you want me
liar.
to walk you through again? I can hold your hand.
Wow,
up
how
now.
you're a liar?
Why
Yeah.
did I use
No,
a
it's
false
what you did, Erudite, was you asked a hypothetical and then we answered the
Liar.
hypothetical and then you said, well, that's what you guys must think. Well, actually, it doesn't account for the nuance in our view.
That's not what I did.
Snake.
What I actually did, so Jake, I can outline to what I did. So you guys asked me a false dichotomy where you created two things that were mutually exclusive and wouldn't be allowed to exist together. Where you said women at home or women in the workforce not having children. And I said, well, that's really, these things are not mutually exclusive.
And then you said women at home, and I didn't say, oh, well, you think that all women should be at home. I didn't do that. You did
What I
that.
did instead is I gave you a question where I made two things that are obviously stupid to pretend that they're mutually exclusive, and then you answered, these things aren't mutually exclusive, which obviously is true, which is what my original answer was to whether they should stay at home or go to work.
All right, well,
My
let me
answer-
give
they
you
should
let me give you the
probably
re-
do both as they like.
Why are priorities?
Okay, let me give you the real story. I'll
suddenly
give you the real
mutually
story of what just happened, Erudite. We asked a hypothetical and we said, well, if you take it to its maxim, would it be better if women were just staying at home or if women were just flooding the workforce and being wage slaves? You said staying at home. We said, sure. Then we developed the argument. We could have said, okay, well, Erudite, you think that women should all just stay at home. Why do you think, where are all women just staying at home? We could have done that. But that's exactly what you did with your hypothetical. You asked us an unrealistic hypothetical and then you claimed that that was our position. That was what you did.
So what I did is I took your argument, which is that women shouldn't be in the workforce, and I took it to its maxim, which would be 0% of women in the workforce. And I asked you to give me an example of a country, for example, that is stronger as a result of having 0% of women in the workforce.
Before we flooded the women in the workforce, that was a pretty good time in America. Before we thought, oh, feminism, let's just flood society. Let's give women the vote, first of all, like against their will, by the way, predominantly their will. They were like, no, we don't want this. We won't. This is a threat to how we live. This is a threat to our values. No, just trump those people, step over them, and give the women the right to vote, and then vote for all these policies, right, that are actually end up hurting families and women, right, on net balance. Like, they're not good. Like, feminism as a net balance is not good for society. And the only counters you guys gave so far is GDP and I fought along some really brute IDF soldiers, and they're really good at airport luggage.
Scale, right? We also said innovation scale, and then greater freedoms and rights leads to flourishing. So one question that I actually
Flourishing
have,
of who?
either
If
of
there's
you
no
two,
people, dude.
was America stronger before or after World War II?
Stronger in what sense? This is like lofty
The GDP,
language.
the country, well, in the way that we usually mean it. Was it a global hegemonic country?
Before when?
Before and after World War II. Was it stronger before or after World War
Well,
II?
we were strong in the sense that we still made stuff inside the country.
That's not an answer to my question, Jim Bob.
Yeah, it is. That's an aspect of strength. Another aspect of strength is families were together more. Hold on, let me answer your question. Okay. Keep the slithering tongue in your mouth for a second. So, families were more together. People were married for longer at that time, right? So that the actual foundation of a society is what Jake and I are arguing. You're looking at particular things you like, right? We're looking at the foundation. This is our argument against feminism. You guys don't look at foundations. You just look at the topical things you like as a result, right? All of these preferences,
power, right? That's what I'm interested in.
What good is a global power for a country whose homes are completely dismantled?
Well, for one thing, they can at least rebuild their homes rather than be invaded by.
You mean families? You mean homes? You mean families?
Sure. Yeah, I use the word you use, but yeah.
So is feminism? Do you think feminism is in more support of the traditional family or less in support?
I think most feminists would be against right now. There's a lot of antinatalists. I just think that that's bad. I think that's a bad part of feminism, but that's not a part I own.
Okay, so you split yourself up in the feminist view and you say there's a feminist who went too far. Here's some feminists that didn't go too far.
Just like other denominations, right? We don't all agree with necessarily.
I understand, but what we're saying is that feminism, the view itself, is a movement away from a patriarchal system.
I would, yes, for the most part. Yep, it's not the worst thing necessarily.
I didn't say if it's a worst thing. I said, is it a good thing?
It's neutral.
It's a neutral thing. What's the topic of the debate? You concede the debate.
Good for society.
You're concede the debate. Is feminism good for society? I'm neutral.
What you're doing again is you're talking about a hierarchical system, and you're conflating that with feminism. Feminism isn't a hierarchical system. You could talk about
why it's not good for society.
Yeah,
that's why it's not good for society.
About matriarchies, for example, that by and large they're not a very strong strategic competition. That's why matriarchies dominate.
One claim at a time. One claim at a time. You said feminism's not a hierarchical system. Is it better or worse for a society to have a hierarchical system to keep it in order?
It's fundamental to a society. You need.
It's fundamental to a society for a hierarchy to exist. Feminism doesn't provide a hierarchy. Is it better to choose between the two, of a system that has a hierarchy, being that it's necessary for its foundation, and feminism not having the necessary foundations for a society?
I'd love to jump in and
don't save her.
Stop, Jim Bob. Remember earlier you jumped in for Jake. Hold on. You jumped in for Jake earlier when she asked Jake
Now you're saving, moderator. You're saving now. This is what happens when you put women in power. This is exactly what happens.
Stop it.
Everything turns into a fucking daycare center.
Well, let me change your diaper, Jim Bob. Stop it. You jumped in on a question she asked Jake earlier, so I think it's fair
just got her in a corner and he saved her. And you're like, yeah, let him save her. Come on.
That's up to him. That's why you're still of you.
You can re-ask me afterwards, okay? But it's fair to let Ken and Jake. I promise you can ask me your false dichotomy afterwards as well. I promise.
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, no. Look, I just want my time to be valuable here. I've been here for an hour and a half, and would love to get a word in edgewise with Jim Bob interrupting constantly. The answer to the question about hierarchy. Sorry, what was that, Jim Bob?
I said cry harder.
What does that mean?
Just keep going with the question, bro.
Just make a fucking argument.
Jim Bob is treating this like a therapy session. He forgets that we're in a debate, so he's been very
so insufferable. This is
for your emotions now, Ken. Which is
go ahead with your thoughts, Ken.
Yeah, feminism does introduce a hierarchy of merit, not of gender or anything else, but feminism allows the best in a society to reach their potential and to fill those roles, whether they're in the military or in research or any of those things, which in a society that embraces feminism, they do better at. And study after study establishes this, whether it's the OECD study in 2015 or the constant reports from the UN on societies that embrace this kind of equality versus those that don't. Feminism is a hierarchy of merit, and that makes society stronger.
So you think that men and women are equal then, Ken?
No.
No? You think that in a military sense that men and women are equal?
No.
No? So then you're always going to need the enforcement arm of
better
men?
than men in some areas of the military, much better. They're way better
at
checkpoints in Afghanistan. Like, it is impossible for a male to manage a voting booth that is reserved for women in Afghanistan. You can't provide security for that as a male in Afghanistan. You can as a woman, because
so women are better at organizing women at a voting booth in the military.
No, they're better given that cultural setting in doing searches for suicide vests.
How?
Because if a man tries to do it, they'll be shot.
What? So in the context of Afghanistan, why would a man be shot for doing that?
You know the answer, right? It's the cultural mores. Only
because the man can't touch a woman. What?
That's right.
So then, but why would he? Who would shoot him?
The Taliban. I mean, do we need to explain?
Oh, so you're talking about the Afghani military.
Such a boomer.
Sorry, what was that?
So you're talking about the Afghani?
No,
you're talking about the Afghani military.
Was that a question, Jim Bob?
No, I just called you a boomer.
Okay.
A boomer. So you're talking about the Afghani military.
No, I'm talking about the U.S. military. We have plenty of.
So the U.S. military are going to shoot each other?
No. Not the Afghan military. The insurgents in Afghanistan would shoot the U.S. But I can give you other examples of
what kind of an incompetent military would allow them their soldiers to get shot in that situation. Wouldn't you protect them from that?
I don't know. It happens all the time. It doesn't mean the U.S. military is incompetent.
So what? You've got some jihadis standing over them, watching the vest being searched. I'm confused.
Yeah, it happens all the time. It's called a green on blue. And if you provoke the cultural sensibilities in that area, there are flare-ups, even within supposed friendlies. But there are plenty of other examples of jobs that women are better at, right? I just gave you one of them, but there are plenty of other examples of jobs that women are better at. And what feminism does is it introduces that hierarchy of merit. Just invented that term trying to answer Jim Bob's question, but it's a hierarchy of merit that allows the best people in a society to do those jobs. And sometimes they are women.
How does feminism do that?
But the hierarchy of merit is always going to require males to enforce this hierarchy.
That's a supposition I don't buy into at all. I mean,
how many Navy SEALs are women?
You'd be surprised at how many women serve alongside Navy SEAls that don't get to be called Navy SEAls.
That's not what he asked.
Look, you're playing semantics because for all intents and purposes, there are women in the SEAL teams that you've never heard of.
Answer the question.
I don't know
how many Navy SEAls are women.
There are women serving in SEAL teams right now.
The answer is zero.
That's not true. That they couldn't do their mission without those women.
That's
just because you don't know about it doesn't make it not
you don't know about it either. You're just making it up. You're literally making shit up.
No, I'm not. Read Ashley's War. Read Ashley's War about a woman who served with the Navy SEAls in Afghanistan.
As a Navy SEAL? As a Navy SEAL?
Question. Who here
served alongside Navy SEals doing everything they did.
Can I just
doing, why are you playing these words?
Right?
Can I just say just quickly? The point was that I said that there was a hierarchy and that the male enforcement is required in that hierarchy. You said you don't accept my presupposition. I said how many Navy SEAls are women? The answer is zero. So therefore, that is a merit-based system. That is a merit-based system, and the males are required to do that because the women can't meet the merit-based criteria.
women serve with Navy SEALs meeting those criteria.
They probably make them
For
sandwiches.
legal reasons, they're not allowed to be called Navy SEAls. So it becomes a word game.
Wait, no. You're saying that women actually meet the testing standards that are current for men, Navy SEAls, but they just don't call them that for some cultural reason? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. It's illegal
really?
for women to be Navy SEAls. That is a legal restriction, not a merit-based restriction.
Really? Because they can pass those
really.
Have you served the military?
I wish we had a Navy person on this debate to be able to answer this for us.
anyone would be better than you.
Well, he's
seems
served
that
in the military, right? You're like talking to a vet. So it's just to be clear, like I'm just a little surprised by the level of disrespect.
That's amazing. You're surprised. That's a cool emotion. That's a great emotion to have. It has nothing to do with an argument, Sadie.
It's my time.
Enough.
Well, you've had
literally doing emotional, like this is what women do. That's all you got is like, I'm going to tone police and I'm going to be really surprised about stuff. And I can't believe you threw your Legos. Like this is like, be a mom. Go be a mom. You could be better used.
Empowerment work. Yep.
You're better used as a mom.
Jake, did you have another? Have either of you guys served in the military? Is it just Ken?
No, but it's collectively men. It doesn't matter. That's not even relevant to our argument. Well, the
Yeah,
military
it's just not even.
has
It's
to
just
be
not a good
men.
point.
Well, I'm just establishing that fact.
That it's
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a good
men
point
that
though.
have
It's like
to
me
be men.
arguing. It's like me arguing with an American. It's like me arguing with an American about politics, and then them saying to me, "Well, are you American? Are you American? Do you live in America?"
Yeah, it's just
And it doesn't
fallacious
matter
and
because
dumb.
we can just look at the facts. It's just not a good argument.
I guess the larger point, Jake, is that you're claiming to be an expert on something and dismissing
When
the
did I
actual
claim that?
expert in the room.
What? You're just a liar. When did he
When
claim
did
to be an
when did I
expert?
claim that?
Well, you're asserting these things about the Navy SEAls as if they're
When did he
true,
claim
and
to
then
be
when
an
you're
expert?
faced with actual facts, you move right on and pretend that that you
I
know
haven't
what you're
heard the
talking
facts.
about.
Maybe I missed that part. Maybe I missed the facts
I
part.
heard the anecdotal stories about women moving bags at the airport, but we didn't hear any actual arguments from you guys.
Jim Bob,
Never
super
claimed to
curious,
be an expert.
Have you been a police officer before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, so
How's that relevant, sweetie? Hey, sweetie, how's that relevant to your argument that feminism is good for society?
Well, I'm curious what your reasons would be for not meeting that obligation.
Could you tie this into why feminism is good for society, sweetie?
Well, we can go back if you want to talk about GDP again, but I know that one's a really spooky topic.
No. Just in general, how is your questioning of whether or not I've ever been a police officer relevant to your affirmative
I'm just shocked you have to dither on it. I figured I would get a
What?
straight answer really
do
clearly.
you
You
mean?
were big about obligations.
Why would that be relevant?
Why would lots of the stuff that you've brought up be relevant?
Why
But
would lots of
I'm
stuff
curious.
be relevant to me not answering the question why
I
it's
thought you could
relevant?
answer questions. You know, you've been dogging on me.
No, I'm not a police officer, nor did I ever set myself on the path. How is it relevant now?
I'm just wondering why you haven't fulfilled your obligations as a man to being a police
No one
officer
said the
or a
obligation is
military
become a police officer, silly.
or military. You've got to be the arm of enforcement, right?
No one
That's
argued
your
that you
obligation.
have an obligation to join the military.
Oh, so men don't have an obligation to join the military.
No, the men as a collective, not as individuals. As a collective, it's required that men, if they want an ordered society, there has to be an obligation for men to fulfill their obligations as the arm of force. Otherwise, you don't Otherwise, you don't have an ordered society. Now, feminism doesn't have any obligations.
So other men have the obligation, but you don't have the obligation.
The ones who
And they do that as well.
I haven't look here. I'll demonstrate this.
I respect our
Not to
vets,
erudite.
police officers. I
Look,
think it's great.
look.
I'm just curious why Jim Bob isn't fulfilling his
I
obligation.
have an obligation to conceal carry.
You have an obligation to conceal carry.
Yes.
Why? Where does
From
that
my
obligation come from?
From my work, from my view, I have an obligation to protect myself and my family. And my house is a mini state. And this is a great point, actually. I'm glad you asked it, because from a feminist view, you guys have no obligation of what the home is or isn't, right? From my view, my home is actually an extension of what I'm arguing for the state, which is a patriarchal system. So even if I'm not a cop, even if I'm not a priest, I'm a priest of my home and I'm a cop of my home. The home is a patriarchal system. From your view, and Ken here, who knows, he probably votes with his wife who's gonna get the say every week, every other week, who gets the man pants, right? From our view, it's more effective for the men to lead both in and outside of the home. So when you ask, not so erudite, are you a police officer? I'm a police officer of my home. Are you a priest? I'm a priest of my home. Are you a leader? I'm a leader of my home. You have no leadership. you and Ken have zero obligations for any sort of ordered system to be patriarchal, yet you rely wholly on patriarchal systems to
We have
argue
all
your
sorts of
little
obligations that we
silly
establish. We talked
positions.
about the social contract. So I guess the reason why I'm bringing this up is if men are not obligated to join the military, as you yourself said, but
Red
some
herring.
men do, then men are not the enforcement arm. Soldiers
That's
and
not even,
police
that doesn't
officers
even
are.
follow. What's wrong with your brain? You shouldn't even get a vote.
Say
You
it
just
again.
said because all men don't join the military, there's no, that means that the military isn't predominantly men. That's actually
That's
false.
not what I said. That's not
Yeah,
what
it
I said.
is. Say it again.
Okay.
See if you can do it
men are
again.
not obligated, I wrote it down just for you. If men are not obligated to join the military, but some men do, then men are not the enforcement arm. Soldiers are.
That doesn't
and police
follow.
officers are.
No,
Of course.
if there
course.
if there is an enforcement arm at all, that's useful and effective, it's predominantly men, and you can't give me any sort of counter to that.
I've never ever been offered to. The issue is that it's not men that are the enforcement arm.
It
It's
is
soldiers.
men predominantly who are the enforcement arm.
That
Both
doesn't
Ken
matter.
agrees.
That
Tell me
doesn't
when.
matter.
Tell me where there's an enforcement arm, erudite, where it's predominantly women, please.
I don't need to.
You just made the claim.
I did never make the claim. I said if
What
men
did
are
you
not
just say?
obligated, I'll say it again. If men are not obligated to join the military, but some men do, then men are not the enforcement arm. Soldiers and police officers are the enforcement arm.
What?
Predominant
No, they're
is-
men.
Predominant
Collectively, they're
isn't
men, silly.
operative in this
What
discussion.
are they collectively men? Man is a status of sex, right? It doesn't follow that because the predominant
Patriarchy doesn't
hold on,
mean
dude.
men
Hold
are
on, lady.
most
Hold on,
soldiers.
lady.
That's not what patriarchy
Because,
means.
lady, because the predominant sex in the military, in the enforcement arm of a society is men, it doesn't follow that because some men aren't in that role, that it's not predominantly men. What is wrong with your brain?
Because predominant isn't an operative in this discussion. Nobody's disagreed about predominant. What we're
So
talking
then you
about,
agree. You just contradict
No.
yourself.
No, because you said that a patriarchy is that men are the enforcement arm of the patriarchy. However, men are not obligated to join the military, but some men do. Then men are not the enforcement arm. Soldiers are
Who
the
cares? I
enforcement
think
arm.
they should. I think they should be obligated to join the military. So what?
Then why didn't
Doesn't
you?
it doesn't it's not anything against my point. The point is, and this is something you guys can't really grapple with, is if a bunch of men want to take the rights of anybody else, right? If a collective of men want to do that, they can do that. If a collective of women want to do that, they can't. Silence.
I'm unsure how to explain to you more clearly that your definition of patriarchy is.
What did I just say? I didn't talk about definitions. What did I just say, Eurydice?
You lost your own point.
Do you disagree with what I just said?
No. So,
Okay, great.
hold on.
So if you don't disagree with what I just said, and I'll say it again for the audience, a collective of men could get together and completely wither away your so-called rights to vote and your loud mouth and everything you have that comes with you, okay? They could just do that, right? But a collective of
Soldiers
women,
could, yeah.
but a collective of women couldn't.
So
The
what,
main
Jim?
thing- The
So
main
what
thing
that
that's
means,
important
that
here,
means
So what?
what?
I guess I'll explain it to your chat, is that Jim Bob has conceded his main point, which is that
What's
men
that?
aren't the enforcement arm. It's soldiers that are the enforcement arm.
Who are men?
A patriarchy
are
is
men?
not- no,
What?
it's dominantly men. That's not part of the contention.
It's not men, it's soldiers.
It's not men that are
It's
the
not-
enforcement arm.
It's not men, it's
soldiers, which
basketball
is a-
players.
No,
Wow.
it's soldiers, actually.
finish.
It's soldiers and military.
Michael Jordan's
officers,
not a
right?
man, he's a basketball player. Nice argument.
Again, soldiers. I know you can keep up, Jim Bob.
Male
Yeah, but Jim
soldier.
Bob also made the argument that within his home he also has duties, and his duties are to protect his home and to protect his family. So these are duties that extend outside of the military. It's not all just about military and police officers.
Well, for your definition of patriarchy, you're talking about the enforcement arm, which is about soldiers
Yep.
and police officers.
That goes to the home as well.
It goes to the home too.
The
That's why
patriarchal
we're
structure.
advocates-
The
That's why we're
enforcement-
advocates for the family, and feminism is not.
Is patriarchy a hierarchical system of organizing a society?
Yes, it's the only one. It's the only possible one.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So
sure.
if it's a system of organization of a society, you already said
Starts at the
part
home.
of the foundations, no, part of the foundations of a society is law enforcement, right? Law and structure.
Yeah, that's the second premise of my argument you guys couldn't engage with. Yes, go on.
Okay. So if men aren't the enforcement arm, it's soldiers and police officers, and not all soldiers are men, you've already sacrificed your definition of patriarchy.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
No, I just want to clarify what Erudite is trying to do here. So she says, because the enforcement arm is made of
police officer doesn't count, just like apparently Navy SEAL women don't count.
Hold on a second. I know you want to try to take back your shitty argument, but let's give it back to the audience, okay? She said, because the enforcement arm is made up of soldiers who are predominantly male, it doesn't follow that the enforcement arm is predominantly male. That's literally what she said.
That's
just
not
a
what
summary.
I again wrote it down. I can read it to you again, but we should probably move. I understand that you just cannot either follow. I don't understand. Just like
you're roboting.
Is
she roboting for anyone else?
No.
Nope, just you. I've already said a few times, we can move on. Do you guys want to deal with the GDP point? Because you guys still haven't tackled that yet. So again, if your definition of patriarchy is that men are the enforcement arm, but men don't have to be soldiers and not all soldiers are men, then men are not the enforcement arm. Soldiers and police officers are. The predominant claim has nothing to do with it.
What are the sex of the predominant officers and soldiers?
Nobody's fought on that the entire time.
So what the hell are you saying?
The enforcement arm.
Are you having an aneurysm?
I guess I don't know what to tell you other than maybe if you go back to your Andrew Wilson Debate University, they can walk you through how premises work.
Yeah, you got nothing. More ad hom. That's it. All you said is they're not men. They're people in uniforms.
I've walked you through the argumentation multiple times. I understand that you don't get it.
Let's see if you guys can look. I agree with a couple of your premises here. A good society requires law and order. Law and order requires the enforcement of men, or what you call soldiers or police officers, right? It's the uniforms that make it, not the men, not the brute force, right? It's not the actual muscle and bone thickness and aggression of men. It's just the uniform, right? Okay. Premise 3, a society that requires the force of men is patriarchal because ultimately the patriarchy, the collection of men, Erudite and Ken, could at any moment, tell me if you disagree with this, at any moment a collection of men in a society can take over and remove your so-called rights. Yes or no?
So what? Like, that doesn't mean
feminism
is bad for society.
Hey, Ken, can you answer the question or not?
The argument is feminism bad for society? And it's
is it good? No, is it good for society?
The argument is feminism is good for society, which it is, because in every society where it's been able to take root, it's made those societies better.
That's just an assertion. Why don't you just assert your opening statement again without arguing it?
No. I've cited the OECD studies, the McKinsey studies. Innovation increases, GDP increases across every metric. Society does better economically in terms of security, innovation, when feminism is allowed to take root.
And then you guys get to pick and choose what types of feminist messaging you don't assign yourself to, right? Ambiguity.
Yeah, I get to define feminism.
Yeah, you get to just say, well, that feminist isn't real feminism. Like, but the point is,
redefining patriarchy to just be your own.
No, patriarchy is a system of a top-down system that at the top there are men, and that's exactly the society you live in.
Right, but you've also redefined it as men are the enforcement arm, which is
that's included in a patriarchy. Otherwise, what are you talking about?
No, because there's lots of patriarchies, for example, that might just have exclusively slaves, men, women, children.
That would require force of men, dummy. How do you hold slaves without the force of men, Erudite?
You can withhold their food. You control their mobility.
With force?
What?
With force or just with words?
With force eventually, but you can also do it by
withholding. Yeah, cool. Thanks for proving my point.
Next structures.
Try again.
I don't actually think this argument is nearly as strong as you feel that it is. I understand that
I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your thoughts. You just got roasted. Move on to the next argument.
I'm talking about your feelings, Jim Bob.
So can you keep slaves without force?
No, of course not.
Okay, cool. So that's a point in my direction. Would you like to move on to the next argument, Eurida?
Sure. Do you want to engage with GDP now?
No. Who cares about the GDP if there's no humans? Why care about the GDP if feminism doesn't have an obligation to reproduce?
Again, we're going back.
I don't know. GDP good. GDP good sounds good.
You're going to be okay. If we go back to the obligation argument, you've already established that there are lots of things that men and women are not obligated to. Men are not obligated to be police officers or soldiers. Women are not obligated to reproduce. This has nothing to do with feminism and everything to do with, no, it has everything to do with a liberal democracy. We don't obligate people to do multiple things, including—
Can a liberal democracy outlaw women voting?
Yeah, it could be voted for.
Is there an obligation to not outlaw women voting from a feminist view?
It would be opposed to a feminist view. I wouldn't say it's an obligation.
But there's no obligation. It could if you're really arguing for democracy, couldn't it be the case that we just vote out your power to vote?
Yes, you could vote out our power to vote.
So is that what's better for society, to have a system that you can vote out your power?
Yeah, I think democracy is better. And I think most societies that have democracy tend to give people the right to vote, because in general, having greater levels of freedom of choice and opportunity amongst all citizens leads to better GDP, which leads to better flourishing for the society.
Well, by society, you mean the people who aren't producing more people, right?
By society, I mean everyone who's a citizen within a nation.
Who exists, right? But then they die, and then what are you left with? Nothing, right?
Well, hopefully children are happening too.
Well, hopefully, but there's no obligation under feminism. So it's under feminism. That's not a good
anywhere, right? Which government do you want to erect that's forcing women to have children?
Lady, chill. So under feminism, you admitted that there is no obligation to reproduce. So in that regard,
under your system, is there an obligation to reproduce?
Yes, Christian patriarchy.
How are you going to force that?
Enforce it? It's. I didn't say it had to be enforced.
Well, it's an obligation. So if you don't do it,
it's never been enforced throughout history.
You can shame the shit out of people.
And I agree, it's never been enforced.
Did you wear? You probably wore a mask for like 19 months just from shame, right?
Nope. Do you want to answer my question, or do you want to run away with COVID talks?
I just answered your question, right? I just showed you.
How do you force women in your society that are obliged to have children?
Social pressure and propaganda.
What if they won't do it? What if they refuse?
Then fine, it'll work for the most part. The propaganda will work.
If it's an obligation, it must be forced. That's the point of an obligation.
That doesn't follow.
You have an obligation to your country to not murder your fellows. If you do,
no. You have an obligation, just like Jim Bob has an obligation to protect his home and his family. But if he decided that he was going to be a coward when the intruder breaks in, then he doesn't have to do that. But there would be unbelievable social pressure that would call him a coward. And the social pressure and the feeling of obligation toward his family would make him want to do that. Would make him want to step in between the intruder.
That's right.
An obligation must be enforceable, or it's not an obligation.
He just gave you an example, right, of an obligation to defend your home. If it's failed, you don't get charged for failing to defend your home. Correct?
That's because it's not an obligation to protect your home. It's something we think is good to do.
Okay. So do you have an obligation to vote?
You don't have an obligation to vote, but it is a good thing to do.
Is an obligation basically a deontological statement, not a lawful statement?
What?
Is an obligation a deontological statement and not a lawful or a legal statement?
I guess I would ask you guys. You guys have been the one using obligation.
You're going to ask me the answer. Okay, this is just a trend.
What I'm using it for is something legal. You are obliged as a citizen.
You have an obligation to be a good parent.
So, okay, one obligation. No, you don't. But actually,
you don't have go feminism. My point exactly.
This isn't a point of feminism.
My point exactly. You just heard her. Her worldview. Listen.
Hold on,
she
Jim.
Just said
it. Can I answer the question? Or
you have no obligation to be a good mom. That's feminism.
Really excited. So you do have an obligation to not be an abusive parent, because then we would arrest you and put you in jail.
No,
right?
that's just follow the law.
When we're talking, laws are the obligations that you have. This is why if you're drafted, you were obliged to go to war. This is why IDF soldiers
who goes to war? Wait. Are women obliged to enter the draft?
No. Service? No, they're not. Nobody is obliged.
Okay, so men are. So is that feminism or what?
I don't know why you're pivoting here. Do you want to actually engage?
Pivoting. That's ironic. That's ironic, right? You actually accuse someone of pivoting while you pivot, right? As the pivot. That's really great.
Well, we were talking about obligations, and now you're being oh God, I got lost in the obligation argument. So
you just said you have an obligation.
I know, the draft, because she said the word draft. So I'll just jump there rather than have to engage with her obligation talking points.
Destina, calm down. So look, what just happened is You just made a statement about an obligation inside a military context, and I gave you an example of how men are obligated through law to be drafted and women aren't.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because we have a patriarchal history where we believe that men should go to war and women shouldn't.
And why is that?
Because men are better frontline workers, and we didn't believe that women could do the works of infantry. However, you could ask Ken. My understanding is a lot of that has been minimized over the years with technology.
Yeah.
Do you want to engage with the obligated talking point? Should we go back there? Because I know
we already refuted your talking point because you said because you said an obligation assumes a legal consequence, and Jake and myself both gave examples, right? Self-defense in the home is one, and being a good and being a,
if it's not enforceable, it's not an obligation.
That's a win. That's a win in our direction because you're just arguing from a feminist view. That's not an obligation to be a good parent.
Okay, there's an obligation as a parent. And a core value to be a good parent. An obligation is to not be an abusive or neglectful parent.
How does feminism produce an obligation to be a good parent?
Because if you want to empower women and have a better society for women, you want to have good children that have respect for law and respect for others and therefore respect one another.
Yeah, but what gives you the obligation? A feminist could actually reject that and be still a feminist, right?
At this point, Jim Bob, you need to define obligation because it seems like you're using the word in a way that nobody else is. Because when I say obligation and everyone else says it, they mean enforceable.
Obligation being something you're pressured or compelled to do by a social standard or social norms, right? From a theological view, even. For example, for a Christian, you have certain duties and obligations. They're set out, and you actually have other Christians call you out if you're failing that, right? Inside of your church. So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Sorry, I was distracted by the
Okay. Is it a good thing? Is it a good thing if a group of people share values and obligations and they can call each other out on the failures of those obligations, even if it's outside of a legal framework?
Sure, if we're using obligations.
Cool. Does feminism have that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the obligation feminism has that you can call out another person who self-proclaims to be feminist, and you can say you're being a bad feminist? That's equal to a Christian saying you're not being consistent with your values and duties. What's one example of that?
Okay, within the feminist group, most feminists would call one another out, for example, for attacking other women's looks. In general, there's a pretty core value, which is essentially what you're using instead of you saying obligation, but you mean value. One of the core values, for example, is like not objectifying women, not reducing them to their looks. So when other women call each other out or insult each other on their looks, almost all feminists will jump down the girl who's insulting the looks throat because it's a pretty core value, for example, within feminism, not to do that.
And that's policed how?
How is anything else policed?
Why do you ask a question? Because you're caught in a
Socrates debates.
Listen,
can be Socratic.
Have you not heard of? Look, lady.
Well,
you just said
not a debater. I can respond.
You just refuted yourself because just 10 minutes ago you said an obligation has to be tied to legality, and yet you just presented a social obligation inside feminism that doesn't include going to jail for making fun of someone's fat ass, right?
Okay, you're okay.
But it has social shame.
Unbelievable. This chick is like, you're okay. And she's like, I'm not getting defeated in real time. You're okay.
Can I talk now? Am I allowed?
No, you just refuted yourself. Yeah, you can't talk. So what you did is you just contradicted yourself.
Can I talk? Or
no, I just told you can't talk. Didn't you hear me? So look, what you just did is you contradicted. You just contradicted yourself because you said yes. Premise one, an obligation has to be tied to a legal thing. Then in premise two, you just stated when you're pressed on obligations inside feminism, you just said it's an obligation to not fat shame and make fun of people's bodies. Do you go to jail for that, Eurodite?
So do you want to use my definition of obligation?
So you're not going to answer the question. Yeah.
Do you want to use my definition?
I mean, this is what it's been like all night. No answering the question.
I've answered you consistently. You asked about GDP.
I asked if you go to jail if you make fun of someone's fat ass.
You don't go to jail, but again,
that's all I needed to know.
The definition of obligations to value system, which is what I started using. Do you go to jail if you don't defend your wife?
What?
You go to jail if you cheat on your wife?
that's in favor of my position, not yours.
Those are obligations, but they're not enforceable obligations.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's your definition.
Position. That's not yours. You're just borrowing our definitions now, because you got roasted on yours.
Okay, good job.
Does
That is a good
just
job.
I'm so
just
sorry. And sorry, Jake, that this was your part. Unfortunate, but
Oh, wow.
I'm
More
thrilled
nonsense,
about it.
non-argument.
oh no, she's being
I-
mean now. Uh-oh.
That's not mean. You can't
I
even, you don't have the
wanted-
capability of being mean. You have to be logical to be mean.
I wanted to ask if Jake and Ken wanted to jump in here since the time, between.
Yeah, I think that it's an interest. I'm actually really enjoying the back and forth, to be honest. But what we're saying is that feminism is not good for society because feminism has no obligations for women as to what is going to make society healthy. What Jim Bob is talking about here is the obligations that men do have in society, and one of those obligations is to be the enforcement arm of society. So being in the military and being the police and being the protectors in their family, for example. And this is actually something that by and large men do. And with feminism and the introduction of feminism, women are actually doing what the feminists say they should do, which is have no obligations to rear children. And this is why we have a falling birth rate. So this is just a W for our position that feminism doesn't have any obligations or duties in society. And that's why it's destructive and corrosive.
So again, I feel like you guys forgot, you have swapped obligation back and forth between values and enforceable obligations. You have to just pick one. You can't use it for both. That's a Mott and Bailey, right? So
Laws and obligations aren't the same.
Bob, pause. It's okay. You let it turn.
Laws and obligations are not the same. That was your argument.
So your initial argument was that obligations are enforceable. Then once you realize that you have a whole bunch of obligations that are actually value systems and are not enforceable, you pivoted it, right?
I didn't say that. You're such a liar. I said obligations are not enforced by legality. You said they were. We refuted you. Are you this demonic? Like you literally are projecting the complete opposite of what just happened.
Now and agree with me.
Did you not just say that obligations had to be legally bound? You said that, not us.
I asked you if that's how you were using obligations.
No, you said it. You said obligations make no sense unless they're legally bound. That's what you said.
Okay. So for those who are
Which
listening
lady?
who are semi-good faith, the debate of this entire conversation was about not if feminism has obligations. It was whether feminism was good for society. Our main argument is that feminism is good for society because it creates a competition of innovation and allows for a
Ben
better
Shapiro.
meritocracy. Most soldiers are men is not a refutation of that point. So I assume that you don't disagree and have conceded the debate. I really appreciate you guys for coming out. I
Wow.
appreciate you guys
Wow.
agreeing
Way
that
to
feminism
announce
is
your
good
own
for society.
victory. That's
I
hilarious.
appreciate that you guys think that the GDP is improved by women.
That's
being a
cute.
part of
When
it.
are you going to be a mother? That's the only thing that matters here.
When are you going to join the military?
I don't need to join the military because the military is collectively men, right? And I'm the military of my household. So I already joined the military of my household. You, however, didn't do the duties of your household, right? You don't even have a household.
You don't know
What is
anything about me, but go for it.
Yeah. So what's your obligation as a feminist to society right now as an individual level?
There's never been a part of this debate where feminism must have obligations was a part
Yes,
of any of
yes, it does.
It's
Yeah.
our belief. That might be your viewpoint.
No, I'll tell you right now.
Our affirmative viewpoint that we started from, I don't know why you need to be so cowardly. Okay, relax.
I'll
Just
give you the
listen.
argument right now, which you guys can't
My
refute.
starting argument, it's written down here. Feminism is good for society, yes, because it is the morally right thing to do. It's good for innovation. It's good
Morally
for productivity
right?
and the GDP, and it is those things lead to flourishing. Those
Wait,
are
how is
our
feminism in
affirmative
action?
statements. At no point in any of our affirmative statements do we say feminism must have obligations. That is your affirmative claim that you have to prove.
You
have to
said
prove that feminism
no.
requires obligations.
You actually offered your own obligations under feminism. You're contradicting yourself all night here.
You used
So
value systems
is it
because you were swapping the word
does it
obligations for value
all right?
systems.
Does a good society require law and order?
Yes.
Does feminism have an obligation to perform law and order?
This is
No.
this is an empty question.
No, yeah,
That was
you
a
mean
damning
your mind
question
is
is what it
empty.
was.
You mean your mind is empty.
No, it's because you don't even know what obligation means.
If a good society requires law and order, and feminism doesn't provide an obligation for law and order or any sort of participation in law and order, by the way, it doesn't. Why? As we've said a million times, which produced a number of silent moments in the debate.
Feminism
by the way,
doesn't run society. We're not required to solve all of society.
but
You're
you
trying to
rely
fight-
on society to be run, don't you?
That has nothing to do with anything
Yes,
about
it
is
does.
feminism.
Feminism is a luxury.
Stop. Jim
It's a
Bob,
low
our
degree.
affirmative argument that you need to tackle is feminism is good for society. You
Yeah, and you
establishing
haven't-
other things that are good for society isn't really a problem. Feminism
You
doesn't
said
run
feminism is
society.
neutral.
I said it's good.
You
for
said
society.
it's neutral.
I
No,
said
now
it's
you're lying.
good.
No, we can call back the tape. You said it's
I
neutral.
would love to call back the tape. Of course, the answer to the starting question of the debate is feminism good for society was yes. Sarah can affirm that.
You
because
said
we agreed
you
on the
said
topic. Sarah,
no.
did I agree to this topic to take the affirmative
You
position?
said
that
you said a feminism is good for the
society?
You said feminism is good for the GDP. You haven't extrapolated how the GDP reaching any sort of number is good for the long term of society. Jake and I are arguing for foundational views, which you guys have none. If the GDP, again, I'll say it, if the GDP was at an exquisite position and you had a fucking golden light on it and you shot it into the sky like the Batman symbol, if there were no families, if there was no cohesive society with a set of values and customs and norms for it to reflect on, it's useless.
What does GDP mean, Jim Bob?
Gross domestic product.
What is it though? Like, what does it mean?
I'm actually not entirely sure how they extrapolate.
It's how much
what
you
it's actually
produce, how
called.
much you produce as a society, pretty much.
Yeah, and what do we use it to establish about a society? Do you broadly know?
No, go ahead and
Well,
tell
it
us.
can be used to just establish the wealth of a society.
The wealth, but typically also people
Productivity.
use it. Yeah, productivity and health of a society, right?
Health?
The total
What do you-
monetary.
whoa. Health?
Yes, so the total
Wait a
monetary.
second. Hold on a second. I just want to stop there. No, 1 point at a time, Erudite. Are you meaning physical health or what?
Okay.
What do you mean by health? I have to know.
So GDP is a measure of goods and services produced within a country, right?
So if a country was legalized mass scale cocaine and heroin, as long as it increased the GDP, you'd argue that's good for the society?
It's a decent heuristic to measure how
So it didn't matter what they're doing, right? It could be like a a prostitution ring that was legal in a certain island, and the prostitution,
Yeah, it's not a
it
moral
actually.
claim.
Hold
GDP is not a
on.
moral
Well, the question is it good for society? It's totally fair to ask, Erudite. If a society has a really high GDP, being that that's your metric for good, right? If they produce a high GDP, but they're doing horrific, if they're doing horrific things, is it still good for society?
Yeah, I would argue that.
Yeah. Sex trafficking and all the rest, right? Feminism,
Yeah, that
folks.
would be if there was a world where there was a country that had a sex trafficking ring market and it had high GDP, I would agree
That's good
with
for
you that
society.
Well, I mean, you
moral
kind of
claim.
you do have this in a way, though, Erudite,
Amazing.
because China has one of the highest GDP. China has the second highest GDP in the world, and China is not a place that you would want to live, I'm assuming.
I agree, but I never said that GDP equals morality. I said that it is about country strength and it's good
is-
So
for
GDP
society.
doesn't equal good.
GDP doesn't equal moral good. It equals strength.
So you're not making a meta-ethical position of what's good for society. You're just saying what's pragmatic. Is that what it is? We're just finding this out now?
Yeah, we're talking about what is good for society, and typically when we're talking about that, we're talking about what benefits the
Benefits
nations.
based on their arbitrary goals?
For example, if you are a country with low GDP and you're forced up against China, they're going to stomp you, which means their bad moral system might get all over your stuff. So if you're a country
But they're
that you
good.
broadly like your moral system, you want to have a strong GDP to help compete.
So what's more important, the moral system of the society or the GDP from a feminist view?
From a feminist view?
Yeah, that's the one you're fucking debating tonight.
Sure, being able to defend yourself is good. Yes.
I didn't say about defending yourself. I said what's
GDP allows for. If you have a
unbelievable, dude.
stronger GDP, you can
Unbelievable. This
defend
is like a
yourself better.
real life
Okay.
witch we have here. So the question was, what's more important? You're a duh. The high GDP or the morality of the people?
Broadly, I value the morality of the people, but if you can't defend
Great.
yourself, I've never said GDP is morally good. But if you are
So then-
decently, I think America's broadly morally good. There's some problems in it, but I like the precepts of America. If we don't have a high GDP, we can't defend ourselves. We need
So,
the ability
Erudite.
to protect ourselves, right? Which GDP.
But
is
Erudite,
good
you're
for.
saying that the problem is that that China could stomp you out or whatever. So you're actually saying that the important thing here in your view is that you have a strong military, and you have a strong military that's going to be made up of men in order to be able to defend your society. That's what you're really saying. Because the GDP allows you to have a strong military.
Is a strong enforcement arm a moral good?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so GDP then, by your logic, is good morally because it allows you.
But how does that relate though?
Because you just said that a strong enforcement arm is good, and GDP allows you to have a strong enforcement arm. That's how you protect yourself in large part, is through soft and whatnot.
Okay.
You need a high GDP.
But how does that make
military? So I guess
how does that make
GDP,
feminism good for society?
because feminism allows women to enter the workforce, which increases your GDP, which is good for society. So
Yeah, but you can have you're a you don't understand the shit you're in right now.
By your own logic, Jake, feminism, at least in how it benefits GDP, is a moral good because it creates a strong.
Yeah, because China has a high GDP. China has a high GDP and a strong military.
Yeah, is that good? Could they go against?
Okay.
Right, but you can have that without feminism. So the feminism isn't adding anything new.
So do you guys not think? Well, feminism, the part of feminism that China has, right? Because women are allowed to be in the workforce.
Erudite, your example just isn't relevant though, because you're trying to piece together things that don't necessarily need to be together. So, for example, Iran has proxies all over the Middle East. You'd say that they have a strong military. Are they a feminist country?
They have a much weaker military than us. I would not say they have a particularly strong military.
But relative to their size though. For their size and for their GDP, etc., they have a strong military. They have proxies all over the Middle East. They have a lot of influence, but they're not the biggest country. They don't have the biggest GDP. They don't have the biggest GDP, and they're not a feminist country. But they have a pretty strong military.
It's a defeater to your position.
Okay-ish. It's got a lot of old technology. It definitely doesn't.
Why haven't they been wiped out?
Look. It's really simple.
There's a Samson protocol across all the Middle East because they all agree that if they try to wipe out each other, they'll just nuke everyone. Do you not know what the Samson protocol is?
Is it possible to produce a high GDP and completely be anti-feminist?
Not if you don't allow women to enter the workforce.
No. Is it logically possible to produce a high GDP and not adopt any of the feminist views?
Well, are you saying women in the workforce is one of those feminist views?
Well, I mean, women have always been a part of the workforce. There's no moment where suddenly feminism was on the rise and then suddenly people were allowed to work. Women were, even before all of what you call your amazing moments forward in progress, they were still able to work. The question was whether it was more valuable to work or to be mothers of the home. I'm saying on net balance, isn't it possible that any given state or nation state could actually produce a high GDP and be completely antithetical to feminism? The answer is yes. Here's why. You can enslave a bunch of women in a society and they just determine that that's lawful. And you can sell those women to other nations and they deem that's lawful. And they can produce a high GDP and it's completely antithetical to feminism, correct? If that's the case, Erudite, it means that your metric for what feminism is producing as a good isn't peculiar to feminism because anything can produce a high GDP, including horrendous, atrocious behavior.
Well,
now, would you like to move on? Would you like to move on to a different shitty argument?
Well, you guys made this argument, right? You guys agreed that a strong enforcement. Yeah, I asked Jake, do you think a strong enforcement arm is good, like a moral good? And you said yes.
That wasn't an argument. You asked him a question. You made the argument.
No, I asked him, does he think a strong enforcement arm is good?
Well, I think that, yeah. And I said, yes, I think that a strong enforcement arm of the government is good. Just like in your home, it's good to enforce, just good to have force in your home and to be able to protect your family. That's a good thing, just like it's good to be able to protect your nation. But your example that you gave saying, well, then we must have feminism because feminism allegedly increases GDP. And if you have a high GDP, you have a strong military. I gave you an example of another country, Iran, that has a pretty strong military and they're doing okay with protecting their people at the moment. They don't have the highest GDP in the world and they're most certainly not feminist.
I don't know
what's the other metric then for feminism producing good stuff if it's not GDP? If we just demonstrated that feminism is GDP.
I have to go. In like 5, I'll re-explain my
surprise.
opening statement again to you, and then you're going to have to be on your own with this one. So my argument is that feminism tries to empower women. But one of the ways it empowers women is by allowing them to enter the workforce. My argument is that by inviting women into the workforce, it gives you the ability to compete with other nations' GDP. If you cannot compete with other nations' GDP, you will be crushed because your enforcement arm will be weak. And that would be bad for your society. Also,
what would be
Rachel Wilson,
worse though?
any
What would be
female
worse though if you don't have
failure.
kids, lady? If you don't have kids for the GDP to benefit, right? Then we
Is that
ask
an
you, and
explicit?
you just turn this into some sort of false dichotomy. No, right now, erudite. If you look across the world, the population is in decline, and there is a necessary component that needs to be implemented through some sort of campaign, marketing, propaganda, and you guys are just oblivious to it. That we need more humans, right? So you keep LARPing and fucking, you know, romanticizing the GDP, and we ask you for what? For what society that doesn't exist? We need women out of the workforce and into homes to produce the human beings that you think the GDP would benefit. Do you understand?
Okay. So you're basically not refuting any of my affirmative claim. That's good.
It's
guess
just
I won.
unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You're just coming up with other
It's
well, the
just
issue is
unbelievable.
You're just non sequitur.
I
You're
would
literally
take
coming
your
up
vote
with
so fast
other
if I could. With
random. I
just,
know, but the problem
No
is
vote.
that you're kind of a cowardly, weak man who can't.
Yeah, you
control
got
your
no
feelings.
arguments. You
can't
can't
stop
answer anything
interrupting them.
directly.
Well,
You
the
don't
issue is
even
that you
deserve a
can't-
husband. You don't even deserve a family.
Oh, Jim
honestly.
Bob's
Pretty
Jim Bob.
claim
That
to make
no,
you
You
stop.
didn't
I
even
can't
earn
really
it.
hope that
You didn't even earn it.
In your life.
You've earned nothing.
The issue is that you haven't refuted my affirmative claim. You're making other random.
What affirmative claim?
My
what
affirmative
affirmative
claim. I'll read it again to you.
The GDP go uppy up.
Close. What's
Nice.
good about a GDP is that
What's
you
good
can
about it?
have a stronger enforcement arm, which allows you.
You
to
mean
defend
men? You mean men, not women.
So
What the
ridiculous.
hell's wrong with you?
I
Seriously, what's wrong with your head?
You guys feel really comfortable in
Stronger male enforcement arm to give me the sense of luxury and liberation.
Look, if you have an answer
fuck?
against my affirmative claim that GDP is good and therefore
what?
feminism infusing more women into the workplace is good, go for it. If you want to
If
make
you
one
can
random
produce
claim,
high
I
GDP
don't
without
have to
feminism,
make
then
all
your
that.
argument is moot, dude.
An
you
army
can
of all men with no money will lose. Ask Hamas.
So erudite. Should we then have a societal enforcement, for example, where women were forced to enter the workforce and they had to do their 12 hours a day of labor in order to make the GDP higher, so that we could then have a stronger military?
Nope. I don't believe in violating rights like that. I'm a liberal Democrat.
Rights that are
Should we
enforced
have
by men.
propaganda, social propaganda, so that women should have to go into the workforce, produce the amount of labor that is good for the state, so that the state can then have a stronger military, so we can crush China?
No, I think that we should. I think we should allow it. Basically, we should allow
But the
women to enter
GDP.
the workforce.
But the GDP,
Yeah,
we should be
value
aiming to get
rights
the
and-
GDP up.
My
Yeah, typically
GDP.
women will opt to enter the workforce because having more money is good. But I will allow it. I don't feel the need to force them. I think people will naturally choose towards it anyways.
Is feminism itself, like, because you said rights and stuff, right? But like we pointed out today, pretty clearly, that if a bunch of
We're going
men
down another
wanted,
tangent, Jim Bob, I don't have time
no,
for this.
no, calm down.
Well,
I
if
know.
it's not going to be about
Maybe take
GDP,
one of your pills. I see them in the back. Take one of those.
All right,
So the question is, if men, because you keep saying rights and shit like this, right? Everything you're arguing relies on predominantly a patriarchal system. Feminism is antithetical to patriarchy. So this is what's so bothersome about feminists, including Ken there, right? Who's probably wearing a sports bra. So the question is, anything you say about feminism that's good relies wholly on something that's not actually feminist. And you guys haven't actually dealt with this problem foundationally. Jake and I are going foundation. You guys are going topical. We go to the core and the bricks. You guys go to the siding,
is
right?
allowing
We
women
go.
to enter
We
the
say
workforce feminist.
what? What?
Look,
What are you mumbling about?
At the end of the day, the proof is in the reality of societies that embrace feminism versus those that don't. And I guarantee you,
Damn right.
Jim, Bob, Jake, you wouldn't want to live in any of those societies
because they're not
that
because
don't
no,
embrace
no.
feminism. That's the one-to-one.
No, that's such a red herring.
All
That-
right.
That's such a red
Not
herring.
so
By the
erudite
way,
as
we already
spontaneously
told
combusting.
you, Ken,
Jake
it does it
literally
follow?
loves us so much.
Ken,
He's just
Ken, can I ask you a
Good.
question?
Here's Jim Bob. Ask one last question. Ken,
Ken.
give your last thought, and then we'll move into
Ken.
closing statements, please.
Is it possible for a society to push against feminism and not be Islamicist?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Then shut the fuck up.
I don't understand the point of that. I think
Because your argument was, oh no, Muslims.
absolute-
That's all your argument is, dude.
not at all. The
Yeah,
point
it is.
is societies that have embraced feminism do better across every metric. Ergo, feminism
Really?
is good.
Really?
For
Is that why
society.
the birth rate is so low?
I don't know.
I
what
don't
that
know.
has to
I
do with
don't know. I don't
feminism
know. I
and,
don't know. I don't
and
know.
not improving
What,
society.
what is a
if you look
society
at
without children, Ken?
innovation and feminism
Innovation.
allows
What
for
is
having
innovation
children.
without children, Ken?
Feminism allows for having children.
What is-
Name for me a
I didn't say
feminist
it
society
didn't.
that is not having children. It just affords
Les,
women the
listen,
option.
Kendra,
Like you
chill.
have the option not to join the military. You deserve that choice, right?
Why? No, why?
And
No,
women
why do
have
I
the
do-
option
no.
to have kids or not? That's
No,
what a
why?
feminist society
No,
allows.
why do we deserve that? What are you talking about? We deserve it. Israel, this is what's so funny. This guy, Ken, starts with IDF. Does IDF have the right to choose not to go to the military, Ken?
Does IDF have the
Like,
right
to
choose?
going
that
in?
question doesn't even
or
make
is
sense.
Israeli?
What do you mean, does IDF
Ken,
have the choice not to join
chill
the
out,
military?
Ken. So if you're an Israeli citizen, do you have the choice, the feminist choice, to enter the military or not?
If you're Orthodox, yeah, you don't have to.
If you're Orthodox, okay. So for the
So
most
yes,
part,
the answer to the question is
no,
yes.
for the most part, you're
You asked the
compelled.
question, I answered it
You're such a
as
snake.
directly as I can.
You're such an absolute snake. Look, it's compelled by law to enter the military in
Not if
Israel
you're
for the most part.
Orthodox.
No, I didn't ask for the exception, Ken. I know
said
feminism
it.
relies on the exception for everything. Ken, for the most part, if you're a citizen in Israel, are you compelled by law to enter the military? Yes or
For
no,
the most
Ken?
part, yeah.
Great, thank you. Why did it take so long? You're like a woman.
Well, because that's not the question you asked. I answered the question you asked.
So, no, you were saying, oh, I just want to give people choice. That's feminist. Yet your example for choice is actually not choice. It's actually compelled by government.
My example for choice is actually the U.S. and the feminist society that we've built.
Oh,
that
so
gives
should-
women the option. just
Should
like
they
to
have
give
the
you
option, or should they? No,
Yeah,
no,
they
no,
should have
no,
the
no.
option.
I don't have the option if I'm drafted. Women
Oh,
aren't
thank
drafted.
God I have the choice to shut this bitch down whenever I want. We're going to go ahead and maneuver into closing statements, everyone. Jake, would you like to go ahead and start?
Yeah, I think that this was quite honestly an embarrassment for the feminist point of view. All they really said was the GDP, the graph go up. We gave many examples of when the graph go up isn't necessarily good and why that doesn't even align with feminism. So it was an extremely weak point. We gave certain duties and obligations that people have in society to make a healthy and thriving society to their detriment. The feminists even agreed that these things were good, but they have no obligations to do the things that make the healthy society. And everything that they appealed to required the force of men and required the force doctrine, and the force is enforced by men. So it was a resounding W, and off to Jim Bob.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Jim Bob.
Yeah, I agree with Jake here. Complete embarrassment. As far as there's so many contradictions, especially Erudite, who's maybe used to a chat that doesn't call her out on her contradictions. Ken's appeal to look at the ladies at the airport. I mean, this is his argument for the amazing performance of women in the military. When we ask him point blank, if you're going to choose between a collection of men and women to defend you, is it totally equalized? He says, no. I mean, you got to choose the men. Why? Well, because the nature of men and women are different. Because the nature of men or women and different, their actual being is different. Their makeup is different. It follows that their duties are different. From Jake and myself, our position is that feminism actually argues against and tries to invert and try to equalize men and women, trying to blur the lines that men aren't the enforcers and women aren't the caregivers and the baby makers and providers. And we're arguing that a society through a variety of argumentations, including my own and Jake's, we actually basically demonstrated that a society that's good requires these elements. The elements are force. You need force, okay? A good society requires law and order. They admitted law and order requires predominantly the force of men. I don't care about your exceptions where there's some brute chick named Tanya who can pick up the backside of a tank. I don't care. The collective is men. It needs to be men. It's never the collective of women. Premise 3, society requires the force of men. That's called a patriarchy. Now, I know Eurydice didn't like this. She was like, well, you're just conflating that men actually have the say in everything because they have the say in the force. That's not patriarchy. I don't know what it is if it's not patriarchy. If it's the case that a collection of men could take away your silly rights to vote, Eurydice, to vote for your shitty policies, we could actually do that. Guess what? A collection of women couldn't stop it from happening. I call that a patriarchy. Conclusion, a patriarchy is actually necessary for a good or bad society. I'll actually include. Feminism is required for neither. In fact, the only thing that's required of feminism is to make a shitty society where women like to yeet their own kids and get a lanyard to work at Nike and call it a win so they could start a blog.
Just really quickly, Sarah, do you mind if I just add one point to my closing statement? It's something that I just like, especially Ken, to be able to contend with. It's that I can understand when women are feminists. I mean, I think that it's completely the wrong approach to take, but I think that there's something in the natural makeup of women that will go towards it. But Ken, I never understand male feminists, and I have a theory about this. There's a zoological term called the sneaky fucker strategy, right? And this is not me saying, this is actually what it's called. It's called the sneaky fucker strategy. And basically,
I know where you're going.
What will happen is that pufferfish and other animals will actually try and morph into the physiology of the female to try and blend in with them to get past the other males to try and actually mate with the females. So I think that male feminism is something that's designed for beta males to actually go and try and have a mating strategy with females. And I'd like to hear you contend with that. But yeah, I think Not So Erudite was next.
Go ahead, Eurydice. The floor is yours.
Okay, sure. I guess I'll start first and foremost. Rachel Wilson was supposed to be here instead of Jim Bob, but she was had a pretty serious health issue. So I'm hoping genuinely the best for Rachel, and also really wish she was here. I think she can hold her own a fair bit better than Jim Bob, and somehow is like way less emotional and like upsetty spaghetti as Jim Bob. So I really do wish you were here, Rachel. Kind of a missed opportunity, but maybe next time. For response to all of this, by my own opponent's admission, it is a product of feminism that women entered the workforce. Women entering the workforce is required for a competitive GDP. A competitive GDP is required to protect yourself from other countries. Otherwise, other military advancements would result in your destruction. So by my opponent's admission, it's imperative to be able to defend yourself as a country. Therefore, by their own logic, allowing women into the workforce must be good, because without women in the workforce, a nation's GDP will be dwarfed by others. No economist on the planet would disagree with the notion that reducing your workforce by half would allow for a competitive GDP. America is currently in a very difficult predicament wherein China's approaching America's GDP. And if this trend continues and China's GDP is meaningfully surpassing of America's, we will find ourselves in a genuine, unironic global catastrophe. It will be very bad because of their superior GDP. It will make their dollar more valuable, which we have a lot of hegemonic power related to our dollar, and a higher GDP, to be clear, is not inherently good forever, but it must be competitive or you will be destroyed. And I fundamentally believe that an American global hegemon and an America policed dominantly by a globe policed by dominantly American values and American policy is a better globe, which is why we should continue to allow women in the workforce, which is why feminism is good, at least for that specific thing. Not all things are perfectly good and bad. There's lots of bad parts about feminism. We just didn't really get to that. And Jake, I've always found you to be an incredibly good faith debate opponent. So I apologize for making the dick sucking joke at you. That was bad faith of me. And I think you've been—
The technique was actually pretty good, Kyla. I appreciated the technique.
Yeah, as a whore, yeah. Jim Bob, you have a glorious beard that you don't deserve. So
do you want to fight me? I'll physically fight you.
Oh my God.
I will fucking physically fight you if you want.
Oh my God.
You want to?
Oh, you want to
Okay,
assault a woman?
let's
Go for
move.
it.
No, I'm
to-
asking you if you want to fight me.
Children, we have open panel for the fun shit. Ken, would you like to give your closing statements, please?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. This has been a fascinating experience as my first debate in this kind of forum. It's been really fun to watch. Thanks for bringing it, Jake and Jim Bob. Look, I think all you really need to know to appreciate the proposition that feminism makes society better is that Jake and Jim Bob wouldn't be caught dead living in a society that didn't have feminism. We've given example after example after example of places they could go or things they could do if they had the balls to do it. But you know what? Neither of them joined the military. Neither have been to a place like Ukraine or Afghanistan. The societies that have embraced feminism are where they want to live and where they want to raise their families.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. Let's, Yordite, you mentioned you were leaving. Did you want to still?
No, I need to head off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, Sarah. I really, really appreciate it. It was a good time. And Jim Bob, you look like your victim weight. You should probably work on your shoulders and your wrists.
Do you want to fight me or not?
Look, I love that you're
Jim Bob,
talking shit. I will fucking fight you.
Jim Bob,
No, I will fight you.
I'm going to fight you because Jesus, Lord have mercy. You need to fight somebody, and I am willing to step into that place and do it for the grace of everybody else, Jim Bob. Holy fucking shit.
What? I'm just arguing for equality here.
Equal rights, equal lefts, baby.
I love you so much, Jim Bob. But
Sarah, can I come back in 5 minutes? My dog has been begging me to go
yeah,
out. Or, you know,
just go into avatar mode. It's good. We'll meet you, and then feel free.
Let's do. No, you know what? Let's do 10 minutes. He'll hold it. He's a German Shepherd. He's
I'm
a tough
totally
guy.
okay with letting the dogs out. Mine do that too. Go ahead, do what you got to do because we're gonna get
Go
through
let
super
the dogs
chats.
out, Ken.
We will still be here when you get back. I promise.
You know, give me 10 minutes and then I'll wrap. But I'd love to see how this next part goes.
Oh shit.
As a newbie.
Oh man, coming in on the new debater with open panel dumpster fire. So we're gonna do super chats first. That's why I say now's the time to go let the dog out, and then we'll go into.
I'm going to the toilet.
Go ahead. You guys go do that. I'm gonna actually I'll just start reading through a bunch of shit. Yeah. Cole Marshall in with a big 5. Jake and Jim Bob, I didn't even know you were both here. Love you guys. You're gonna kill it. Wi-Fi with the big 5. Is it just me or does Not So Yurdite give off absolute psycho vibes? Retro coming in with the big 5. You like feminism, don't ya? In with the big 5. You like debating feminism, don't ya? Brody Bruce with the big 5. Jake, you're the man. Get these soy boys. Jonathan with a big 5. If men and women are ontologically equal, that entails feminism's final end is a removal of distinction.
I'm letting the dog out. I'll be back in a sec.
I told you. Between the genders. This guy already cooked. Jim Bob, you jump in whenever you want. I'm going to start, actually, I'm going to skip to the 10s only because there's 193 of these in here. Tyler Williams in with a big 10 saying feminism is Kool-Aids. Extend, I could never say their name, with the big 10. Why doesn't Ukraine ask for more women soldiers? They are asking for more men. Brandon in with the 10. No one has an obligation to enforce law, but we have one to follow law. Let's ask Eurodite, would we have an obligation to enforce the obligation to follow the law if in the law it said we should? Any thoughts there, gentlemen, to add on?
Well,
or
no,
anything?
it's a good point because the question ends up being, do you have any obligations at all? From a patriarchal view, we, especially from derivative of a Christian view, is that you do actually have an obligation to treat your home like it's its own nation. And so you are the enforcement arm of your home. And even in public, we didn't get into this, but if a woman was being accosted by a bunch of men, it would be a bunch of men having the duty to follow them and to break it up and to resolve it, even if they didn't have uniforms, which was weird because Eurydite was saying it's not men, it's uniforms. Well, no, that's not actually true. It's actually men who are in uniforms. The kind of brute force required to stop other men, it requires men. So, I mean, it's a good question, Brandon, and unfortunately, she didn't want to answer any questions.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. And for the record here in just a second, I am going to drop the link to the members only first, and then I will drop it to the public. Wait, where was I? Sorry, now I lost my place. Was there a second one in there? I think they sent the second one saying the same thing. This person. Why isn't Ukraine asking for more women soldiers? They are asking for men. Yeah, they sent the same one twice. Andrew, you're here. I'll go ahead and bring you up, actually, since
you are too kind, Sarah. I appreciate it very much. I'm not going to waste a ton of time. I was just really hoping that I could have a few minutes with Ken. I had a few questions for him, but if you want to toss me the background until he gets back so you can continue with Super Chats, I'm totally fine with that.
Okay, thank you. Harsh, what?
Oh, no.
Something
I was
happened?
just talking to myself.
Harsh Face came in with a big 10. We will always need feminism as long as women are 50% of the population. We will never not need them to pull their weight. We can't have half of our country docile and easily conquered. Feminism stays. You're welcome to respond, gentlemen.
I don't understand the last part of that, docile. What's more docile than half of your population being women and pretending that they can actually fulfill the role of men? I mean, they can't.
Yeah.
Right?
And what's more
It's like,
docile than emasculated men who have women doing everything for them and telling them what to do? That's what's docile.
yeah, I just also it just brings up, like we saw tonight, that the term feminism, as we strictly defined, as anything oppositional to patriarchy. So it doesn't matter the spectrum of Eurydite's feminism or Ken's feminism or someone they disagree with. Ultimately, all of it's the same. It's this notion of egalitarianism, which is a descriptive why.
Okay, that's fair. Let me just pin this real quick. All right. The StreamYard link has been posted for members only. How do you say this? Extanglia?
Extanglia. You got it.
Extanglia. Okay. America's military is the best because of trillions, not because of women.
Yeah, I think that the military argument is such a weak one, because the reason why places like Afghanistan, for example, don't have female militaries is because they're more primitive than we are. So the only reason why women are able to enter the workforce and to have the air-conditioned offices in the West is because we have progressed so much as a society scientifically. And it's the same thing with the military as well. The only reason why they're able to take these roles in the military is because they're so advanced and they can sort of allow for it. But if there was a serious threat, then they would have to get the hell out.
That's a really good point. I wish it came up. I wish I located this earlier, Jake, is that they were arguing that it was feminism that produced innovation. I would argue that it's innovation that produced feminism. It's actually the opposite, is that the modernity and the luxury and the amenities and the convenience is actually allows for this luxury system. Now, if it were the case that we reverted to, hunters and gatherers tomorrow at the push of a button, guess what would still be there? Patriarchy. Guess what wouldn't? Feminism.
Sarcastic Warlock says Jake and Jim Bob together are like a buddy cop movie where Jake is the dysgenic Australian and Jim Bob is the first Orthodox Hawaiian 5-0 with a dramatic.
It's so true.
Oh my God. That person has won the debate.
I need glasses.
My eyes are going up.
Here we go.
There. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, Lord have mercy. A Harsh Face says, we need our women to be disruptive and defiant to the very end. We will never let our women be conquered and taken over without a fight. Any nation thinking American women are soft targets will be disappointed.
Oh, yeah, because those women will just show them how it is. They'll just show them who's boss.
Boss. Beebs. America is dominant because we use fake money to pay for everything. We are 36 trillion in debt. Wow, that's heavy. Is it
It's
up
sick.
to that much already?
Yeah, that was what I was trying to argue, is saying that it's like, doesn't matter what you think your production is. If you're fully in debt and then other countries are buying your debt from you, it's like a rental debt system. It's like, what are we really talking about? What are we even valuing here? Nothing.
All right. GDP went up numerically in part because the dollar isn't worth as much, so more dollars get used for the same thing. Does that kind of like lean into what you were saying?
Yeah, there's so many more variables there. You can't just point to a scoreboard number and say, look, good. There's a lot more going on.
All right. Jonathan says, Yerdai, debt is cool. I can appeal to Christianity for politics, but not you. My GDP that I can't sustain long term because I nuked the birth rate through feminism.
Yep.
Feminism is a safe form of pop control. College women or stressed women are less likely to have children. It's either this or mandatory chemicals castration. Pick your battles. AJ will take jabs en masse. Jason Cassell with the big 100. Jim Bob, for you. Here's some money. You deserve it, debating these idiots.
Thank you so much, Jason. It's very generous of you.
Beaten Cheek says, Jim Bob straight up owned this with Jake. Love this work. As a veteran, this Navy guy is the epitome of the downfall of men within the military. I wouldn't trust this guy in my deployments. He has drank too much soy, bro. And Ken, you're welcome to respond.
Yeah, I'll never criticize another vet. Thanks for your service. Beaten Cheeks. Appreciate what you did for your country. I certainly did my part, flying EP3s off North Korea and China. I hope you learned something from your service, and thanks for doing it.
Fair
Should
enough.
we bring in Andrew?
Yeah, because Ken's only here for a little bit, right?
Yeah,
I got kids who haven't seen me, so I got to go in about 3 or 4 minutes.
That's fair. I'll go ahead and bring in Andrew, and I will balance the scales.
Well, actually, this just won't take long. If you don't mind the powdered dusty, this exchange won't take very long, and I'll be out of your guys' hair. Ken, I just had a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind humoring me. Nice to meet you, by the way. My name is Andrew Wilson. I just wanted to ask you, are you aware that in early 1900s America, the age of consent was extremely low, around 15, 16, and women often got married at that age?
I'm vaguely aware. Yeah.
Would you consider that PDF-philia or something akin to PDF-philia?
I honestly haven't given much thought to the.
Well, do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's wrong?
By today's social mores, yeah.
Do you think it's wrong?
Yeah, by today's social mores.
Okay,
yes.
so you think it's wrong. Where else would you have preferred to have lived?
In the 1900s?
Yeah.
Probably here.
Oh, okay. So then that means you support PDF-philia.
No,
right?
I think social mores change over time.
No, you have to. No, you have to support PDF-philia, just like Jim Bob has to support feminism because he wants to live here, right, Dunce?
No. Social.
No, isn't that the case?
Over time, and
social norms change over time.
Sure, you don't think social norms change over time?
Of course they do, but the point is your argument. So let me give you the argument. Your argument is Jim Bob and Jake would prefer to live here in the United States, even though there's feminism. Thus, feminism must be good. If that is the case, and you would have preferred to have lived here in the early 1900s when people were PDF files, that hence means PDF-philia is good, right?
But they would prefer to live in literally any country, not just the U.S.
Wait,
feminism.
What?
Because it makes those societies stronger. They're just not
So
willing to admit
PDF-philia makes society stronger, right?
No, feminism does.
I see.
Was never
but the argument is that feminism
makes society stronger.
Right, but hey,
I
don't have much time, and you don't have much time, so I'll just make this very quick.
Experience that. So
if it is the case, I need you to understand your logic here. Here's your premise. Jim Bob and Jake must support feminism, or at least think that the countries that have feminism are really good due to feminism, right? Because they would prefer not to live anywhere else.
Not my conjecture.
Stop. Yeah, it was. In fact, I got your argument written down. I wrote it down. I'll read it back to you. I'll read it back to you. Hang on. I'll read it back to you. I wrote it down. Here was your argument. You don't want to live
actually
anywhere
betray
else.
their
You
thought
don't want to live anywhere
They
else,
have this
Bob.
thought process that they articulated over the course of 2 hours, but their actions actually betray their own arguments.
Yeah, but so do yours. If you don't believe in PDF-philia, but you still would prefer to live in a country which had PDF-philia, therefore PDF-philia must be the thing that you like about the country? No. So then why would you attribute that to Jim Bob or Jake, you dolt? Like, do you understand how bad that logic is?
Because it literally applies to every country in the world that they would have the option to
PDF-philia, bro. So did PDF-philia. What are you talking about? It's the same argument in reverse. I just wanted to point that out, right? Jim Bob, Jake, very nice to watch you guys this evening. But Ken, it was nice to meet you. I don't have any no hard feelings or anything. But I'm just trying to explain to you, like, the logic of that argument makes no sense. So,
anything else, guys? This has been a fascinating education in how this world works.
Well, I think that I would say that even though, as far as the premise goes, I agree that I don't think that feminism is beneficial to society. That after listening to Jake and Jim Bob completely blow their side of the argument, I think that they're the feminists.
Wait,
because
what?
The ones that are whining about women not having to enroll in the draft.
No, that's testing inconsistency. Dunce, I'll take Andrew. I'm going to start using dunce, Andrew. By the way,
what do feminists want?
Hey guys,
dunce. You know what testing logical consistency is?
What do
Hold
feminists want?
on,
Do they
hold
want
on.
equality between men and women?
I think Ken wanted to.
Oh, sorry, Ken.
Are you making an exit, Ken?
Yeah, if that's what this is called, I'm making an exit. Thanks for having me on.
have a nice day, sir.
Yep, thanks.
Thanks, Ken. Cheers.
You got it. Cheers.
Powder Dusty, dude, do you know the difference between taking a position and testing a position?
So you weren't actually taking that position?
No, I don't think women should go in the draft or in the army at all. I don't think they should vote. I don't think a lot of things about women, but we're testing their logic. It's an internal critique. We say, okay, you want egalitarianism, which feminism essentially is, and then we push Ken and Eurodite in the position where, oh, isn't it interesting that men have this duty to not fight the government when they're tapped for military?
I look way cooler when I'm smoking, by the way.
Two smokers down here.
I just want to point it out. Like, look at the difference.
So no, we're not whining. In fact, feminism is impossible to defend because it's practically impossible. It's logically impossible. So
it just seems like a weird angle to take, that to combat feminism, you would argue for more feminism.
I didn't. Do you understand what we just said?
I understand what you're saying.
Their position
what's the argument for more feminism?
Equality, right? And we go, oh, why isn't there equality here? That's not us saying they should be. We're saying from their view they should be drafted if they really believe there's equality. The reason we did that is because both of them have to admit that the armed forces, the military, the police has to be. It's not just that it happens to be. It has to be predominantly men. That's just a necessary component. If it's the case that the enforcement arm for a society, any good society or a bad society, requires the enforcement of men, it actually is patriarchal. This fiction of feminism is just a luxury illusion. It's just a temporary luxury illusion.
So I got a question then. Why would you choose this approach instead of pointing out the actual issues with feminism?
Those are the issues with feminism.
The issue with feminism is that it's not internally consistent enough.
Well, that's an issue.
That would be the issue with any position, right?
Yeah, but practically there's an issue too. Like women, feminists can't actually defend their own rights. Who's that dude, Andrew? I was going to bring it up, but I didn't need to. Who's the dude from Britain who had premise 4? He actually pointed out how many hundreds of years ago that women don't have the capacity to defend their own rights. Therefore, giving them the vote is actually an inconsistent position. They can't even.
Yeah, I can give you the name. It's 1 second here, Jim Bob. Since you asked so nicely, his name is Lord Cromer.
Lord Cromer.
Yeah, Lord Cromer. Fourth argument against feminism was, quote, from the anti-suffragettes, those who make laws should have the physical force to enforce them, and this women do not possess.
So what is it they do possess that didn't really come up? It came up a little bit. What is this equal trade? If men are happily willing to say, oh, you know what? there's a moment where I'm going to die for my family. Maybe there's a moment I would die for my country. If I consider that some type of obligation in a certain scenario, what is equal for women in that regard? They have nothing. They have nothing. What is it?
Sure, but I don't think that there needs. Since I'm not a feminist, don't think that there needs to be an equal offset.
Okay, I think that's a totally fair position. If you don't think that there needs to be an equal offset, then why the fuck, if men are charged with security, should they continue to do that?
To do what? Provide an offset?
No, to provide security. If there's nothing that they're getting which is of equal value from women.
Well, they are getting something of equal value, I think, which is a protected family. The family is intrinsically valuable. Don't you agree?
Well, I don't understand. Why couldn't men have families and give women no rights?
Just because men are the fighters who defend the family doesn't mean that it doesn't necessitate them giving equal rights.
It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't necessitate them
I'm
giving
not
women
arguing
equal
for
rights.
equal rights. Yeah, I'm not arguing for
So
equal
then
rights.
I don't understand what your argument is then. So if the argument here is just, well, wait a second, women don't necessarily have to have an equal offset duty. I would agree. What is the duty to men to protect their rights rather than just like, I don't know, fucking enslave them?
My argument was against equal obligations.
Okay, so then if there's no equal obligation, why shouldn't men just go ahead and enslave women?
All right, we're there.
So nothing. There's no argument. Like, it's just silly.
Yeah, I mean that ends what I was arguing against. Now I can tell you why I wouldn't support enslaving women, because it'd be fucking miserable and you don't need to. Women want to be with men anyways, so why would you?
Well, what would be worth it, Dusty? What would be worth it for women to offer, though? If men put their lives on the line and say, you know what,
What would be like a counter duty? Yeah, what would be a counter duty that you could point to that only women could accommodate that men couldn't, in exchange for this protection and security, which men, even at the familial home level, can provide? Can you think of a single thing only women can do? Can you think what would that be, bro?
Right. Well, I wouldn't say that there's an inherent duty on either person, unless if a man decides to take.
There's no inherent duty for men to do it.
If a man decides to take a family on, then he has an inherent duty that comes with taking on the family.
No,
a man who's single.
That's not the case. Are you saying that you don't have an inherent duty to protect the infirm and to protect those weaker than yourself as a man?
Correct.
You don't?
What about your own family?
You have no duty to do so?
That's my own family. Once you take on a family, then you have a duty to protect them. I
So
don't have a duty to defend every weak person out there.
Okay, but do you believe that women, though, do gain from the idea that men within the patriarchy, even at the family level, will do everything in their power to protect the infirm, including women? Do you agree that that is a societal standard which is upheld in all Western nations?
There is a societal duty. Society puts upon itself the duty to protect those in most civilizations. But I would not say that.
Can you answer the question I asked you?
I'm answering the question that you asked me.
No. I'm going to ask you again.
I'm giving you my answer.
Yeah, but don't.
You only get to do one side of this discussion.
But you just evaded, bro. Don't evade.
I'm explaining it. You want a yes or a no, but it's not.
How about this? How about you give me a yes or no and then the qualifier? So that seems fair.
How about you ask the question,
the same thing,
and then I answer the question.
Yeah. But
okay.
if you could give me a yes or no,
ask the question again,
hang on. Okay, so here's the question: Can you think of a duty that is on par with men and the men's role of the protection of the entirety of society that only women can do? That would be equal to that. Can you think of that? And if you can think of that, what would it be?
What do you think?
I disagree with the premise of the question.
Okay, great. Hang on, Ryan. That's fair. Yeah. Who cares? But can he answer the question?
Why would I answer a question?
Oh, you can't answer the fucking. Nobody can ever answer this fucking question. Drives me crazy.
Because it's a bad.
All right.
It's a bad.
Have a wonderful day, guys. Take care.
I mean, Powder Dusty. What's the obvious thing that women offer? Forget a duty.
Reason.
Okay, hold on. Forget a duty. Just say, let's say it's a cold ass transaction.
Right.
What is it in addition to just the vagina? And sex.
Them away. Big baby fascish.
What do you think, Powder Dusty, is the thing that men of good nature, of quality value, are looking for in a woman in the long term that only a woman could provide them?
The way that you frame that question, it must be a family.
Yeah, children.
Right.
Children.
Do you want to know why I disagree with the premise or the question, though, in the first place? Because of the assumption that men have a pre-existing obligation. I don't believe men have any pre-existing obligation until they decide to engage in a family.
That's fine if you take that position.
That's great.
That's
Can I defend? So
worldview,
earlier,
right?
someone said you can't defend. Jim Bob said you can't defend feminism. No one can do that. I think Jake said no one can defend feminism. It's indefensible. So let me give it a shot. Okay?
I'm going to hold on.
You're already
I'm
doing
going to
it
let
by
you.
your
We're gonna kick back off with you, Ryan. I want to go ahead and since we're kind of already there, and I don't give a fuck at this point. Let me send out a big apology. Obviously, we didn't get through super chats. Things kind of changed. I apologize. That is on me. But we're going to go ahead and just kick off into open panel. Gentlemen, if everybody's okay with that and agreeable, I'd like to do that, and we'll get back to the regular stuff here, okay?
Awesome.
Okay, rules of the game here is I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Everybody shut up when I tell you to shut up. I get very irritated when people talk over each other. Please refrain from doing that. It's very obnoxious. Nobody can hear you. So therefore, your whole point of whatever you're saying is fucking moot. All right. Jim Bob stepped away for just a second. But Ryan, if you want to go ahead and kick it off, that's fine.
Yeah, please. So I have like 60-second opening statement, and then I'll pass off to whoever wants to engage with it. So the first thing that I wanted to address was Jim Bob's like total misreading of Simone de Beauvoir. She wasn't attacking the family unit. She criticized rigid, unequal roles that disempower women within the family. I don't think feminism weakens families; it strengthens them. When women have autonomy, education, and economic security, entire families become more stable, emotionally healthy, and resilient. Policies like parental leave, equal pay, and better health care directly lead to stronger marriages, lower divorce rates, and children who are happier and better educated. The real threats to families are regressive anti-feminist policies and economic insecurity, the exact kind we're seeing intensified under the Trump regime, which consistently is stripping away vital resources that families depend on. Feminism is not about dismantling families, it's about empowering every family member so they can thrive together.
Thank you, Ryan.
I sort of agree. I don't know as a man why I would I don't know why as a man I would expend any energy if I felt that was toward my wife and my children feeling like they were being taken advantage of. And so whoever that is, Simone de Beauvoir, I haven't read that since college, but I can just open my ears and my eyes, and that makes me pretty happy to support feminism.
Man, this was beautiful. This is beautiful. This was this was the perfect microcosm of the qualities of feminism versus masculinity. I'm gonna tell you why. The emotional aspect. Jim Bob now let me finish. Jim Bob completely destroyed them. But I'm gonna tell you what happened. Jim Bob destroyed them for so long that he got frustrated because it was so clear what he was saying was undeniable. So he resulted to a lower, I would say, form strategy of insults. But it's understandable. We get it because he was destroying them so much. But the young lady who did a good job for what it was, for what she could possibly do, her body language changed, and she was grabbing any type of reasonableness that did not make any sense because nothing she was saying could rebuttal what Jim Bob was saying. Now, Ken, he's the most dangerous person on the panel of us all. Because as a man, he has allowed some woman in his life to lower his self-esteem, and it's so clear. There's someone, I guarantee you, in Ken's life that's a woman that has lowered his self-esteem and has gaslighted him for so long, and it tricked him to make his qualities as a masculine man inferior, so he now is yielding to the feminine. This is the issue. We keep making it black and white. We keep making, is it better than this or that?
Land the plane.
There's a feminine quality that is better for females to execute, and there's a masculinity quality that's better for men. The issue is it comes down to women thinking power makes them weaker overall. No, they're just weaker in that aspect.
Yep. I totally thought that hair was going to be on the feminist side. I got the first two people completely backwards.
Yeah.
Bro, you're like a 40-year-old.
So Ryan, I want to respond to Ryan's points, though, because
go ahead.
So Ryan, you're saying that feminism actually is good for the family unit. Feminism creates more children. It creates bigger family units. And you're saying that the feminists actually argue for lower divorce. They want to stay. You think that feminism creates lower divorce rates, and that it strengthens the family unit because the government comes in and subsidizes the family and acts like the family. That's your point.
I don't know why you have to so desperately misrepresent my point. No, the things that I said feminism is good for the family in regards to were economic stability, because the problems that families run into are from largely economic instability. So we can primarily focus on that, right? Not Ryan, I'm talking about what families actually think about on a day. Hang on, I'm landing the plane, right?
I mean, if you ask Jake something, it's just going to divulge into psychobabble.
About what families actually deal with on a day-to-day basis, the stuff that you guys don't seem to want to talk about for whatever reason.
Okay, Ryan, I just want to ask you a question. Initially, when we made the movement to take a bunch of women and put them into the workforce, did that create perhaps a domino cascade effect potentially for why we currently need two-person incomes?
I don't think I would say that there was like one moment where we suddenly decided.
So when you add, hold on. Just
over decades, women and men pushed.
I can answer
for the
this.
right
This
to
is
enter
totally
the
dishonest. Hold on a second.
It's totally not.
If you suddenly flood the workforce with more people, what happens?
That's not what happened.
Hold on.
Let me answer it. I can answer this. Go ahead. Is that the end of the question?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens is both you have a decrease in wages per person, but also, especially over time, you have an expansion of the entire economy and GDP. Overall, it will not greatly reduce. It will reduce, but not greatly, the average wage per worker. The reason that you need two incomes per household now is because of inflation, money printing. Is what
so hold on, but here's the thing, Flow State. Isn't it the case that pushing women to get into the workforce actually pushes them first through the corridor of debt for college? So in other words,
no.
Say that again.
I would say that
hold on. Isn't it?
I'm distracted by G.I. Joe.
That a bunch of women were like, we got to get into the workforce, and what it turned into is basically a fucking a straight line through accumulating debt through college education, and then that promise that they're going to get a job. Hold on, if that's the case, right?
Well, I mean,
what you have now is a bunch of debt. So what you're saying,
college
is like,
being a scam is a different issue.
No,
just
it's
because
not different.
Women,
no, it's not.
It is a different
dude.
issue.
No,
you didn't know what GDP was, and I have an economics degree. I can tell you what the fuck it is.
Women want the opportunity, but they're not even taking advantage afterwards because they're naturally inclined to get the fuck back in the house anyway. Jim Ball,
they absolutely are taking advantage of it. Women are in the workforce.
You're trying too hard to lower your intelligence for them. It's not going to work, bro.
Yeah, how are you this mad that women are in the workforce, yet you're pretending like they don't make it into the workforce?
Why don't you guys contend with his point?
I have an economic
point. Stop for just a second. Andrew is trying to get back on. Can everybody not click that link? Just don't click the link. I'm just going to keep booting you. Please just let Andrew get back on so I can bring it back in.
Yeah, I can bounce too if you need space on stage, Sarah.
No, it's okay. Just hold on a second. All right, dipshit that came in for the third fucking time that I just said not to do it. You are now officially banned because you can't follow simple orders. Andrew, if you're listening, thank you.
That's that
All
masculine.
right.
Now she's tapping in her masculine. I love that, Sarah. That's
I-
you outside
agree.
now. No, I'm
Can I
joking.
say on that point, I think when men and women both like embrace the positive aspects of masculinity and femininity, those are usually the most
Gentlemen,
well-rounded, like
you don't have much time left.
Society.
But
Andrew, for example. Wait, I'm finishing. Like Andrew, for example, he embraces his femininity all the time. He's constantly gossiping. He's talking about doing all these, right? Like he's a very, very feminine personality in a lot of ways, but he's also a hyper masculine personality. He drinks and he smokes and he does like all these characteristics.
Okay. We get it, dude. You don't like Andrew. We get it.
But he's dual natured, right?
Actually, he does. Hang on. In his defense, I think he likes me fine. Like I don't have any problem with Radical Coder. We've been doing, having discourse back and forth for how many fucking years? Like it's been a while. Do you still have the stupid gloves, bro? Hang on. Put your hands. Where's the fucking stupid gloves, bro?
No, I have tendonitis, dog. What do you want me to do?
Come on, it's weird. Come on, it's weird. You know it's fucking weird.
Yeah, that's why I don't wear them all the time. But like my hands hurt sometimes.
I like the fact that you don't have the goofy glasses now too. It's almost like you're growing. You know what? I'm proud of you, son. It's almost like you're growing into your own. I'm proud of you.
Why are you
son.
black and white? Why is the only thing that's colored is your shirt and you're black and white? So is that an effect or it's weird? Are you just unhealthy or
it's just a white light? But can we actually talk about the topic?
Oh, okay.
I'm way too black to figure out who's being sarcastic or not. This is crazy. Look, Jim Bob was like Charlie, and the pretty boy in the top left was like Vivek. My thing is, Jim Bob, I think you're a fucking genius. If I could humbly say something, if you're able to hold that same conversation and not let the stupidity get to you, I think you'll be a fucking king. All right,
what stupidity?
You mean my aggression?
Go ahead.
Can you? Well, here's the thing. Like, here's what I would ask. Can one of you guys contend with his arguments? Not. I don't want to. Hang on. I don't want to hear about his tone being bad and that he said he was going to fight a girl who wanted equality. I'm not talking about any of this. I did tell Sarah that she came in. She was at DebateCon, and I was like, "You want some pizza?" And she was like, I don't know. I'm not really that hungry. I was like, "You eat that fucking pizza." And so you know what I mean? Like, but if you guys could just go ahead and contend with Jim Bob's argument, like I'm here for. I want to actually hear you guys refute Jim Bob and Jake Rattlesnake's argument in good faith. Can we actually do that?
All due respect.
No one cares, Doc.
I don't see where Jim Bob and Jake grabbed onto anything I have to respond to.
Okay, well then, I think that's totally fair. So what you should do for the course of conversation, shut the fuck up while other people engage with it. Go ahead, guys.
That's a fair response.
Andrew, right? I want to respond.
I think it's fair.
Well, can I? Because I think you're not contending with Jim Bob, right?
People are going to say I'm lazy, but
man, that's funny.
Well, Andrew, first of all, it's an honor to be on the same panel as you. I'm a big fan of you. I genuinely mean that.
I'm a big fan of you now too, man. I'm a big fan of you too. But can we hear some responses to the arguments?
One more time. The reason why it's important, and of course, we should not let his tone compromise his message. But
then stop fucking tone policing and get to the arguments, bro.
He's icing my head.
I'm joking. Let me finish. The reason why it is important is because if he does want his message to touch the women, then we have to recognize that
God, stop being gynocentric, bro. We don't need women. You don't have to have your message touch women. Here's what you need. Hang on. You have here's your options. I just had a debate with a mega ultra feminist before I came on here. Okay.
Oh, no, another
you have X amount of options when it comes to message delivery. There's only so many people who are going to be within the prism of even being accepting of a message that you may have. I think that the prism of delivering a message to offset what is generally speaking in the red pill community, things like this, with the Christian ethicist position, which is exactly what Jake and Made by Jim Bob do, where you can state emphatically what masculinity is within the prism of actual moral oughts rather than just descriptors, but actual prescriptors, I think is great. I think it's wonderful. I think that we've been needing to do this for a long time, and here we are. But here's the thing, man. Men need to contend with these arguments too. And it's not just about reaching women. Okay, everyone's always trying to pander and reach fucking women. I want to reach fucking men. Can we start with that? And then I think we'll be able to drag some of those broads kicking and screaming through the fucking finish.
Men are so much more stupid, though. They just
men just want their. Isn't most of your audience?
I don't have a very large sample size. To be fair.
Yeah, I know, but
I don't
how much is your
understand
sample size?
What do you don't
I have
understand,
like
Doc?
600
What are you
subs.
saying?
I don't know what the proportion is.
Okay, yeah. Do you think most of them are men or women who are in your live chat right now?
Probably mostly men. Yeah, well, I'm not
mostly
streaming
men.
right
So
now.
just shut up with the criticism. Then Ryan makes no sense.
That's
But
not-
anyway,
that's
go
not-
ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Hey,
So-
by the way, Sarah, is most of your audience men or women?
98%, I believe, are men.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's crazy.
Totally bodied.
It's
I
like
know. That was
men. Yeah. So,
totally bodied. So
Yeah.
to address one of the first things Jim Bob
But
said,
that's argument.
One at a time. Ryan, go ahead.
One of the first things that Jim Bob said when he got on was to critique Simone de Beauvoir, right, by saying
Yeah.
that she hates the family unit. I don't
She
agree
does.
with this. I don't think she does. I think she hates what you think the family unit is.
What does she
thinks
think
it's
it is?
I would say that her idea of a family unit would just be like any household, right, that has a family in it. Like
You mean
guys
11
have
gay
very
dudes and a
specific,
baby?
isolated
What
family
is
unit,
11 gay
right?
dudes and a baby a family, Ryan?
Can you tell me how Simone? Can you tell me how?
11 gay dudes and a
Can you
baby.
tell me, Ryan? How
Why
did
can't
you?
it be? Hang on, no, hang on. Why can't that be a family? What's wrong with 11?
Wait,
Like,
Ryan, you
whatever,
define a
5
family
gay
unit
dudes
by
or like,
saying a
like
family.
2
Child
moms.
molestation,
What's wrong
that's
with
the
2 moms?
Holy fuck, shut up.
There's something
10 people, it's hard to
biologically we're all biologically inclined to pair bond and reproduce offspring, right? So whether you believe in God or evolution, either way, you have to acknowledge that a man and a woman and their children are basically a core family unit in a way that 11 men and a baby are not.
And those families, those kinds of families are going to be more stable when you have the option, right? If things get bad enough that people can separate from those situations, right? They can leave
Okay,
that situation.
well, Ryan,
if it's
I
unhealthy
think
for
that
everyone
this is a
involved,
fair argument. Can I contend with it?
right? Please.
Okay, Ryan. So there's no problem with alternative family units, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, great. Should 11 men be able to get married and have children?
Personally, I don't care, but I mean, I think both of us would like the state. I think both of us want the state involvement of marriage to change slightly. Right? I'm okay with it. I don't give a shit.
He got up on the ladder. He got up on the ladder and jumped off really quick.
The reason that it sucks is
Hang
because
on,
that's
Ryan,
not a stable family situation.
Ryan,
It's
hang on.
not.
Ryan, should 1,000 gay men, right,
This
be
is
able
super,
to?
I mean, like nobody's actually doing this in real life. Why
Ryan,
don't we
can you
talk
shut
about
the
something
fuck
that's
up,
actually
Ryan, and answer my
No,
question?
well, why don't we talk about
Ryan,
something that's
Ryan,
actually happening?
can you
Maybe
stop
I will.
spurging, Ryan? Can you
I'm
stop
going to
spurging?
make you
I'm
guys
gonna wait for you to ask me a real
debate
question.
and gay
Okay,
this
well,
up.
here's the
you
real
know,
question. I'm just testing your logical consistency here. You just said no. That's no problem with 11. Would it be a problem with 1,000?
I think there's a lot of
Sounds like a
logistical
party to
problems that would
me.
come from that, and we don't have to worry about them because no one's
What?
doing that. So let's
Well,
talk about
hang
things that
on,
are
hang on.
actually happening,
Well,
right?
What are the things that you would be opposed to if it was 1,000 men?
It sounds super complicated.
We're just
It'd
gonna
be a
need
mess.
more lube, man.
Yeah,
What
that's
difference
not,
do you-
that doesn't tell me anything. Can you tell me what the problem actually would be if 1,000 gay men who all had butt sex every single night with each other adopted a single child communally?
What is it about
Hey,
butt
can you
sex
stop
that you think is
talking, bro?
ruining families?
And answer my question. They adopted one child communally. Can you tell me
I
what the
don't care
problem
about
is?
this question. I'm not
Bro,
gonna
can you're not gonna engage? Okay.
Look,
I'm
it's
not
a-
going to engage with why
Ryan,
1,000
Ryan,
men
it's
can't get
actually
married.
a
It's
fair
fucking
question.
stupid, and
Look,
you know
look,
it. So no.
look.
Yeah, 1,000 men get married, Ryan. What's the problem?
It's totally
I
fair.
just don't care. It's not a real thing.
So-
It's
so
not a real
what-
thing that's
let's-
happening.
let's
Why
go
do
on
you want to talk
past
about
the
real
list.
shit?
He
Why do you
doesn't-
talk
he
about
doesn't
something
care.
that's
Ryan,
real?
Ryan, he's actually supporting your original
Howard.
statement if you weren't to in your
What's
feelings.
next?
Cowardly.
Because he's actually pointing out there's a necessary level of a female entity. But you're so in your feelings, you can't even see that he's making your point now.
Well, then why can't if that was
We're
his
so
argument,
over
then
it.
he could
You
just
know
argue
what?
about 2 men.
What's
right? He could
next?
Just make that argument. Instead, he's going to 1,000 because it's ridiculous and he's an absurdist.
It's not
Like me a little bit,
ridiculous.
to be
It's
fair.
not ridiculous, Ryan. Why? Because you
Okay.
can break up 1,000 gay
Ryan-
men into different
Ryan,
states.
What about 3 men?
But
Yeah,
9.
there are probably families with 3 men who raise kids just
Okay.
fine. What's wrong
4
with that?
men?
What is
count
wrong?
to
What is wrong?
1,000.
What you seem to think there's something wrong with it. You tell me.
No, I'm asking you, Ryan. What about 4 men?
Andrew, please count to 1,000.
My concern is the economic stability of a family.
Can you answer my question,
And
please?
my
I mean,
concern
I'm
is
kinda-
the economic and emotional stability of the family.
Ryan, can you answer
I
my
sort of
question,
agree
please?
with.
No,
This is the one time I've
What
ever
about
agreed
one
with
man and
Andrew
10
on something.
kids?
I don't think the state has any legal obligation to recognize, for tax and for lots of legal reasons, relationships of more than 2 people. I'm very much pro rights and all this other stuff, but I don't understand why.
Andrew doesn't
do
think the state
push-ups
should
on
legalize
live
2 men getting married, right? He
Yeah,
wants
yeah,
to make that illegal.
that's true.
to be
But
clear.
Yeah, that's a
Ryan-
really crazy idea, right?
So
Two
all this
guys
other
can-
stuff is complete non sequitur because that's not even a thing.
Yeah, Brian, these aren't
Andrew's focused on 2 men.
Two gay guys can own guns, right?
Ryan, am I spurging out or are you spurging out, Ryan? Can we
I
just
am.
calm
I am
down?
right now. I'm
Yeah,
spurring
so
out hard.
stop
Yeah.
stop
I
spurting.
missed you,
Calm
buddy.
down.
I'm emotional. I'm like,
Why are you so emotional? Just answer my question.
It's been a long time. I don't do this a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just back up, right? I just want to know if three men have a family where they're all married together, let's say, and do you think they should be able to adopt kids?
Sure.
Okay, 4,
maybe
17.
I don't know. I don't know. These are not things that are happening, so I'm not concerned. I'm concerned about the things that are happening. Why do you not want to talk about the things that are happening?
Because I'm just testing the consistency. If you're saying that there's an alternative,
we know that you are consistent in not wanting 2 men to get married, right? That you don't want 2 men to get married.
But Ryan,
correct.
All you're trying to do is shift the burden of the view onto me, which is fine.
I'm shifting it to
Ryan, I'll answer your questions if you answer mine in good faith. I promise I will. Can we make a deal? Yeah. No. Okay. Well, fine, Ryan. Then every question you'll ask me from now on, I'll just say I don't care.
Okay. Then we're not going to get very far. We can.
We're not going to get very far. So, but here's what the deal I'm willing to make is that if you're good faith and you consistently answer my questions, then in good faith I will consistently answer yours. I don't think you can ask for better faith than that. But the thing is like, but if I ask you a question,
really ask you questions.
But if you ask a question and or I ask you a question, you just say I don't care. Then it's very good faith for me to just say, well, then okay, Ryan, then I don't care about any of your questions. You see what I mean?
That's fine. Then we can have other people join in. Then that's fine.
Oh man, that's too bad, Ryan. We could have had a really good back and forth here.
Yeah, but you wouldn't engage with the real question, which is why don't you want 2 men to get married?
Ryan, I asked you a question first, and then you just said I don't
told you
care.
that's not a thing that's happening, right?
Okay, the reason I don't think 2 men shouldn't get married is because I don't care, and that's enough justification for the things I want.
Well, there we go. We finished the conversation. Then
there we go. We finished the conversation. You see how lame that was? Do you think that was good faith on both?
It was. Yeah, I totally agree.
Was it good faith on both parts? No, I don't think it was.
Yeah, you're right. It was not.
It was not.
Oh, that was quick.
Ryan, there's actually an Instagram account with 3 dudes who have adopted kids. I forget what it's called. It's like 3 dudes.
Do you think that kid should be stolen from them?
Yeah.
Why?
Saved is the right word.
Was the gay man question leading somewhere, or was it just?
Yeah, I kind of. Andrew, is there a stat for a negative impact more men are in a household? Honestly, and I like Andrew a lot, but is there a stat for negativity increasing with more men in the household? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know.
I don't know either. But before we do that, Jim Bob just called for this family to have their child.
Andrew.
Hang on, real quick. Jim Bob just called for the state to come take this family's child away. So I would like him to justify that.
Yeah, I just call it child abuse based on my preferences.
Okay.
Can you give it to
that's
me?
not a very strong case. You wouldn't like.
What do you mean? It's just as justified as your position of everything you just fucking did. Black and
not
white.
if you put it to a judge, it wouldn't be.
I don't care about them.
A judge could change based on
judge
rights.
enforces laws based on the preferences of the people who put the law.
Everybody does things according to their own preferences.
Yeah, it's all preference.
Yeah, that's why it
is all
there.
preference.
I'm sure this is the forced doctrine.
My preference, gentlemen, would be that you all take turns, or else I'm going to have to round robin this if you can't control yourselves. So
we can't control
I kindly ask.
I get to go first then.
What was Ryan's best argument?
I'm definitely not going to control myself, Sarah.
Definitely not going to happen. Someone just asked what my best argument for feminism is. Can I answer that?
Say it again.
Increases economic stability for families.
Yeah, but anything else could increase economic
stability. But hang on, Ryan. Isn't it the case that you could have a nation that had no feminism that just increased their migrant population, and that also would increase their GDP?
Yeah, it's not peculiar.
I'm not talking about just GDP. I'm talking about individual families, not like the way they engage with the at a.
You could offset you could offset the exact same thing with just immigrant labor.
You can do that with sex slavery.
What I brought up, which is
you can do that with sex trafficking, dude.
And you would have massively unstable.
Okay. Well, let's talk about emotional stability. Do you think that mental illness is rising or decreasing in women?
I'm assuming you're going to tell me that it's rising.
What do you think, Ryan? Do you think it is? Yeah, you suspect it is. I don't understand. I thought that I was supposed to increase emotional stability.
Well, part of that rise, in all fairness,
if we're comparing a family
due to over medication.
If we're comparing a family that has restrictions preventing them from separating if it's a disaster, right? A disaster marriage. And we're comparing that family to one where they can leave and they can marry other people.
Yeah.
Then which one do you think is going to have more emotionally stable?
Actually, this is great that you bring this up. So I have data on this, which I'll send you right now if you'd like. The truth is that if we can do a comparative data going back to when or before there was no fault divorce for show cause divorce. 95% of couples stayed married. Isn't that interesting? Now they do not after you have no cause divorce, right? You have no cause divorce, which was an offset of feminism. Now, the thing is that the index of people who claim that they were happy,
no fault divorce, right?
No fault. Sorry, but that is no cause, right? You don't have to show cause. That's what no fault divorce really is.
Yeah, they don't have to justify it to you, basically.
Yeah, they don't have to justify it. Yeah, well, they don't have to justify it to anybody, not even their kids.
Exactly.
So the thing is or their kids. So anyway, so the point is that we can do a comparative analysis to just in the 40s, 50s, even into the 60s of what the happiness rating of those women was, at least by the self-reported data that they gave us. And we can see that it was much higher. Mental illness was much lower, even though they were stuck in these marriages that were supposedly awful, right? Their happiness index was still higher. Why do you think that is, Ryan?
Your assumption of causation there is false.
I'm asking Ryan a question.
Yeah, sure, but I mean that as well. But like I would say that I'm sorry, Powder said one of the things I was going to say, and I lost the other part. The fact that do you think that the way that we diagnose these things has improved over that same time? Like, do you think that we're better at identifying mental illnesses?
I would absolutely.
Or do you think it's the same?
No, I think absolutely. You've become extremely good at making up new mental illnesses.
Wait, Ryan, are you saying that data is compromised?
No, Ryan, hang on. Let's finish the exchange. It won't be very long. I'll just walk you through this. Here's the entailment of that position, though, Ryan, just so that you know. The entailment would be that they were just as mentally ill then as they are now. Yet, why were they happier, Ryan?
Based on those happiness surveys? Are they even the same questions being asked? Are they
Yeah. Why do people try to
send me this link?
I can send you. Yeah, I can send you the link
right now.
I can send you the link. Sure.
Stay all night. We could
I love learning.
The validity of the skinny stats. It's such an easy cop out. Like it's the problem is you're not trying to learn. You want to be right.
I just asked them to show me the data.
Proof because your ego.
Yeah.
So okay. I'm assuming everybody's coming on this panel to learn something and not to be right.
So just hang on. So Ryan. Okay, I'm looking for your Discord, but I'm also going to give you the highlights very quickly. But here's the thing. I think
I don't think I'm friends on my current Discord.
Okay, but I do think it's fundamentally unfair. I do think it's fundamentally unfair for me to try to narrate a study because that's framing. But I am just going to quickly give you the highlights. Studies suggested in the 1960s, women reported much higher levels of happiness than men. Not the case right now. So, by the way, just that alone,
what's the
hang on,
differential?
just that alone, by the way, that the happiness index for women was higher than men in the 60s than it is right now. How would you account for that, Ryan?
I mean, a lot of things have changed.
And that's what I'm asking is for a single thing that you would
right?
account. Yeah, can you tell me what you would account for that with?
I mean, I would never try to boil that down to like a one sentence answer.
Yeah, okay. Can you account for that with fucking anything, Ryan?
3 things.
I mean, we could sit down and explore it. It's a very interesting question.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking you to do is to fucking explore it. Can you account for it with anything, Ryan?
Not off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's right. You fucking idiot. Anyway, okay, so here I'm going to send you the study, and I'll show you the shift in happiness. When do you think the shift in happiness occurred?
It corresponded with the neutralization of gender roles because women are acting like men, and it's out of.
Isn't it fucking wild? It corresponded with the neutralization of gender roles starting in the 70s when it began to shift with the end of the sexual revolution. I'm willing for you to give me a stronger correlate. Ryan, I'm all ears.
I'll let someone else go for now. I'm reading some stuff, so I'll come back.
You keep reading.
Sounds like he's cool.
Yeah, I will.
By the way, Andrew, your chat is so fucking mean to me.
Bro, listen.
Your name is Pickle Master.
Chris, hang on, Pickle Master. I don't mean this to sound bad to you. By the way, my wife, I hope she's watching. She needs to bring me down a shot and another pack of smokes. But I don't mean this to be mean. But you shouldn't have said that because the chat is so they're dude. Like these guys, they give zero fucks. They give zero fucks. They don't even care about me. They don't even fucking like me. They don't even like me, bro.
They made fun of you on your.
But I love you too.
They're so mean.
But look though, Jim Bob. It was one thing that wasn't acknowledged.
Who do you love more tied up, Jim Bob or Andrew?
It's debatable. If Andrew has a cigarette in his mouth, he looks cooler. But
That's
Jim
true.
Bob, there was one thing that
You
you
like
said.
it in his
He has a
mouth?
better beard. He has a better beard.
I want to acknowledge something that Jim Bob did that I don't think was acknowledged.
Zesty as fuck.
Jim Bob was even granting the young lady who I'm actually gonna find her Instagram and ask her out. She was hot, but Jim Bob was even granting her that certain
Here I was
qualities
thinking you were
within
gay.
females. He was saying, okay, even if certain qualities in females are superiors, just say that. We would still need the men to enforce them to go along with the system anyway.
So enslave women?
So yes, like
I think
for
you need men
example,
and women.
Fucking
to do
base.
no, wait, hold on, don't do that. Hold on, wait. My point is, if we all agree that, don't do that. I'm a rookie. Y'all can probably wait, let me just get this off. If we all agreed hypothetically that the women were superior at something, and we said, yeah, we're going to implement them in the system, the only person that can stop us from following the system is another man.
That's
right.
Can I point out the irony of a black man saying enslave all women?
I got to point to this. Wait.
I know.
There's a few comparison. So say that I'm gonna grab the only thing that stops me from grabbing a woman's ass is another man, right? So as a black
or
man,
some
like
human
Andrew was
decency,
saying, I can even admit, even though women are most likely not going to admit, I can even
Okay.
admit that as a black man, we need some white people
Okay,
to
but
agree
can I
with
just
us.
say that for Ryan's hang on. From Ryan's perspective, though, the only thing that's preventing him from grabbing a man's cock is another man, too, right? So,
or the fact that I don't want to sexually assault people, right? But
Oh,
if I had their consent, then I
you
wanted
go.
to, then I would, right? And you would have a problem with it.
I'm excited to see where this conversation
Ryan
is going.
offended him with Ryan's voice doesn't help. I'm sorry, no offense, Ryan. Your voice doesn't help. It makes it funnier.
I don't.
I'm sorry, dog. But anyway, I respect your intent though. Like, and I have respect for you, even though we don't agree.
Hang on.
But
doesn't seem like it, but yeah.
okay, I'm
Cheers,
sorry.
hang on to the whole panel. Cheers to you guys.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm tied up. That's why I'm arguing for a patriarchy. Even in your own community, if you want to call it that, the absence of a
Throw a
father,
cherry in
which
there
is
for me.
predominant.
Throw a cherry
It's
in
the
there,
same
woman.
argument, right? That you need another man to be always sort of lingering to sort of check other men, and women are not really in that game. Where they're just included in the cross.
Wow, so a man wants to see a system where
so
he's the center of
undeniable.
attention?
Melanie, shut the fuck up. No one
Oh,
cares
wow, we
about a
should be
lady.
more
No one
penis
cares about
centric.
your lady dick. Okay, you have no authority here.
Self-serving,
I was
self-righteous
talking to
asshole.
Tied Up. Listen, get out of here, mutant. Tied Up.
Shut the fuck up, man child.
Shut up. You have no
Shut the fuck up,
arguments.
little man
Get out
child.
of here. Chop
You
it off
angry little
already.
bitch boy.
Chop it.
You're just an
I'm
angry
not-
little
Is
bitch
your
boy.
name Melania? Is your name
I thought
Melanie?
Crucible fans don't give a fuck, Andrew. What the
Chop
fuck is
it,
this little bitch
Melvin.
boy doing here representing
Listen,
you?
Melvin, keep quiet or
Dude,
make
I'm
an argument.
confused as hell. So he's a regular or something? He's like one of them gay guys?
He's a regular. Yeah, he's a regular.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Jim Bob is regularly
Watch,
triggered
watch,
by
make
me.
an argument.
You're-
Watch this.
Jim
Watch
Bob,
this. Make
Jim
an
Bob,
argument.
you're regularly triggered
Hey,
by
make
me.
an
That's my
argument.
argument.
Make an
No,
argument,
cool,
Melanie.
cool. That's
Yeah,
fine.
so-
I'm just want to go ahead and speak your piece.
So
No, make an argument.
I could only expect the
Okay,
patriarchy
dick.
to be
Okay,
supported
dick lady.
by a bunch of insecure men who
Oh,
only want to control women.
psych- Let him
Because,
speak.
the
Let him-
la-
let
because
him
all
speak
you
to
really
his
are,
own
all you really
hold
are,
on, hold on.
is
Hold
afraid of female empowerment.
Hang on, calm down. Calm
Ask her an
down.
argument, not a
Hang on,
psychology.
chill. Guys,
Hold on.
chill out.
Thank you,
Me-
Andrew.
Now, so Melanie,
Hold on. I need to make a
Fucking
point
dick
here.
lady.
Tied
Do-
up. Can you please back out of conversations? Like if two people are having an argument, you throwing random shit in there isn't getting us anywhere. If you could just kind of back out when two people are going at it. Thank you.
yeah, hey,
I'm
Melanie,
getting out of here now, Sarah. So I'll
hang on.
I'll see you guys
Jake,
all
don't go
later.
anywhere until this comment is done. Melanie, do you think it's insecure
Okay.
to cut your penis off if you're a man in order to be a woman? Don't you think
it takes a
that's
lot of
pretty
bravery.
insecure?
I think it takes a lot of bravery.
It's bravery to chop your dick
Yeah.
off. That's
I
hilarious.
don't know. It seems like it's very insecure to me. Just
Are
say
you brave enough to do it? Are you brave enough to do
To
it?
make that decision, you'd
So
have to have
brave.
a lot of conviction, right?
Just
Like,
holding
to
the
that
dick
point.
in your hand. I'm like, it's so brave.
Now you can leave, Jake. Have a wonderful evening. By the way,
Thanks,
I'll
Jake.
see you later for N1SB.
All right,
So
I'll see
I
you,
did some
Andrew.
reading
Bye.
about it, and I just
Melanie
wanted to
watched
see
Australia.
what people say, what experts say about this, what people who study it talk about, and it kind of aligns with what my intuitions were. Which, of course, while feminism has empowered women with greater freedom, rights, and self-expression, obviously also introduces new pressures, higher expectations, and new environments, right, and role ambiguity, which contributes to stress and dissatisfaction. But
What does
by
role?
and
Wait,
large,
what does role
what?
ambiguity mean? What does role ambiguity
Yeah, what
mean?
the fuck are you saying?
it
Hang
means-
on. What does role
yeah.
ambiguity mean?
Well, it would mean that like comparing like right now somebody's perspective of what it means to be a man or a woman compared to where your very rigid gender roles.
So traditional. So ambiguity towards traditional gender roles. That's really weird. And that's almost like exactly what I said would be the deciding factor when I said when there became ambiguity in gender roles is when the happiness began to shift. Ryan, that's so weird, Ryan.
So you're correct about that part of the analysis, right? Like that. Yeah. Okay. And.
So
it seems like if we wanted to have happiness increase, a prescriptive would be to go back towards truth, what, Ryan.
Well, what I would focus on is autonomy, right? Not people's individual like happiness.
Well, that's really weird because hang on, women are more autonomous now than they've ever been, and they're the least happy that they've ever been since we've been collecting happiness data. And now you just point out that one of the main reasons for this is the ambiguity for gender roles. So Ryan, an easy way it seems like might fix this happiness problem would be to have less ambiguity around what thing.
Since when did your opinion become true?
Ryan, less ambiguity around what thing, Ryan?
Do you agree that would be bad for a lot of people?
Can you answer my question, Ryan? Then I'll answer yours.
It'd be good for more
the ambiguity around gender roles.
Yes, less ambiguity around gender roles. Isn't that interesting, Ryan? Okay, now what question did you have?
Yes. When you have a simpler system can be easier to work within, right? You can find like happiness in a very simple system, but like we don't live in that simple world, right? Things are much more complicated now than they were 60 years ago.
Yeah, because what happens is you create complexities where complexities don't actually exist.
Right, you make up shit.
And so what happens is it's actually your view which is leading to this unhappiness with the ambiguity in gender roles, which is something Ryan advocates, not something Andrew Wilson advocates, and yet you say you're the champion of women. And yet here,
I never said that.
Oh, so you don't champion women's rights?
Toxic masculinity hurts men.
I support feminism.
Okay, great. So then you champion women's rights. So then the idea here, if you champion women's rights, and you champion their rights because you think it'll be better for them and make them more happy, it seems like you have a contradiction in terms here.
Well, I mean, I would support
Ryan,
the right of women
before
to
you answer, if you don't mind, just a logistics piece. Jake has left, and I'm going to disconnect his channel now. Hold on, buckle up, folks. If you're watching from Jake's end, you will be raiding into Jim Bob's show. So if you're not already going to go there, just
what do you mean raiding into Jim Bob? They're not raiding into my show?
No, you don't need.
And subscribe to the Powder Dusty.
You don't need anyone,
dude. You fucking
worthless. The Powder Dusty.
All the shit I do for you, and you get the fucking raid. You fucking dirty.
That's right. That's right.
Buckle up if you're watching on Jake's end.
Complimented his
so gender ambiguity is better for people. You can see that when men try to like uphold rigid gender norms, the more they try to stick to masculinity, the more they see decreased health outcomes, worse mental health.
Yeah, you look real healthy. You sound real healthy.
I think
that's just your opinion.
You sound real fucking healthy,
Melon. Instead of like being a prick. Like
no, honestly, him getting triggered by everything I say is my point.
Oh, shut up! You're delusional, dude.
I'm here just to trigger him, Jim Bob. So that's perfect.
Delusional person.
It's working like fantastically. He sounds like a
Why is the mental health rate among trans people the highest?
Mental health rate. What does that mean? What does mental health rate mean?
Like, we have panels all the time on here where people harass them like all day.
And all that.
Wow. If you were told you don't have the right to exist, would that make you happy?
The right to exist? What are you talking about?
You're the sort of person who says that.
Yeah.
How
it's
can
actually on the rise as well?
Who says that?
Guys, you do have to do one at a time for the purpose of the panel. I would just ask this very basic question.
Well, there were like three people who were talking,
Melanie,
so why
could you
shift it to you?
Yeah, well, because I'm important and you're not. Cosmic Fox, I just got to ask you.
Well, no, I'm actually going to say. So there was a Texas bill.
I just got to. Stop smirking, Ryan. Stop.
Recently, Texas introduced a bill that actually make it illegal to be trans.
With me than have you talk,
you're
Ryan.
going
Calm
back
down,
into
Ryan.
a speed date.
Yeah, calm down, Ryan. Calm down.
Man, what in the hell?
So recently there was a Texas bill that actually specifically would have made it illegal for trans people to exist in Texas, right?
What does that mean? What do you mean exist?
Trans people to exist, to have like their gender identity on any sort of document, that would be a crime.
Well, that's not existence.
Well, they have those. Right now, they have those identities on documents.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me ask you a question.
So if that law passed, real quick, let me finish. If that law passed right now, which it didn't, thank God. If that law passed, then those people would suddenly become criminals overnight. Yes.
No.
But they have those documents still, right?
Yeah, they would just have to
then
grab
they'd be criminals
documents
by this law standard.
You would just have to have documents. You would just have to go back.
I'm done. Yeah.
Ryan, calm down. Can I just respond?
That's good.
Okay, I'm just trying to respond. All you'd have to do is get documents which actually affirmed who you were. That's it.
So it's a new request that you're forcing on them for what reason?
Well, there's no force. What's going
Sounds like
on?
it.
Well, what's going on here is very simple. You're lying about who you are, and the state of Texas doesn't want you to lie about who you are. Very simple.
Well, by your standard, they're lying, but I don't see them as lying. I don't see that.
Yeah,
that doesn't
but
make
here's
sense
the
to me if
thing.
they're lying.
Why is it that we should go with your standard for who's lying? If it is the case that the majority of people in Texas believe that you are who you were born as, that you have that specific role because you were born as a male, and they all believe that you're lying, why should we go with your standard that you're not?
Well, it sounds like that wasn't the case because that bill didn't pass, first of all.
Because it didn't pass does not mean it's not true.
Well, second of all, do you have any data that supports that, like, most people in Texas think that trans people should not be able to identify as the opposite gender?
Well, listen, if we were talking about any other state, I think you would have a better leg to stand on. But I'm pretty confident that Texas is not going to be very gender affirming. Like
I think
if you want, I think that we can.
Cities.
Yeah, sure. I can pull up, I'm sure, studies or polling at the very least that shows pro or con versus transgenderism in Texas. But I don't think it's going to go your way here, Ryan. Like you don't actually think it's going to go your way, do you? In Texas?
So just to walk through how we got here, right? Like we were talking about trans people's right to exist, and I was saying right now there are trans people in Texas who have these documents, and this bill was trying to be passed, which would have criminalized them overnight if that bill.
How would these people not exist?
You were saying, they would exist, but it'd be a crime for them to exist.
So they would exist.
Right? They would have papers that were suddenly.
They would just have papers overnight. That told them that they had to, change.
And until they did, they'd be criminals.
Change their self-identity of sex from the non-delusional.
And until they did, they'd be criminals, right?
Well, I don't know if they would be criminals. There'd probably be a grace period.
Ryan,
if you passed an assault weapons ban tomorrow, and you gave me 6 months, and hang on, Ryan, would you just calm down? I'm just talking to you straight, right? If you passed an assault weapons ban tomorrow and I had 6 months to turn my assault weapons in and I didn't, would I be a criminal?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay, great. So there's a violation. Hang on.
We agree. We agree. It would make them a criminal overnight.
Ryan, calm down. Ryan, calm down.
We fucking agree. We can.
Ryan,
I don't know.
Ryan, calm down. Can you have a necessary condition for a thing, right? Where you can say, okay, we're not going to allow X, Y, or Z for the good of whatever it is the core beliefs and structure is of the society, in this case Texas, which is a state with its own autonomy as a state. Why is it that they can't do this? What is the actual?
They can do that, and they could do that. I don't want them to, and I'm saying that they tried
to.
And
I think it's fine, Ryan. I think it's fine. What's the problem?
I mean, we're not talking about whether each of us think it's fine. We're just saying I'm just saying that it happened. That's all.
Yeah, and I don't think that erases identity.
Okay, we can disagree on that.
Yeah, how does it erase your identity? You just said they still exist.
But it would be illegal for them to exist in it.
It would just be illegal for them to have a self-identity which was not congruent with how they were actually born. That's not existing. You're using loaded language. You're using loaded language for the purpose of trying to say this is erasing their existence. It doesn't erase existence. You still exist. That's just a lie. You're just
removing their right to exist as they currently do right now.
Okay, well, what does existence mean?
They're existing, like being a person right now and having these documents.
And they would still be people? You agree?
Well, I mean, they would be treated less like people.
But they would still be people?
They would not be granted the human rights that they.
Is there anything in this bill that says that these people would not still be people?
I think they'd be treated as subhuman in this.
Can you tell me if there's anything in that bill that says that those people would not be people?
You'll be treating them subhuman.
Can you tell me if there's anything in the bill? This is my question to you, Ryan, that says that these people would not be people anymore.
It would be subhuman, treating them like they're subhuman.
How is it treating them like they're subhuman?
Because currently they exist with a certain identity, and you're saying you want to criminalize that identity.
Well, what if they had the identity that they were black if they were white?
Well, they don't. And also that's not a legal term.
What if they did, though?
It's not like illegal to say you're black on a piece of paper, right?
Yeah, well, in some cases it is, especially when it comes to admissions and things like this at various colleges. It's absolutely illegal for you to say that you're black when you're white.
Like, how do you prove that someone's black?
You fucking look at them.
Really? Just
Yeah.
anytime you can just look at anyone and decide
I
whether they're
don't
black or
think
white.
it.
There's no
Yeah,
ambiguity. There's no
I
racial
think-
ambiguity.
I think that you could have some small selection or some small sample selection
Where there'd be a lot of problems.
in which you can look at an outlier and say that you can just do DNA testing
trans
to make
people,
the
there's gonna be problems,
determination.
and there's-
Yeah, can you chill out for a second so I can answer your question that you just asked me? So yeah, you can't ever take an outlier to a situation. This would be the case even for stop signs, Ryan. So if my wife is about to give birth and nobody's at the intersection and I run the red, right? I am violating the law. You agree with that, right?
Sure do. Yeah.
Am I justified in violating it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably justified. So the
Although
thing is
arguably
like,
it might put you in a less safe scenario,
wait,
right?
so, Ryan, so even though there are people who will violate the law by running the stop sign, right? That doesn't mean we would get rid of the stop sign law, right?
Yeah, but you're not contending with anything I said, though.
Yep,
All I said.
I'm just testing your
you're
just
going
showing you your
to a
logic is
further
insane.
thing. You're moving on in the argument.
First of all, I'm just testing it. And by the way, here's what I'm telling you outright. Nobody is not existing because of any current trans legislation which exists on anywhere in the United States, at least. Nobody's existence goes away. That's made up propaganda bullshit.
So when trans people
and
no
for my
longer have access,
to give my closing part on that as well, I believe that criminalizing these people overnight, right? I think that this is treating them as a subhuman section of the population. I think it's unnecessary.
That's
I think
nice.
no one here has brought
Ryan,
up
Ryan,
makes you think
Ryan
that?
is giving Ryan
Why
is
did you
giving
think
someone a social security number, making them subhuman.
okay, this is a stupid
taking it away
question.
from them,
Ryan,
Ryan.
you don't have to answer
Shut
that.
up, Melanie. I'm asking Ryan a question
I
because if I
have a better
say,
question.
Shut up, Ryan. If I say this social security number
Let
doesn't
the men
vibe
talk,
with who
Melanie.
I am, if I'm forced to hold the social security number, am I now subhuman?
You don't exist anymore, actually.
If you right now had your social security number and suddenly tomorrow they passed legislation that made you a criminal for holding that piece of paper, I would say they're treating
No, for denying the piece of paper, for denying the social security.
There's no other item on a driver's license that you can just arbitrarily choose at your whim.
The point
If you go
is
beyond the specifics. Go ahead. If you go beyond specifics, Ryan, why do you think that this is what is taken to make your point something that's so extreme and unrealistic?
It's so
Can you
insane.
name
It was a
one?
bill that passed, that almost passed in the House. I think it passed in the House.
It doesn't make anyone not exist, dude. It makes
And you don't even know what you don't even. You just said. I think so. I'm asking you. It's something. See, the internet is teaching me so much stuff, man. I don't even know how people deal with it. You guys are so character. I mean, Ryan, you have an opportunity to evolve yourself, but you're so stuck on this one thing that's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Tied up? Are you in the
And
bond?
what's that one thing specifically tied up? What's the thing I'm stuck on?
This hypothetical of some trans becoming a criminal overnight. If they don't,
It's not a
deny-
hypothetical. There was a bill the Republicans introduced in the Texas legislative branch. They tried to pass a bill, right, that would have done what I'm describing. That's what I'm telling you.
They tried
Did
to
it pass?
the bill that-
Did it pass?
How does that make them not exist?
Wait,
though?
wait,
Then
wait,
why the fuck are you talking about it?
This is
And if
crazy.
you arbitrarily
pushed
change
for it.
any
They
other
support
item
it.
on your
Republicans
driver's
support it.
license,
Andrew
you are
supports
also
it.
a criminal.
Andrew supports it.
Who cares? It didn't fucking pass.
Ryan, can you tell us yes or
I
no?
care
is there
about
a
the laws
grace
that are
period?
in the country.
If the bill was passed, was there a grace period associated with it? Can you guarantee us yes or no?
I don't know. I would say it's bad.
Okay,
either
then
way.
shut the fuck up. Then you can't say
No.
overnight
No,
someone.
bad either way. I don't care. I don't think we should criminalize trans
That's saying
people.
you don't care. Then why you bring it
not
up?
It's not
Nobody's criminalizing it, jackass. They didn't pass it.
I like
not a
tied up.
Man,
Wow.
God
That's like-
damn, dog.
That's
Yo,
like
I'm gonna
saying
smoke
like
with you, man. I think I can make some fire ass songs.
Ryan, you'd have to argue
let's
from
make
your
some songs
principle.
together.
Ryan,
Go ahead, Jim Bob.
I'll do the fucking rhythm, man.
Ryan,
Hold on,
from your-
tied up. Go ahead, Jim
From
Bob.
your argument, you'd have to extend that argument to every other necessary component of being a citizen that's tied to, that ties you to a name, a place, a location, a birth certificate. If you just suddenly self-identified as not based in the reality that we're in, like Andrew's saying, and we say, no, you can't do that. You're basically saying, oh, you're criminalizing their fucking made up existence that they're trying to separate themselves from reality, right? You're delusional, dude. If
That's
your
crazy to
argument,
feel
if your argument was actually valid, it would apply to Social Security, everything else on your driver's license, your location of birth, your birth certificate, when you were born. What if you fucking said, Ryan, tomorrow, I don't identify as being born in 1981. That's when I was born.
It's my
How could
birthday.
you possibly argue against that?
We're not talking about that. We're
Fucking
talking about people's
stupid,
gender
dude.
identity, which they currently have papers.
They
that would
made up.
decriminalize
They
by
made
this
it
bill,
up,
right?
though.
Wait,
all
gender
of
identity.
Okay,
but
but
I don't
who
think
gives
anyone's
a
in.
fuck?
I don't, yeah,
This horse is dead.
No one
you
cares
don't
about
understand
gender
same-sex
identity
gender, we
anymore,
can't get
dude.
into
It's
that
old.
because it's too much. So
No one gives a
Ryan,
shit about
can you name
trans.
one
Has anybody ever
has
called
been
this guy
criminalized
radical
somebody?
many
cavity?
people do.
I think this horse is dead.
It is. It's a dead transgender horse.
I think a lot of people care about the rights of transgender people.
There's no rights, dude. You can't
Transgenders
even
don't care
justify
about
rights. Shut the
themselves
hell
nearly
up.
enough to stay alive.
I don't have to. We have a state.
Rights
that,
don't
like, we elect
exist, bro.
representatives to maintain-
Ryan,
we have a state that
rights,
enforces
Ryan,
rights.
Ryan, rights don't exist.
If
Right.
rights don't
Rights
exist,
don't
where
I
do
agree.
duties come
Unless
from?
the state enforces them.
All right, hang on, guys. Chill out for just a
If
second.
rights don't
Hang on.
exist,
There
where do
are some
duties come
people. Hang on, man. There are some people who've been trying to dive in who haven't been able to. I, as the benevolent patriarch, am taking over Sarah, the Raging Tomatoes panel, for a second and putting this shit back on course. The bald fuck in the middle with the fucking. You have a really nice shirt, but the bald fuck with the really nice shirt. We're gonna start with you. Go ahead with what you wanted to say, man.
Should we affirm those with Peter Pan syndrome as well? I mean, it's a mental illness just like the other one is. So
I don't care. I'm not talking about that right now. We were talking
This
about
drink had cherries in it. The cherries
there are
really
people
good.
who currently have documents that would have been criminalized and that Andrew thinks should be criminalized, right?
Who gives a shit?
So can we just choose our age on that?
Actually,
We
I want to
if
hear
we
more
can
about those
choose-
cherries.
We
we
should
can choose our
criminalize
gender.
transgenderism. How about that?
I think you want to, yeah. And I don't.
Yeah, we
I
should.
don't
We
think
should.
Yeah.
We should criminalize liars.
And that's kind of mean.
Okay, I
with a
don't agree with that
beautiful
either.
head
I
of
mean,
hair like that, Andrew.
like
It's
most
not
Republicans
fair.
would all be locked up immediately. Then Donald Trump would immediately be in jail.
I don't
Yeah,
give a
so
shit about
would all
Donald
the Democrats.
Trump.
So would all the fucking Democrats. Like, I'm willing to take that
not
gamut with
nearly
you,
as much.
son. I'm willing to take that gamut with you. You're talking about an entire fucking. You're talking about an entire demographic of the political system says men that can be women. You want to throw fucking people in jail for lying? Let's fucking do this, boy. Let's do it.
Let's engage with that. Right?
I can't
The
wait.
women thing, right? When you say that, you're saying something different than what I say when I talk about transgender people existing.
Did
right?
you have
No,
sex
I
with
say
a dude? Let's
Well,
just
you are.
cut to the case. Ryan, did you have sex with a dude
No, I'm
and call
cutting.
it a woman?
I was already doing that, Jim.
That's
Bob.
what
You
I'm
don't have to
wondering
cut
too.
this.
That's what I thought.
I can
That's
do
what
that
I
just
figured.
fine.
Too.
I was actually
I knew the truth of the matter was
You're
like,
in the
right
fucking
underneath.
court.
Yeah, of course.
There's not nothing wrong with that.
Of
I was wondering why you're
course.
so passionate about it. You know what I mean?
Of course, dude.
Order in the court.
banging
Hang
it,
on. Hang on. Made by
Yeah,
Jim
but
Bob
me.
and Ryan. We're having a quick exchange. I'm going to time this. You guys got 1 minute. Make it make it good. Right? Go
Okay,
ahead,
we can
guys.
move on.
While Andrew's moderating my panel, would anybody like me to make them a sandwich? Go ahead,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Well, yeah,
I do like BLTs. I'm a
She
Jim
put
Bob.
the
Jim
butter
Bob.
on
Jim
shit,
Bob.
watch
By
out.
the way, Jim Bob, he loves BLTs.
I know Sarah
Right?
was like,
Eating
make
mini
this
meals
pie.
with
I don't
Jim
know.
Bob. He's a big
BLT.
BLT fan when he's
Oh,
not
yeah,
feeding
dude.
alligators. But anyway, okay, you two, go ahead. I have taken over Sarah the Tomatoes panel for a second. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I just figured that there was some backstory there. You banged a dude, you wanted to be a girl, and now you're saying don't deny his existence as a
No.
woman. When really it was a dude's butt, right?
No.
It was a dude's butt,
I mean,
Ryan.
That's
Ryan,
that's
just
great
say
fan
it.
fiction you're writing,
Ryan,
but no,
say it.
no.
Ryan,
Unless
say
your mom has a dick.
Ryan,
but-
say it. Admit it.
Whoa.
Admit it. Just say it to the camera.
No, I just said unless your mom has a dick. No, that's not what happened.
Okay.
Oh, so Jim was being nice to the girl the whole time. I didn't know. He was actually being nice to the young lady.
Yeah, tied up. You've been kind of tied up, not being able to speak much, right? Go ahead and jump in when you're ready, man.
Tied up like a slave.
That's how he likes it, though.
Okay,
I
I
think.
wasn't,
Fuck, Jim Bob. What kind of passive aggressive scumbaggery? Just because this guy said he wants to enslave
slavery before, it's a
I
callback.
didn't hear what he
dude.
said.
Just
It's
like
a
I'm like,
callback.
Just
my
because
name,
this guy said he wants to enslave women, now you
He
can
has-
make those
no,
jokes, bro.
He has a good sense of humor tied up.
That's for
I
their
didn't hear what he said,
group.
but
That's for their group, Jim Bob.
I'm dead. But no, I just wanted to I wanted to say, Ryan, like at some point, it's kind of hard to speak to you because it seems like you have to either go to an extreme, and even if we give you the grace of your extreme and ask you more details, you end up saying I don't care. So you're doing this is a fail-proof strategy that allows you to, the more you talk, that allows your stupidity to show even more.
He's just doing what women do.
Can you be more specific about that? Like what
I
the-
can't say all women do that, but it is
I
kind of
mean,
like
if you're just gonna jump out there and say it.
I can't say all women do that. I'm just saying there's a feminine quality which is associated with mostly women. I'll say that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But yeah, that's all.
I'm okay with having masculine and feminine qualities. That doesn't bother me.
I am too. But when the feminine
At some
dominates your
point-
personality and you're born with a dick, it's weird.
At some point, I'd like to ask Andrew a question.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Hey, Andrew, if rights are imaginary, where did duties come from?
Yeah, so this is kind of an old entailed argument. I've heard this many times, that rights are an entailment of duty. So what is your definition of rights first?
Well, in my definition of right is if I put labor in on something, then I have the ability to reap the benefit, and that would be considered an entailment or a right.
So is that so when you give me your version of what rights are, is that just definitionally true, or is it philosophically true?
Well, there's consequence as well as philosophical principle, of course. Like if I
Okay.
was to
Well, my
take something,
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Actually, go
if
ahead.
I was to take something that you considered yours, you would consider it your right to reclaim that, I believe.
Perhaps, but that doesn't mean that these things are tangibly or materially real. So as we dive into this, my definition of a right is an entitlement absent duty. And my what I would consider a duty would be an obligation absent an entitlement. Do you have any issues with those hang on. Let's start with this. Do you have an issue with those definitions, and can you tell me why?
No, as a matter of fact, that fits very well with my definition, where if the labor is what earns you a gold coin, then the labor of the milk is what bought the labor of the coin, and there's a fair exchange.
Yeah. I'll even grant that. So
yeah. So I have no problem with that argument whatsoever.
Where do we get to the entitlement, though? That in fact you're entitled to the gold coin. Where do we get to that as being the ought?
There is no entitlement. It's an entailment of labor.
Well, then if there's no entitlement, you just say it's an entailment of labor, that if you labor on something you get X thing, then okay, great. But that would
labor
be
to theft. I can labor to
hang on, but that would be a societal construct, right? So if it's a societal, no, it wouldn't.
No.
Oh.
You can have a personal sense of accomplishment. That could be a type of currency in and of itself.
That's
Dustin, Dustin, is theft labor though? If I work to steal something, isn't that labor?
Well, and your just reward should be appraisals, with swift reprisals.
Yeah, but you're not actually engaging here. Is it the case that so if we lived in a communist nation, for instance, and my labor earned a gold coin and the state procured it, what right did I actually have to the gold coin? And can you tell me where you're basing that right off of?
Well, I think the better question is, what right did the government have to that?
Answer my fucking question. My question was,
okay, all right.
If we lived in a communist society and the government and the state came in and grabbed the gold coin and procured it, can you tell me what the basis for my right to the gold coin was? Don't ask me a question. Don't reframe. Just answer it. Go ahead.
Only that you put in labor to earn that gold coin.
That doesn't do anything. That doesn't give me a justification for it.
What justified in what principle?
I earned the gold coin and then the state took it, can you justify why it is that I actually owned the gold coin other than a societal construct or not?
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
So far,
the law is a societal construct.
That's for drugs, bro.
You're leaning on a societal construct. You're leaning on a societal construct. I have to appeal to one in order to answer your question.
I see. So then it is the case that the material possession of the gold coin is just a societal construct then. And it's
from
not
your perspective and point of view, I would agree that's a fact.
I'm asking from yours.
Isn't just force?
Well, I'm trying to put that there, but you're shoehorning me into this position where I have to live in a communist country.
How is it the ought that if you labor for something, it is actually yours? Can you justify the ought? What is the justification for this?
I mean, okay, we'll put it this way. Let's say you invent something.
Dude, here we go.
How am I going to answer your question if you're not going to let me?
Isn't it just force?
Go ahead. But I just want to let you know, Dustin, you're not going to actually answer it, but go ahead.
I'm kind of confused by your question. I don't even understand what is you're really asking me. If I built something then it's mine by the entailment that I procured the materials and I put something together.
There's no entailment.
Now,
There's no entailment. Bro, there's no entailment. If you build something and I come and shoot you in the fucking head and take it, why is it that I did something wrong? What is the justification that I did a thing wrong by taking your fucking shit from you? What is it?
what's the justification by assuming that there's no consequence for you shooting me in the head? I guess there wouldn't be one, but I guess.
Oh, great. Hang on. So then it's just a societal construct. Next.
I mean, that's your perspective and point of view,
No, it's
I
yours.
suppose.
It's yours. It's yours, bro.
Oh, now you're telling me what my perspective is. That's interesting.
Okay.
Are you sure you don't have a psychological problem? That's interesting.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt then. If I am wrong, then give me the justification for why I can't take your shit.
Because usually there's force that would equalize yours that would stop you.
Okay, great.
I know you live in a world where you're Rambo.
Hang on, this is perfect. Hang on, this is perfect. This is perfect. So then if I have overwhelming force, I am then justified in taking your shit.
In what world do you have overwhelming force?
If I did, in whatever world you could envision.
Well, let's say I don't want to grant you that theory. In what world do you have overwhelming force?
This world. That's where this
world. Could you justify that?
Yes.
I don't think you could.
Yes. So here's the world.
And besides that, let's assume that I have something you would even want to take.
You just asked me a question. Can I answer it, please? So what you just said, okay, great. So what you just said is, in the world in which I have force, you cannot take my shit's my justification. So you're just appealing to force doctrine. Now, I'm an expert in force doctrine, just so you know. I would say that I pontificated the theory in a way that the internet had never seen before. So here's the thing with force doctrine that's so interesting, is that if you have force doctrine, and that's what you're appealing to, then this should mean that somebody with greater force who takes your shit is justified. Can you tell me how a person with greater force who takes your stuff is not justified, but you're justified only in force doctrine for protecting your shit? Can you explain that to me?
You want me to justify the idea that I couldn't use force against you for taking my stuff?
No.
If you're using force against me?
No. I want you to justify how if somebody did use force and took your stuff against you, why they would be wrong.
I mean, I couldn't justify it absent a third-party perspective.
So you can't justify it.
But I mean, in that world, in your perspective, but like, I mean, in this very narrow perspective where you have shoehorned every other perspective out, yeah, I mean, sure, go ahead. You can shoehorn anybody into agreeing anything.
Stupid fuck.
Andrew, can I ask?
If you guys mind.
I mean, but you still haven't told me where duties come from.
Duties come from the idea of force. I want you to do shit, and you're going to, or else.
Andrew, can I ask?
With that is what?
The chat is.
You're not really that hard, I don't think, but okay.
I agree with you. Me, a weak softy, right? But my ability to convince men who are not weak softies seems to be incredible. So the thing is like, even absent that, let's assume for a moment that my ability to only convince government agencies who have the ability to determine force came and took your shit. Can you tell me why they shouldn't?
I could tell you why they probably wouldn't.
Can you tell me why they shouldn't?
Matter to you because.
Can you tell me why they shouldn't?
Why they shouldn't? Mm-hmm. Well, because I don't have anything worth taking.
Oh, I see.
Okay, then. Andrew, if you don't mind, may I interrupt for just a moment? The chat is pleading. I have Geo backstage. They're saying the HVAC guy from Jim Bob's, I guess he was on a Discord call with you at one point. He's backstage.
He shouldn't have fucking quit the Discord call while he was getting wrecked. But I do have to go because I have to grift, and I only have a few minutes left to grift before I reach my goal. Tell Geo that he can suck my PO. Have a wonderful evening, ladies
Andrew,
and gentlemen.
Can you stay for like
here Crucible, all of you out there in Crucible land on this panel, you have a wonderful night.
Oh man.
Lord have mercy.
Follow up on what he was
I wanted to
talking
ask
about.
Ryan a question that coincided with what Andrew was saying, but
I mean, I'm right here. Yeah, you can ask.
Okay. First of all, I want to say, how's everyone doing? How you doing, Flow State? I see you over there, man. It's been a while. How you doing, Sarah? Thank you so much for having me on the show.
Sarah, why do you have to
I
put the two
appreciate it.
black people in the bottom left?
Well, you know what? There you go, Jim Bob. That one's for you.
Well,
So
you know
tied
what?
up
That
with Rosa
actually,
Parks
that's a
down there,
perfect that is a perfect segue into the question I want to ask Ryan. So essentially, Ryan, you were having your back and forth with Andrew, and he asked you a pertinent question pertaining to your example about essentially you were making a point of denying the existence of trans individuals who identify as a certain thing, right?
Back to this.
And he asked you a pertinent question, right? What if they identified as black, right? And I actually kind of think that he didn't expound upon that example because he's not black, but I am black. So I'm going to expound upon it if you don't mind, right? So
ahead. Yeah.
I want to give you, because it kind of like, I was really thinking about the statement you made of denying their existence. And so I want to ask you a question, right? Like, what if there was a magical year, right, where America decided to give the descendants of slaves reparations, right? Okay, let's say that happened. Harry Potter, right?
Sure.
And let's say any white person, they could just identify as black. So therefore, they could then receive reparations, right?
Well, that would be
black
if
people. Wait, 1 second. I'm not done with the question.
Yeah,
One second.
okay.
I'm sorry. Should black people then, right, produce some form of ordinance that would stop that from happening? Do you think so? Yes or no?
Try and stop me from
So
getting my
just
reparations.
to back up a little bit, I would say that for this to exist, like I don't think the qualifier of who gets reparations would be like whether you check the box that said you're black, right? Like you specifically brought up descendants of slavery, so you would probably have to demonstrate in some way, shape, or form that you were a descendant of slaves. And even if you didn't look black, you could still be a descendant of slaves, and therefore you might still qualify. So,
but wouldn't that be the process that you just projected for the audience? Wouldn't that be denying their existence because they identify as that? So wouldn't it be where the process, the procedure that you just illustrated for everyone of them proving that they are black in whichever fashion, wouldn't that be denying their existence, like you said to Andrew earlier in the show?
No, and the discontinuity there is that what we're talking about is currently right now there are papers that people are allowed to change their gender on these legal papers, and if this bill passed, then suddenly they would no longer be. So to make this to make it more analogous, we could say that we live in a world where right now people can get reparations by just saying they're black on a piece of paper, and we went to go change it so they couldn't say they're black on the paper anymore. Is what you're saying? I'm saying the problem I would have with that would still be I would still critique the qualifiers, right?
No, he's saying
I'm
just
saying,
like
because Andrew was projecting qualifiers for you, and you were saying that was an example of them denying their existence. But I'm giving you sort of a theoretical example of recipients of reparations. So if people had to then identify that they were such, that would fall in line with your example of denying those people's existence. But I would say that the argument is kind of valid that black people would have that procedure is necessary, right?
Well, we would want to be more strict about what the qualifiers are, right? Is what you're saying?
But why are we being more strict with black people than the trannies?
Yeah, because
that's a good question. That's what I'm asking you. But
you're not getting what he's saying. He's saying that if trannies could sign a paper to say they're trannies, and there's hypothetically a law that you made up in your mind that probably exists on Never Never Land, where they're saying they're not trannies anymore, then if black people are granted reparations, that means that anybody can say they're black to get the reparations.
Yeah, I want that too. I mean, I want to dunk.
And even earlier, when Jim Bob was threatening,
we don't have reparations right now. We do have legal documents
and say he's a girl.
We don't have reparations.
I just wanted to point out to you, Ryan, why. Wait, 1 second. I just wanted listen. I know I'm coming off like I'm really challenging you. It's really not about you personally, Ryan. It's just that I wanted to point out to you why I think Andrew asked you that question. Right.
Sure.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, I mean, totally. So again, like we could have a conversation about whether or not it's justified to change the law. All I was saying in that exchange was that they would be changing the law. And to put it more in that example, I think that you would end up by like trying to enforce that. You probably would have people who are uncertain about their exact ancestry or they're kind of racially ambiguous, and those people who might see themselves as black might suddenly be told that like you're not black. So
Ryan, here's a more pointed question about it. Okay, what is the limit as to like what's the limit as to what people can identify as?
I'm not
Oh,
here
it
to have
is
that conversation. I
so
mean, you
funny
can
seeing
explore that if you want. But I'm just like we can totally just talk about like binary trans people.
No, but that's the thing is like what Dark Lake is bringing up is that if we point to any category that has some sort of norm in the system, and if you can just like tomorrow, I realize that like they're gonna donate a bunch of money to live streamers that are women. Can I just tomorrow identify as a woman and get the grant for the live streamers, right? Like, what do I need? What do I need? Well, yeah, what do I need? So if that's the case, why is the limitation on age? Why is there a limitation on race? Why is there a limitation on anything from your view?
Well, what I'm talking about again is documents that right now have people's gender identity on them, which I see as different than biological sex because scientists also.
That doesn't answer my question at all, dude.
I know, but I mean, if you'll let
at least you know.
We've successfully illustrated that there's no consistency within his perspective here.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't agree with that, but I mean, if that's what your takeaway.
I mean, what did I ask you?
You conceded the point,
dude. How many times you got to get smacked in the face with a brick wall before you realize, like, I mean, there's no door there, bro.
So you're saying biologists are the authority?
Whoever just said that, can you walk me through what the brick wall was? Real quick, whoever just said the brick wall.
There's no criteria. That's the brick wall. There's no criteria.
I didn't ask you. I asked the person who just
said that. If I want to put on some high heels and a dress and I want to go get some lady loans, and you were the bank teller, you saw me with my big beard walking in there. Like you're gonna punch off on that. You're just gonna take your stamp and be like, "Kata." Granted, hand me all the cash. You walk out of the bank.
Gentlemen, I do want to try to give a shout out to the higher donos if they come in. Dano, I believe
Dano.
this is coming over on your side, Jim Bob.
Appreciate you, Dano.
Just to tell everybody to shut the fuck up. Thank you, Dano. I appreciate that.
So again, to bring it back.
I'm so sorry, guys. I gotta bounce. Ryan, I wasn't really trying to attack you. I wanted to.
I don't feel attacked at all.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I just had that question. Peace out, Flow State. See you guys.
You good?
Dark Lake.
Be safe. So again, what we were talking about is right now, again, I've said this like 8 times, but right now there are people who have this documentation. And if that bill had passed, which it didn't, because obviously Republicans did not have the support. So no matter how persuasive Andrew has been, he hasn't gotten the Republicans to get fully on board with this, even in Texas, right?
Yeah.
So but right now, if that bill had passed, it would have immediately made those people criminals for having that paper.
But who cares, dude?
If you think we should be able to just arbitrarily change, and rightfully so, because these things are describing something, right? That correspond in the real world. Like you recognize that there's no consistency there because you don't even try to defend it. We recognize it, and that's why everybody can't get off this because they just want to hammer the point that.
Well, they're moving on from the thing I'm talking about, though. That's why I'm.
Well, no, we're pointing to your the problem in your reasoning is like if I identify as an animal and my documentation does not permit that I identify as an animal, are you denying my existence as a fucking platypus, Ryan?
Right now, is it legal to change your identity to
legality? Is not where morality comes from.
If they changed it and they made it legal, right? No, dude. If they made it legal for me to identify as an animal, and they refused in a certain state for me to identify as a puppy, are you gonna get on the
right?
You're gonna get on the panel and say you're denying their existence as a fucking Labrador, right?
I wanted to shout this one
that's
out.
How insane. That's how insane we are now.
But I don't think I can explain why it's not the same. But hang on,
gentlemen.
That's a totally different question.
Thank you.
Shut up, Doc. Question.
Jordan Flores came in with a big 100 earlier. I don't know if this was on Jim Bob's or Jake's. Just to say, cosplay Navy SEAL doesn't count, by the way. Thank you.
Cosplay. Yeah.
So the reason I would say this.
Oh, that's harsh right there. That's a second-degree burn.
And let me throw another one up here. Jason with the big 100 said, "Here's some money, Jim Bob."
Thank you, Jason.
For debating these idiots.
Especially
this is why I would make the distinction between sex and gender, but that sends us down a whole different rabbit hole, which is why I'm focusing on right now the fact that people have these papers currently, and the bill would have changed that and criminalized.
Who cares, dude?
It doesn't matter. That's not just
so Ryan.
Everybody knows that you don't believe that the law being something makes it right.
So Ron, I'm actually from Texas. Do you think right now, as a 6'2", bald-headed, bearded female, I should be allowed in a DV shelter?
How many beers?
Look at Azrael. How beautiful. So beautiful.
I'm a beautiful woman. I don't know what to say.
I mean,
I'm
Azrael,
very
if
different from
you
you. I
like,
don't- I don't
honestly, you
care.
should have a support system. If you're in Texas, it doesn't
Support
matter.
delusion?
If you
Why should we
abuse,
support
I'm
delusion,
not gonna
Doug?
lie about that.
Gentlemen,
That's
gentlemen.
gotta be
I can't. I'm just watching the spark shoot out of Ryan's ears like he's having an overload blowing gaskets over there.
Duck.
So should I be?
I'm
Should I be
I know what it looks like,
allowed?
but I'm having fun. I promise.
Should I be allowed at the DV shelter as a 6'2" bald-headed,
Hell yeah.
bearded female?
Hell yeah.
I think you should absolutely have support. If you're an abused person, I'm sure.
What if I
there's
identify as
No, a
abused
woman's DV shelter. Should I be allowed in a woman's DV shelter?
No.
They are going to have resources
I would
for you,
say
most likely.
I would say no. But you know, again,
denying his
the way you're
existence.
the way you're asking the question
Picture
is
you as
like
a subhuman.
I don't have the chance to think about like a good answer.
Well, he's
gonna be honest.
identifying as
that's
being
also a problem.
abused. He really connects
I'm
with
gender
that.
fluid.
I identify as not a
Are we
felon
criminalizing
anymore.
him for wanting to be in
Gentlemen,
here?
gentlemen,
No, please,
gentlemen.
right? We're not.
What if I was a?
what if I like what if I what if
gentlemen.
I actually did want to help you, right? Like and I want to understand how that system works.
What? Help you what? Support people's delusions? Is that what you mean?
Help you what?
Yeah,
Support what you
absolutely.
perceive as
If his
delusions.
delusion is
You
if
wanna
his
support
delusion is leading
delusions?
him to not be
Great work,
abused,
Doc.
that's cool with
Doc,
me.
Doc,
I probably
you wanna
don't have a
support
medical
delusions?
opinion about
Doc,
that. I
you
probably
wanna
don't have a
support
social opinion about that.
Gentlemen, if you could
I don't have
just
any
let
opinion
me
about it.
read the fucking
do you-
super chat, please. Alter Void with the Big 10. Didn't Pocahontas Pelosi already take advantage with her race?
Duck, do you think we should support delusions?
I think that
I
was
think we should
Elizabeth
support
Warren.
people not being so rude to Nancy Pelosi.
Dude,
But
do you think people
but,
should support delusions?
People support like I support Republicans'
I
right to
didn't,
think that like
Ryan,
Donald Trump
I
is
didn't
helping
ask
them, and
you.
that's
I asked
delusional.
Duck,
So
dude. Black and white guy. I asked Duck.
Yeah, so
I'm so sorry,
I'm actually
Jim Bob.
a huge proponent of breaking down conspiracy theories in terms
What?
of if you believe crazy shit.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Listen to
I
my
am
words.
confused right now.
Listen to my words. Duck,
just knowing
calm
your
down.
audience, that's probably
Listen
more
to
relevant
what I'm
than talking about
saying.
trans health.
Listen to what I'm saying. Do you support people's delusions? Do you think we should support people's delusions? Yes or no?
I didn't watch Loose Change. That's a clear no for me, buddy.
What?
What are you talking about for delusions? Delusions
If
is
someone
an English
believes
word that
something,
doesn't mean
if
one
someone,
thing.
dude, if someone believes something that's not true, should we support their belief or argue that their beliefs are delusional and try to help them from that view?
I
You
couldn't
should-
even.
well, I mean, first of all, you should take the time to explore whether or not they actually are delusional, because you might just have a fundamental
Oh,
misunderstanding.
you mean
of what
like
they
you
are.
mean like having a
Exactly what you
dick
support.
and thinking you could have a baby? Is that delusional, Ryan?
But no, but a trans man who
Oh, real?
who
What's a
thinks they have
trans man,
baby-
Ryan? What's a trans man?
A trans man is someone who was assigned
How
to
do
a
you
woman.
know?
who
How do you
identifies as a
find
man.
someone who's a trans man, Ryan?
Somehow I feel like he's
have
in
it. There are
like a
trans
train.
Like, I don't know why you're like doubling down like it's ridiculous thing to say.
Gentlemen,
Fucking delusional people.
Do you mind if I respond? So there are people, regardless of how you fucking feel about it, you snowflake bitch. Like, there are
My
people,
feelings are just as valid as
Shut
theirs.
the fuck up, Jim Bob. You're so stupid. I'm raising it to you though. Okay?
Yeah, Ryan. Isolate us.
There are,
Isolate us, Sarah.
There are
Come on.
trans men. You might not
You
like
want
them.
it?
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
I want him to
God,
defend.
give it
I
to
want him
him.
to defend the referent. Here, watch
Give it
this.
to him.
So there are trans men. You don't have to
Hold
like
on.
it because you're a baby
Hold on.
bitch. I
Stop
understand.
it. Stop.
But there
Calm
are
down.
trans men.
Stop. Hold on. How do you determine there's a trans man?
There are okay. So do you understand what it means to be transgender?
I don't care. Tell me how you determine
How am I
someone's a
supposed
trans.
to, how am I supposed to explain it to you if you won't even like?
How
explore
do
the
you
first word
determine
of it?
someone's a trans man?
I'm asking you. Do you understand what
What's
it means to be transgender?
Yeah. I do. Go
What?
ahead. Tell
Can
me.
you tell me?
Someone's a trans man. Well, in
How,
this
no,
case,
how
it
do you,
would be
what does it mean to be transgender?
someone who's born female and thinks they are a man, whatever man
Identifies as a man. Okay, cool.
Right,
cool.
right.
So
How do
that
you
would be a
determine
trans man.
someone's? Yeah, great. I already fucking know that.
Then we agree. Why are we fighting about it?
Why are you asking me? I already know. So how do you determine? What's the methodology for isolating and determining someone's a trans man?
What I would do is just ask them if I really wanted to know. I generally don't need to know that,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Okay. So you ask them, and it's just self-proclaimed.
I mean, it depends on the context, right? Like if I'm their doctor, then I probably want more information.
How does a doctor verify someone's a trans man or not?
I don't think trans people are lying to their doctors about their.
I didn't ask if
sex
you
and
think they're
gender.
fucking lying. I asked, how do you verify that someone's a trans man as a doctor?
I don't think that's a problem that needs. It's not a problem that's happening. So I mean,
I
you can
asked
try to
you,
address. I
dude,
appreciate you
okay,
looking.
Sarah. All right,
for a
Sarah. It's
solution to that
done. He's
problem,
not
but
going to
I
answer the
it's not-
questions. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer because I don't know how.
Yeah, totally. So trans men exist, and I say, how do you know they exist? You say, I'm not going to fucking answer the questions, dude.
Well, that's not what happened. Actually, there was a bunch more things that happened in between that. But what I said was trans men exist because there are people who were assigned female at birth who believe they're men, and you disagree, and that's fine. You're allowed to. It's America.
Calm down. You said premise one.
You think they shouldn't be allowed to identify that way? To be clear.
Calm down. Trans men exist is a statement, right?
Based, yes.
First order knowledge claim.
We agree. Trans men exist.
Great. How did you determine a trans man exists?
There are people who I understand to be assigned female at birth who say that they're men.
So they just say it. Great. So I'm an angel. I'm an angel.
That's awesome, dude. And what they're communicating to me is general.
Hold on. I'm using your. No,
okay,
stop.
You're a beautiful angel. Yeah, I hope you get your wings.
Focus. I'm an angel.
I'm very focused.
I'm an angel. I want angel rights. Okay. I want to be able to go in any place I want. I want all sorts of things that are compatible with being an angel. And your criteria, Ryan, is simply that I declare it so, right?
Well, we're not talking about angels. We're talking about gender.
Dude, all right.
Which is why we have to have the fundamental conversation that you don't want to have because you're a coward and you don't actually care about any of this stuff. You're just a troll. I understand, which is fine. You're like, that's what you do. You're like Andrew, you're an absurdist. You troll, and it's
Ryan just takes more meth, buddy.
That's your grift. I love that for you.
Ryan, you're intellectually
Bro,
dishonest.
I want to know what medication you're on, Ryan, dude. Where can I get some, man?
Look at his
teeth. What are you smoking?
I'm intellectually dishonest, so explain why.
And in all honesty, like, has anybody ever called you radical cavity?
That's funny because I'm missing it too. Yeah. I don't know why I actually don't agree. I don't feel like I'm being bad faith. I'm actually like one of the most sincerest motherfuckers you'll ever meet probably on here. So
no one says that. No one says that who's sincere.
Steelman, okay. Why do you think that I think you're intellectually dishonest?
Why am I intellectually dishonest?
Why do you think that I think that? Because I think that you know why.
Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question. I think that you don't understand what I'm communicating when I talk about gender and sex. And you think that I'm being bad faith by trying to explain that before going into a conversation that depends on those fundamental definitions to expand on.
I think that you're fully aware that your view on transgenderism is shut the fuck up, tied up. Is independently
racist,
inconsistent with the rest of your perspectives on everything else. You recognize the inconsistency there, and that's why you keep sidestepping it. You make no attempt to rectify that inconsistency or even acknowledge it. You say it's not there, and I'm not touching it. That's why you're intellectually.
I don't feel like there's been pressure put on anything I've said to the point where I need to justify an inconsistency.
What are you talking about, dude? I asked you, what's the criteria for determining someone's trans man? You say that it's declarative. I give an example of a declaration
more or less, yeah,
using the same exact fucking criteria, and you go, oh, I don't fucking know.
I said we agreed. We agreed on the criteria, and then we.
So what can I identify as then, dude?
I don't know, dude. You live your life. Live your best life, dog. I don't give a shit.
Fucking this guy.
I identify as a bitch. David Atlas coming in with a big 20 saying, here's the rest. Win, Jim Bob.
Thank you so much.
And the other guy coming in with another 20. Jim Bob, you're hilarious and cool as ever. Ryan, you're K, by the way.
All of that's true.
And KEWL with the paper Angel Bob.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like schizophrenics who think they're Jesus. Should we affirm that they're Jesus?
Right.
Well, I mean, you probably shouldn't like mock them relentlessly, right?
That's not what his fucking question was.
That's not what I said. Or should we send them to a ward to get the mental help they need?
Right. So if you want to put this in the context of trans people are not delusional about what their body is, right? You understand?
How did you determine that?
He's mad I called him radical cavity.
I think it's funny.
He's mad I called him radical cavity.
Ryan, how did you determine they're not delusional?
I like your train of thought there. So
I learned about what people mean when they say they're transgender. I learned what the science says. I learned what like people talk about.
How'd you determine that?
So you generalize everybody's definition of transgender. You think everybody's definition is the same?
Why is somebody?
I think that there's a definition broadly used by I think there's a broad definition generally used. Yeah.
So if I believe I'm an amputee and I'm not, you're gonna affirm, you're gonna help me support the cutting off of my leg.
If we had like a
you deserve disability checks.
If we had a large chunk of the population who had that issue, then I would be.
What do you mean large? How large is the trans?
Like we did about trans people.
How large?
Now we know.
How large? No, how large?
How large?
The thing
What's
is
the
that
threshold? Hold on, Ryan.
Someone's gonna clip that.
What's the threshold for people being delusional where you actually treat them like their delusion is real and you can chop their legs off, dude?
Well, I mean, you're jumping way far ahead, right?
So you won't answer the question, dude.
Not all trans people cut their dicks off.
You need to be thrown in a fucking locker,
Do you know that?
You need a wedgie.
Do you know that not all
and you
trans
need a
people cut their
locker.
dicks off? Are you aware of this?
You're just
such
a little putz,
He is a swirly too. Don't leave out on the
What a
swirly.
coward, dude. Absolute
Marcus
coward.
comes in with a big 20, says, I'm your dad, Ryan. You're grounded. Go to bed.
Cash at me that, and maybe I'll consider it.
Dude,
Ryan,
man.
Ryan,
You're like
Ryan, do you
dodgeball. You're like a
understand what they're
dodgeball
arguing
master.
you- like talking to you about?
I'm engaging. I'm answering
You're
all
not
your fucking
engaging with
questions.
shit,
No fucking dodgeball.
You haven't
I mean, I
answered
think Ryan-
nothing,
Ryan
Ryan.
the only
You've
non-big
answered
kid on the
Uncle
panel.
Cavity. That's what you've answered.
He's not a
Yeah,
dodgeball
he hasn't
master. He's
dodged
been
one
getting
of
hit
those.
over and over and over again.
You just
He's been
told
taking
Jim
them all to
Bob
the
that
face.
there
I
has,
want to know if you bear with me. Evan, did you have anything to add in? Usually you come in with like 1 or 2 questions because there are people waiting. So I want to make sure I give
Quit
everybody.
breathing our air, Evan.
He's so peaceful.
I know. He's the best panelist ever. Go ahead, Evan.
I was just going to say, it seems that in terms of like nature and kind of like evolutionarily, women are much more comfortable being controlled, whether it's through like I know there's like the fight or flight, but I think women also have another one called fawn, where they go and they convince themselves that a situation's all right, and they develop like a Stockholm situation for it. With all that in mind, why kind of like taking what Tied Up said earlier, why not just like limit like their rights and just have it done willingly and just
I can answer
this political process?
Yeah, what if it's good?
I can answer this super easily. In the
Here
United
comes
States,
Duck
we
with a
typically say-
crackhead opinion.
Here comes
Yeah,
crackhead.
here's the crackhead part. The crackhead opinion is that in the United States, we've always deemed citizenship to mean economic participation.
Always?
We've deemed citizenship.
That's not even true,
to-
bro.
That's not even true.
That's not even true, crackhead.
Then why do we need
Hey,
why would we need
Sarah,
to female rights?
Sarah, can
Let's hear him out. Okay,
Sarah,
you guys
can
talk
I get
a
some
lot.
parting words? I'm gonna crash out. I got work in the morning,
Sure, that'd be great. Go for it.
and I'll give you some panel space. Okay, so there's some hard truths that are gonna come up against some of these points that are probably gonna not earn me some good points, but
And before
reality
anybody,
is-
let me interrupt you. Before anybody interrupts you, it is his exit statement. Just let him fucking talk. Thank you. Go ahead.
How long?
So women are specifically specialized in 2 major things: elaborate social networks and child rearing. And it is these 2 traits that give the woman the most power, in that you can trust them to be spies, and they're very, very good at shooting things. So it's not without saying that women don't have utility in like a military service.
That's a fact. Women are statistically better snipers because their hand stays more steady than men. That's a fact.
All right, statistically,
That is a fact.
untrue.
So no, it's not untrue. It's actually a fact that women are better snipers. But that's
also
anyway,
a sick fact. If it is a fact, it's very sick.
All right. Anyway, I'm out, Sarah. Have a good night.
Thank you, Dustin.
Coming from someone who actually served in the Marine Corps and shot on the range every year, the women predominantly shot lower than the men, scored lower. You're not going to find any scout sniper that's a female, because it's not only about shooting a weapon and being accurate with it. It's about handling the weapon system, traveling with the weapon system, being able to accommodate for hygiene. There's so much more to serving in the military.
Can you clarify
than
what a
just
weapon
shooting
system
weapon.
is? Can you
That's
clarify what a weapon
a
system is?
gun, any
It's a
gun.
gun.
In the military, we call them weapon systems. Any type of gun.
Well,
Okay,
it's
cool.
including everything.
Well,
that,
here,
that-
let's just put it this way: the average M16 weighs about 8 pounds with no magazine in it. Once you
Yep.
put a 30-round magazine in, it's about 11 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So you might think that's light, but if you carry that for fucking 15 hours a day on patrol,
Yep.
that fucking thing gets heavy as fuck. Especially
Well,
when you're
fifth
wearing
miles.
60 pounds of gear.
the
So
myth
what
there-
Azriel is saying is
You probably wanna
absolutely
make sure that
correct.
people
Okay,
do that.
I was in the United States Marine Corps too, and
Hoorah,
consistently the women always shot far less than the way the men did.
Yep. Every year.
Jason, I have a question about that, because there is something that I think they're picking from it, where there's a phenomenon when women shoot pistols, where
Steadier hands.
yeah,
Yes.
they have a steady hand, and there's like a anticipated reaction that the men don't have, or maybe reverse that. Maybe that's the phenomenon that people are trying to draw from. Is that the case? There's some aspect of the woman in a certain shooting context, but then they're just extrapolating that out. Is that what's happening?
I don't know. Like, I don't know the actual data on that, but I would say like under conditions, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that were true.
Yeah.
But you also got to realize too, like when you're talking about being a sniper or being out in the field, as we say, there's a lot more other things coming on. You're being shot at. You got to fucking, like Azrael said, you got to, like, snipers go out for, sometimes weeks on end.
Yeah, the elements, deal with the
one
elements.
target.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't know any woman that could do that. Like, just to deal with just the physical fucking demand that would take.
I don't think you've seen G.I. Jane, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You haven't seen G.I. Jane.
It's a movie.
Are there women snipers?
I think
Hey, Duck, was that a real movie? Was that based on a real story?
G.I. Jane, and then what's the other one? The one with Samuel L. Jackson.
Aliens.
Where he gets caught by his own special.
There's a lot of
Jason. So Ryan,
yeah,
you
were they based on fat?
and they refuted it with fat, and I'm shutting up now.
One at a time.
I'm pretty sure it was true.
Or what?
No, it wasn't, you dumbass.
Was it?
You're talking to literally two Marines. I served 5
And
years
without
in the Marine
remorse.
Corps,
I
brother.
haven't argued with like anything you're saying. What are you trying to do?
Why are you on this panel? You're just talking about fucking conspiracy theories. You're talking about movies now to relate to
Now
reality.
you're trying to silence me, bro.
I don't know who you are.
Mr. Shaky over there.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Like
Very
you don't
nice
even know your
jacket.
face, and you asking who I am.
Tide, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Actually, sir, brother.
No, I'm not talking to you, Azrael, either. You look like a ghetto
Oh,
Mr.
right.
Clean. But
Do you want to hear my frogman voice?
Nice diatribe, brother.
Tied up. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Duck.
Tom Hanks from Castaway. I'll cook all of y'all.
This one?
Okay. All right. Gentlemen.
I'll go
How do
one
we
by
do it?
one. I'm from PG County.
How do we
Maryland.
do
All
it?
we do is joke
Oh
all
my
day.
God! Shut the fuck up! Nobody cares.
That turned me on.
I
Go ahead.
care.
My goodness. And Rachel Wilson gifting 5 more Jim Bob memberships. I believe you are getting a Crucible raid
Getting a
too,
raid.
Jim Bob.
So let's hit that goal before you go to bed.
So in terms of the sniper thing, right? Like, what's the point being made? Because from what I just Googled a little bit, right? And it seems like there are many women who have been snipers, and there are active like women who perform in roles where they are snipers. There are like famous ones from like World War II. There's people in Ukraine currently, like women who are snipers. There was a Russian name that came up, Ludmila.
There's also women who could dunk. Who gives a shit? You're going to appeal to exceptions to make an argument, or what?
I'm asking, what was the point of the
I
whole
mean,
thing
lots
about,
of women fight. Like Ronda Rousey, she's another one.
Yeah,
she's a dude.
There's tons of women serving the military today. And there's tons of women who don't want to.
Oh,
What's
great.
wrong with that?
Bagel boy. Here comes fucking guy. Get him out of here.
Awesome.
He's so disgusting, dude.
Who was it?
But this is the
What
point.
happened? I
This
was
is
on a
the
different
point.
tab.
The gentleman that made the
It was the bagel boy.
Which one? Was it Hormaxer?
Yeah.
What was he
So
doing?
the reason I brought that up is because
Showing his
it seemed like somebody, I believe somebody said that like no woman could do these things and listed all the stuff that
Yeah.
we talked about snipers.
Have they served in
there are women
combat?
who do it. So you're
Did
just
they
wrong
serve in
about that, right?
combat yet?
Huh?
Were they in combat?
Who gives a
yeah,
fuck? We know that
the
women,
Russian
there's
one has,
certainly
like, 300
exceptions to the
kills.
rule, but women are
Some
not as
exceptions.
strong or as
Overall, it's
Cool.
reasonable to say.
Yeah,
that
Flo makes a
women
good point.
are-
I'm not saying. All right, I did say I didn't.
Nobody's
I
saying
don't know
what.
any women that were snipers. I haven't seen one. I
Nobody
never
said
fucking met one. But I'm also guaranteeing you that those women you're talking about probably haven't been over in Afghanistan
But,
and
like,
doing the actual job.
No, I'm not going
I
to
know.
listen to that because, like,
They
Tulsi
exist.
Gabbard, and Tulsi Gabbard served our nation. She's still serving our nation. I'm not a
right.
huge Tulsi fan
She was
because I'm a
so good in
Democrat.
young. She was so good in Young
But
Guns
let's be
too.
honest. Let's be honest. There is
I'd do her.
there is a standard. There's a standard that women
Obama.
meet and exceed that men do not. We can't lie about that.
What are you
Women,
saying?
what?
What are you saying?
I'm saying if we look at a standard for how an operational team would work, like by and large, women are just like they're much cooler, right? Guys.
Now you're trolling. Now Duck's trolling. Now he's
I'm not
making me.
trolling.
Now I like him. Now I actually like him.
I am
Yeah,
completely honest. I can't lie.
Now I
I'm
like
being
him.
completely honest right now.
This is
Wait,
like-
are you
this is
saying
like,
that women would be better in leadership positions on
It's
in a,
like
like a squad?
It's like Andy Kaufman.
So let's
Let me
say
ask y'all something.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Is there anything that women are better at
All
men?
right. Jesus, you're still fucking talking.
Oh, so I was when you're talking that one. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Angel coming in with a big 5 says, for the man, the myth, the legend, Jim Bob.
Thank you so much.
Tyler Jones dropping in a big 31 for you, Jim Bob, as well.
31. Thank you so much, Tyler.
Tyler G. You got a lot of Tylers over there. Dropping in 20 for the funny.
Thank
yes.
you, Tyler G. Thank you, man.
And then Caldy dropping in 5. RC arguing women snipers in Russia. You're pro draft for the women?
Not necessarily, but what I brought up was a woman from Russia from World War II who's
Amazing. One fucking bush.
Absolutely
lady. Great
doesn't
work.
matter.
I mean, I was just saying the person
I just
earlier
can't
said
think
that
of
they
anything
didn't know
that
anyone
matters
who
less.
could do that, and I'm just saying there are women.
I
who
don't
have
know
done
anybody who
that.
did
There you
that.
go.
So what? You're talking something. I wasn't alive then,
We can move on.
jackass. I don't know her.
I said it.
Well, okay,
I said there's
jackass,
No
we can move on
I
then.
said there's no scout snipers and there are no Marine Corps scout snipers. In addition to that, if we were to eliminate all the men versus all the women from the military, which one do you think is a more combat ready force?
I wouldn't want to do either of those things.
Oh God, he can't
I'm
answer
gonna
the
let-
fucking
I'm gonna let
question.
you know right
Let's
now.
take this
Probably.
motherfucker.
But
I'm gonna
it'd
let
be
you know
stupid to
right
do either of
now.
those things.
There
It would
are
be stupid to do either of those things.
I don't eat egg sandwiches.
Oh.
I don't eat egg sandwiches. I
It
just
depends
never
on the
had an
question.
egg.
I answered the question, and I
Everybody
and I-
on here needs a fucking sandwich. Christopher
I wanna fight.
Murphy
I wanna
coming in with,
physically
I
fight
know
you.
you do, Jim Bob, and I'm willing to throw myself in the ring just so
Out
you
there.
can just
I'm gonna
beat the
break
shit
my
out of
guitar.
something. Holy shit. Christopher Murphy with the big 10, just to say from the crew. Great. Thank you, Christopher. Eric dropping in on Jim Bob's
Hazel.
side says, oh, Hazel, that was fast. Why? What does that have to do with anything?
He just likes my eyes.
That's pretty gay. That's
He
pretty
should be a
gay.
sniper.
Why am I trying to figure out to see his eyes?
John Bart requesting the horse video again. Okay, sure.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Gentlemen, let me let you know, if you keep getting all fucking out of hand and retarded, I'm going to throw the sexy fireman in there just for you.
Can I say
what's
one
up,
thing and then I'm going to take off? I'm just going to take off. I'm going to say two things. First, I'm going to say Sicario is the best movie ever. Maybe ever, other than The Equalizer. And whoever requested the horse video, not as cool as the night video. The night video is the sickest that Sarah's got. I love talking to everyone. Love you guys.
Your duck.
Take care.
See you, Duck.
Good night, brother.
See you, Duck.
All right, now everyone's against me again, right?
Duck is starting to win me over.
The horse video is pretty
I mean, I started out with you, but you just I changed.
No, you didn't. You were anti-feminism from the beginning, which was the prompt, right?
I was
He's-
anti-feminism from the beginning, but I was more against Jim Bob's.
All right, boys. I just have to cover up here. Geo, can you voice confirm for me, please?
Yeah, hello.
Okay, you finally got your chance on the fucking panel, even though you're spurging in my goddamn back
gotta
chat
definitely
like a
just
tard.
call.
Yeah, if you could just stop being a tard back there when I tell you to stop being a tard, that'd be great. All right, what do you got to bring to the table?
Yeah, here. I was going to talk to Jim Bob and also Andrew Wilson because they're both like retarded crucible drones, and there's a reason
Well-
why Andrew actually ran away from me.
Holy shit.
Yesterday, he ran away from Jim Bob's Discord after I had to go, and he doesn't want to argue again because he knows I was whooping his ass, but I had a unfortunate circumstance. But particularly Jim Bob, I don't know if you want to defend what you said earlier, but this was in like reference to feminism. What retard is snoring? Hello, what retard was
You
that?
just fucking arrive at the
Yeah, I
point.
kind of like
dude.
this guy.
It was
Okay, yes. So kick all these other
Holy
lolcows out
shit,
here.
how long
Get
does it
rid of
take you
these
to
lazy
order at the
lolcows out
drive-thru?
here.
Geo, let me also inform you
Oh.
of something else too. If you keep telling me what to do with my own fucking panel, even backstage and up on stage, I'm just gonna ban you for life, and it's gonna be a
All
fucking day.
right.
Now get
Talk
to your
through it,
point.
you sensitive
All
bitch.
right. Just give me one-on-one with Jim Bob,
I have to
please.
fucking
No,
start.
talk through it, you sensitive bitch.
Okay, so listen. So what I was gonna say is feminism. You said prior that feminism causes the abolition of hierarchy, and you said that was a
No, it
net
doesn't.
negative. Well, wait,
No,
hold on.
it doesn't.
That's what you were arguing prior. And
No,
told
I
you.
didn't say that though.
But-
So stop lying.
You said patriarchal hierarchy, right?
It's impossible for feminism. I said feminism relies on the hierarchy, can't abolish it. It's impossible.
Wait, hold on. It's not about the reliance
Fucking
upon
retard.
it. Wait, no, actually,
You
because
shut up. You shut up, you little retard.
What? No, the abolition of patriarchal hierarchy
Try to
doesn't
spit
deal with.
those words out. Let's go. Try it again.
You're just interrupting me because you're drunk and alcoholic.
Fucking
Hello?
retard.
I didn't even say a sentence. You're just interrupting because you're a drunk alcoholic.
Oh, this
Hello?
is deep-seated. Goodness.
Listen,
This dude came straight from
The
TikTok.
prime-
You can tell by the
Try
feminine
again,
in
buddy.
his voice.
Try again,
yeah,
buddy.
yeah, right. I'm
Try
not
to
trying to
steel
again.
man
You're
me,
just
you
not
little
listening.
demon.
You were
Try
I
to
don't think
steel
that
man.
you're going to be able to get through it.
Steel man, dude.
Okay, hello, can a mod like interrupt? Like, just stop this
Can I
retard
have
from
a
spewing
mod? Can
nonsense?
I have a rescue? Can I have a
Help
rescue
me.
dog?
You're
Well,
just spewing now
I'll
because you know you're going to be
inform
wrong in
you,
this particular
Gio, you
situation.
haven't
Yeah, man.
earned any type of respect here.
Well, the respect I earned is by making that
Steel
retard
man,
pussy leave the
dude.
call. That guy left the call because he was scared of
Steel
me.
man,
Because he's
bro.
no
He
loser.
didn't
No,
leave
you left the
because
other
of
day, you
you.
jerk ass.
He did. He absolutely did. He
Steel
ran
man,
away.
dude.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Waiting.
I'm done with your dumbass. We can sit here
Gio
and
was a huge disappointment. What a fucking loser.
yeah, all that just to fucking talk
L's in the
about
chat.
people leaving the fucking Christopher Murphy gifting 5 Jim Bob memberships.
Thank you so much.
That was the worst panelist ever.
He was
Yeah,
bad.
John Jackson with the Big 10. Good win, Jim Bob. Also, Duck's retarded. Trolling is
I
hilarious.
liked it. I'm starting to like Duck.
Duck's
to be
growing
trolled.
on us. Well, considering Duck spent a whole entire panel literally being booted to the backstage for like 3 hours
yeah.
straight.
Yeah, he's getting
You
like
know.
a harder skin, isn't he? He's like developing a little.
He's
callus.
getting. I think he's just used to being hated now. Tell him.
Hey, Ezra, you might want to leave because they're using the R word repeatedly, and you only called me out, but I haven't heard you call out anybody else.
That's because I'm white and I have privilege, and you don't.
Oh
But
my
I'm talking
god.
to Ezra.
Oh,
he
sorry.
complained about me using the R word, but he hasn't spoken up about anybody else.
Tella coming in with a Big 10 on behalf of the Crucible crew. We appreciate you, Sarah. Also, good job attempting. There was actually no success here, but definitely attempted to control this lot of animals. It is impossible. I concur. Marcus Antonio dropping 5 over for Jim Bob. Christopher Murphy gifting 10 Jim Bob memberships. That's so kind. And
yeah,
I don't even know how to say that name, but win Jim Bob tonight was a slaughter.
Thank you.
There you go.
Right on.
I was actually attacking Duck when I said that. You just got caught in the crossfire. But if you want to be in your feminine, that's cool, bud.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll say that I claim that. Just tell everybody else what you told me.
Way to be in your feminine, guys.
All right, so
I'm headed off for the night.
You're a
Thank
pussy,
you for
bro.
having me.
Yo, I'm learning so much today,
Yeah,
bro. You were in the
Evan.
Marines and you were a pussy the whole time. Anybody could make it then. Dog, I was the only dude. Y'all can scroll up. It's okay. Y'all can scroll up in the pirate chat.
One, you ain't gonna make no weight standard, bro. You are too fat to be a Marine.
But you're avoiding what I'm saying though.
You are.
And let me do one more voice confirmation. Brandon, are you with us, sir?
I am.
All right. Can you count or tell me what 3 + 3 equals?
6.
All right. We're not going to show anything on screen that we shouldn't, correct?
I promise. I'm not a complete degenerate. Yeah.
All right. What do you want to bring to the table, sir?
Well, I had a question for the panel because they were talking about trans people earlier, and I was just curious if they were saying something trivial like
You called it. You knew the dick's coming.
Yep, the dick. That's right. If they were saying something trivial like just some trans people are delusional, or are they saying all trans people are delusional?
The whole trans philosophy is delusional. There's no referent for it.
Yeah, on its face.
Yeah,
So
there's
what's
nothing
the-
there.
So what's the
Is it
false
possible you
belief
just don't
that all-
understand it?
No, that's not an argument, Ryan.
I'm asking you a question. Is it possible you don't understand it?
No, it's your position.
It's
I
not
understand
possible?
what. No, I understand.
That's a
the
gaslight.
claim.
You're gaslighting.
I understand.
Everybody
it's
understands
gaslighting.
it. I don't care if
No,
you think it's
not.
gaslighting. I'm
No,
asking
it's
a
not
question.
possible. No, it's not possible.
Okay.
Is it
So you
possible
don't
that
think
you're
someone can
gaslighting?
really be off enough to believe they're a woman?
possible.
Or a man, Jim?
I already fucking steelmanned Ryan what a trans man is,
No,
and you
definitely
agreed. What a trans man is a biological female who believes that they're a man socially, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't. But you don't think that's a thing? You don't think that's they?
No.
sincerely
The
believe that
delusion is right. Tied up the delusion. The belief exists. I'm saying the thing they're pointing to has no referent. They can't tell me what the thing is that they're identifying as. They can't isolate what the thing is.
Okay,
that
okay,
they're
okay,
actually
okay,
saying.
okay. I got you. I wasn't attacking you too. I was going to be a little surprised.
No, I understand. I just
I got you,
rigorous
though.
with it. Yeah. So Brandon, what else do you got? Do you think that exists or something, or what?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if you think all trans people share like the same false belief. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if it's identical, but the general false belief is yeah, they share a false belief. The false belief is that they have a biological body that's one thing, that's a universal, and then they appeal to a non-universal that's ever-changing, elusive, and self-declarative that you can point to nothing to reference it, and they declare it that that's what they are. And we ask them, what is the thing you're declaring you are, and they can't tell me what it is.
So if
Can I try to answer it?
So, well, hold on. If a trans woman
okay, go ahead.
is
Sorry.
a woman, and what they mean by woman is they have some sort of desire to be in accordance with a given set of traits, and they have that desire. Are they saying something false? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the traits, the thing that they're pointing to as traits is ultimately going to be pointing to the thing that's a referent, which is biology. And they're saying it's not biology. So, hold on. If the thing they're pointing to that it's a trait is linked to the biology, and I go, oh, you think you're a female? And they go, no, it's not a female, it's a woman. And I go, okay, if look, Brandon, I'll ask you a very simple question hold on.
Let Brandon talk.
Let me, I will skip all of this really quickly and demonstrate that you have no
You don't know what you're talking
position.
about.
Hold on, no, this is for both of you, okay? Hold on, premise, dude.
Why are you trying to switch the burden?
Look,
Shut up and let Jim Bob talk. Jesus.
It's relevant, okay? Do you agree from that paradigm that female is not identical to woman?
I mean, it depends how they use the word.
Oh, depends. All the fucking Ryan.
I agree with that answer, but I mean, yeah, generally they're communicating something different. I usually use the term archetype. I think archetype is a good
that's
thing.
Great. I love Jordan Peterson. Yeah, great. So
a dog can't be a woman, but she could be.
Hold on. So
Yes or no?
if female is not identical to woman, dude, shut up.
Answer my question.
I mean, you didn't let him talk very much, right?
I am talking.
The new trans guy's mic is really loud.
Goodness. Rachel Wilson coming in with a big 5 said Jim Bob challenging Eurodite to a fight cannot be topped. 2025 is made free. I will say that was pretty good.
It was the highlight of my night. Equal fights, equal rights.
So this is why, Brandon, it's an important question, is that if female isn't identical to a trans woman or woman, can a female identify as a trans woman?
It depends what we mean by trans woman.
Yeah, that's the fucking thing in question.
Man,
exactly.
wow.
Right, that was my question to you.
Yeah. So what is being referred to?
Let me ask the question again, since you missed it. So the
unbelievable?
Question is, if a trans
People
woman
should be
says
locked
they're a
up.
woman, right? And what they mean
No, we
by
need them. We
woman
need idiots.
is they have a desire to be in accordance with a given set of traits, right?
Yeah, it doesn't tell me anything.
The archetype I'm referring to.
False.
That doesn't tell me. It doesn't mean
or
it's
no?
false or true. It just doesn't tell me what the traits are referring to.
It's an irrelevant variable.
This is why. This is why, Brandon. This is why it's irrelevant.
Yes or no?
No, I said it's irrelevant and ambiguous. I don't know what the traits are, dude.
Okay, let's just say they have a desire to have long hair and wear dresses. That's all they mean by woman. Are they saying something false if they have that desire?
No, that doesn't make any sense, because what is it they're referring to? Can a person be? Shoot. Fucking shut up for a second.
Why are you dodging? Answer.
Because I'm clarifying a question, dude.
He actually did answer. He said no.
Can't a man, dude? Brandon, shut up for a second.
Rick is loud, and the new trans guy is really quiet.
I know.
Brandon.
I keep trying to adjust his mic, but he keeps muting. So
Brandon,
can you just unmute for just
Yeah,
a
I
second?
got you. No problem. So
Brandon,
how's this? Still chatting. Still chatting. Better?
Brandon, can't under that
Much better,
view a
probably now,
man be a long-haired person in a dress?
It depends what you mean by man.
See these fucking people.
I'll answer it. Yes, they can. They can be.
That's
Yes.
what I'm pointing out. You don't
Irish men wear kilts.
So then what's the trait then referencing if both man can be a man wearing the same dress and hair as a woman? What are you referring to then?
I gave you the traits in the specific proposition I was referring to, right? I said
So it's
person that
just-
desires to have long hair and wear a dress, and they have
A
that
man.
desire.
So a
That's
man.
What they mean by woman.
So you mean a man?
Let's say that's all they mean by woman.
No,
Are they
someone
saying
means a
something
man by
false
that.
when they say that they're a woman.
Dude, do you understand the problem here? If someone can
you
say
don't understand the problem, Jim Bob. The
Ryan,
problem is
how,
you're not
how are
paying
you
attention
guys
to
so
what you're saying.
retarded? How are you guys this retarded? Isn't it
I don't
true,
know.
Ryan? Dude,
Jim Bob.
can you let me answer you?
Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, Brandon. If you guys let Jim Bob get through, he'll walk you through the logic. I promise, and then we can.
Isn't
continue
it true,
moving on.
Brandon and Ryan, that a man is also shares those traits?
And what do you mean by man?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Do
So
you see how
if
this
you're
is a regression?
Brandon,
So
the
if-
point is there a standard for man and woman or
No,
not?
there's no standard, right? That's the point.
In his opinion.
I take a family resemblance view, right? So I don't take there to be necessary and sufficient conditions. I think it's depending on the context and what the agent means by the term.
You
when
said
they say
nothing.
man and
You
woman.
literally said nothing.
No,
So
I agree. I
so
agree
how do
with
you
it.
determine whether a man is a
This
man?
is why your position is retarded. It literally just all that you've done
That's
is
not
take
an
the
argument.
meaning out of a word. Now we
Yeah,
have a
that's not
word
happening.
that means
Just
nothing.
I
ambiguous.
disagree.
It's just
I think
ambiguous.
he
That's
just
not
provided more
true.
meaning.
And
I don't, okay.
speaking of words,
Fucking people.
sarcastic Warlacking with the big 5. If knowledge comes from God and Jim Bob knows everything, is Jim Bob God?
I don't know everything.
Maybe Jim Bob.
I don't know, but if you pray to him, he might grant your wishes.
Oh, Mike 23 with the big 50 for Jim Bob. Sup,
Thank you so
Flo?
much, Mike.
I
That's
see
for
you
me.
enjoy your slice. Showing love to you, bro. By the way, I identify as the King of England. My name, King Henry II, Michael 23. Bow down to your king and pay your taxes and show support and dono to Flow State. Oh, was this on yours? I thought this was oh, my apologies, Jim Bob.
I know it
and
only
Flow
said flow
State.
twice. It's cool.
That's
I took it.
I'm just used to it.
I didn't even know you were connected, Flo. I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize it.
So
John Jackson with the big
That's
$10.
$1 million.
Jim Bob,
Thank you.
this donation identifies
Thank you.
as $1 million.
Yeah, thank you.
And both and with the big 2, these men desire to be children.
That's right. Yeah. So,
right.
Brandon, here's the problem with Ryan and Brandon's view. If the person who's identifying long hair and a dress means woman, can't they mean man the next minute?
How is that a problem if what they mean by the term is different?
So you're not going to answer the question.
It's a fucking
yes or no,
problem
you
because
think
we
they're
don't know what
lying
the
about
word
it.
means anymore.
Is it a
Hang on.
dude? Just stick with yes or no
Brandon's
questions.
telling no. Wait, you just talk so much. So if Brandon's telling you that person in that moment
idiots.
means those things that he's communicating to you, those two things. When
Yeah.
he says woman, right?
Uh-huh.
When they say woman,
That's right.
they're not lying then, right? They're not delusional. They're just communicating a different
Well,
thing
no,
than you want to
no,
hear.
we won't.
Yes?
We don't know.
Yes or no?
Look, Ryan, we don't know if
What is the
they're-
problem with what I just said?
Ryan,
If a word just mean whatever the fuck they
Ryan,
decide it means in
dude.
that moment,
That's
then
right.
they're
Don't
not
you guys,
lying.
don't you guys see
Ryan,
how stupid
Ryan,
it sounds? But doesn't
Ryan
it sound stupid to you?
Ryan
That's not an
and
argument.
Brandon, we don't know if they're lying if we don't know what they mean, like Flo said.
No,
So the
you are
only-
asserting they're lying.
Dude, let me fucking answer you.
Please,
I'm gonna
please.
fucking hunt you down.
My God, Jim Bob. We need a punching bag for you. I'm
Look,
starting a new
dude.
goal.
Look, if we don't know what you're referring to, we don't know if you're lying. So we ask you, what are you referring to? If it's the case that someone identifies as a woman and the traits are long hair and a dress, but that could be a man also. Like Flo said, there's no meaningful distinction between man and woman. Do you understand?
Are they saying something
Except for their
false
intent.
though? That's the
These
question.
fucking
Are they saying
guys,
something
dude.
false?
They're
These fucking
retarded.
guys.
They're
It's
intellectually
unreal.
this is why I said you're intellectually
They should
dishonest.
be eliminated
How
from
would you actually
society.
deal with it? Is it
Gentlemen,
false?
This is exactly
gentlemen.
intellectual
You're really calling for
dishonesty.
genocide.
You guys have no interest.
Men, thank you.
Let me
It's
talk.
called for
One at
people
a
to be
time.
literally genocided. I think it's fucked up. Fuck you, Jim Bob. No.
I don't
Sir,
care,
sir,
dude.
Jim
You
Bob,
can't even
if I
tell me
may-
what a man and a
That's fine,
woman
you're a
is,
bitch,
man.
yeah.
If I
I
may,
mean, I can. It's an archetype that people identify strongly with, and it's also
That
a-
doesn't
an
tell me
archetype,
what it
you know, in
is.
a lot of ways.
It's not a
doesn't
fucking
tell me what it
archetype.
is.
It's a
There's not. I
prototype.
can't give you one. Dude, have you?
No
there's a
shit.
million women.
That's my
There's-
argument.
there's
You
more
can't
than
tell me
that.
what it is.
There's 3.5 billion women in the world, and all of them have different things about
What are
them.
those?
And
What are
and
those?
What it means to be a woman might
What
be
is that?
different.
Yeah,
each
what
one
are
of them.
those?
Why does that
Yeah,
matter?
yeah, Ryan.
Why,
Ryan,
why
what
is
are-
that not okay
Ryan,
to answer?
Ryan, you just said there's how many women in the world?
At least 3.5.
And what are
billion.
those? Are those female? Hold on.
Yeah, how
hold
do
on.
you know?
How do Dusty? Are those female?
We don't have any idea what that
The
means.
same game with the female.
Are those
I know you
female,
don't because
Ryan?
you're fucking retarded.
No,
but
Ryan. Ryan, are those female you're referring to?
What do you mean by female?
What is the unifying
These
most
fucking
people who
guys.
Yeah.
What?
makes-
Okay,
I'm
okay,
getting-
gentlemen,
I can
gentlemen,
answer-
gentlemen,
These
gentlemen,
fucking guys.
gentlemen.
Let me answer it.
Ryan, I think what he's trying to say is you just identified a very specific number of people in the world and put a definition on them. How do you know that is the definition if your definition means anything? If that's the case, how many people are actually in the world right now? Does anybody have the number?
It's
Like
like
7 or 8 billion. It's like 8 billion.
Okay, so 7 or 8 billion, and you are specifically qualifying a particular set of them to be
Universal.
women.
Yeah.
But how do we know that? Why aren't the 7
It
or
could
8
change tomorrow.
billion? Yeah, like could we? How does your data come in
So we could be more
if
specific.
you don't
then,
have
right?
that definition?
Shit, the
just
world
changed.
just
We can be
turned
more
all
specific.
women.
It could just
I'm
change
sorry,
tomorrow.
I thought I was being asked, but I must have made a mistake. I thought I was being asked a question, but then 8 people started talking. So
oh, cry harder, you woman.
I can kind of get.
Snap
I can
the
kind of
fingers.
get
Snap the
my.
All
fingers.
humans are pink
Extend an
elephants.
olive branch.
Now I understand
whenever you're done, I'll answer it.
Can I extend an olive branch to Jim Bob and the others here? Is that possible?
What's an olive branch?
It's like a branch off a tree. I don't have a strict definition.
That tree identifies as a
I don't have
sunflower.
strict definitions for
A
anything.
subjective
okay?
definition.
What's even an olive?
I don't know what it. I don't know what it
is. That a
definition is.
T-shirt?
I've heard of an olive in my life.
Okay, so I think when we use terms like woman and even female, there's a general cluster of concepts that we typically mean. I think it's really hard to give necessary and sufficient conditions for either of those terms.
It's
but
never
I think
has
we're
been.
generally referring. Okay, then do it for female.
That's easy.
Vagina.
No, hold on. No, let me do this flow state. A female is a person who has the developmental pathway for giving birth, even if it's underdeveloped.
And what do you mean developmental pathway for giving birth?
There's only
What does that
two,
mean?
Brandon. There's
Wait,
only
that's
two
up to you to look up the dictionary and go to 3rd grade, dude.
There's
We're not-
only
I'm just asking him what he means
there's
by
only
the terms.
there's only two developmental pathways. It's a binary. There's either toward male for the kind of reproduction that males produce, and there's female, the kind of reproductive path that's female. And so there's only two, and one is directed toward producing sperm, and the other is producing ovaries and receiving sperm.
Like
so
large
there's
male.
only hold
Jim
on.
Bob, do you recognize that like biologists don't use your
Hold
definition?
on a second. You guys are spurging
Yes,
already.
they do.
I'm not spurging. I'm telling you, biologists don't agree with you.
No, that they do
Bullshit.
agree. They do agree.
don't.
All your no. Okay, how do they disagree then?
Hold on, right?
They would also consider secondary sex characteristics, right?
What is that?
What's a second, like breasts?
So if you got a vagina and a beard,
Dude,
That's
no.
not even.
No. The secondary.
not
Look,
even
dude.
the issue.
Secondary breasts and things like that. These are external, right? Outside, they could develop or not. The question,
Because if it's internal, we're talking
dude,
about the physical body.
what part of the
Oh,
breast, dude?
stop.
Ryan, what part of the
These guys talk
breast?
so much.
Ryan,
Let him walk you through
down,
it. Ryan.
dude. We're talking about reproductive. What part of the breast is actually partakes in the reproduction aspect of sex?
Biological sex isn't defined necessarily by that
Yes.
reproductive pathway. That's
Yes,
what I'm
it
telling
is.
you.
Yes, it is.
I
You
have
can-
an
you
actual
can-
biological
you-
definition.
Okay,
Here's
real quick,
how
can I?
you determine the
Okay, I'm
gender.
sorry. I thought I was finally gonna get a chance to talk. But I'm
Let
not.
me get back to this. Tella with the big 5. Ryan and Brandon are insufferable. Why can't men wear dresses and have long hair? I
Yeah.
thought men and women's traits were interchangeable in their view.
How
Can I
can it
answer
be
the
a man
question
and
and then
woman?
Brandon can also because it's
I
for
didn't
us.
say
It's a
they
question
couldn't.
for us.
Yeah,
So,
the-
I think. No, I'm sorry, Jim Bob. Is your name fucking Ryan or Brandon? I don't think so.
Well, you're a retard.
It is
Okay.
now.
He
Does he
identifies
identify
as a
that way?
Ryan and Brandon.
Yeah,
I
it
do
depends what you
identify
mean
as
by
you
Brian.
guys.
That's
Like-
awesome. So men can wear dresses. Men can wear dresses and have long hair. Some of them
Are they women?
I'm sorry. So anybody can have long hair and wear a dress. Some of
Can a
them
man be
identify
a
as
woman?
women. Some of them don't. Okay,
Can a
that's
man
it.
be
It's
a
literally
can a
that
man
fucking
be a
simple.
woman?
It's not that
Can a man be a
complicated.
woman?
It's not that complicated.
Can a man be a woman?
It depends what you mean by man and woman there.
Okay, no,
right?
if man,
Obviously.
no, look, I'll use your definition. If man and woman is not identical to male and female and it's declarative, can someone be a man one day and the next fucking 45 minutes they're a woman?
Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
to re-ask the question. It depends what you mean by man and woman there.
Yeah, we're asking you what you mean because you're the
Yeah,
one
exactly.
making the positive
Yes, they can do
statement,
that.
retards.
And K2 Keep On Trucking came in to say, send the meth looking guy to the back to calm down for 10 minutes. I did clarify
be
in
any
the
of
chat
us.
that's why I had to clarify in the chat. And Ryan, he is pointing to you. So take 10
Hi,
minutes,
Ryan.
go take a little break.
Go cut your dick off.
I
Oh my
thought it was tied up.
God.
I thought it was tied up. That was my guess.
And then Chaw XD with the big 10 says nothing like non-falsifiable
Yeah,
ambiguity.
Exactly.
What does it mean for a definition to be falsifiable?
I've been trapped. I've been trapped in purgatory for the past 2 hours.
Adam, have at it.
A lot
Adam,
of
have
people.
at
Hold
it.
on. Let me get through the super chats first,
Okay.
Adam. Holy Rolling with the big 5. Are professional doctors who identify babies upon birth now getting it wrong?
Mhm.
Please, Ryan, answer the question. And Ryan, you can come back to that when you get back up here. Draco with the big 5. Jim Bob, you are so patient with these idiots. Let's go, Brandon.
He threatened to hunt them down. What are you talking about?
That's patient. That's patient.
He tried to fight a woman earlier.
I didn't say it was unreasonable. I just said it's not patient.
So,
Jim Bob.
So to try to answer the question that you asked.
Hold on. I got a couple more. William with the big 2. Male Adam's apple. Female is no Adam's apple. ZT Den with the big 10 popped in to drop my like and say, well said, Flo. All you did was take away the meaning of a word. Now you have a word that means nothing. Win. That actually makes good sense. That's true.
That's not entailed.
Yeah.
And
Not entailed.
there you go. All right.
The hell do you mean it's not entailed?
So Brandon, I have a question regarding how you identify what a woman is. So if we assume that your definition as like attempting to identify with a particular set of traits, would that mean that somebody who's a quote unquote woman and is French would be a different gender than somebody who's a quote unquote woman in China, given that Chinese women have, or what is considered to be a woman in China has different social norms and different social traits than one in France?
Are you just asking me, could the word mean a different thing depending on where I am?
Depending on culture.
So I'm going to make what I view as a rather minor assertion that in China they have a concept of what a woman is culturally speaking, and in France they also have a concept of what a woman is culturally speaking. I'm asking, from your view, do these two concepts of women constitute different genders or not?
Depends. When you say they constitute different genders, what do you take gender to be? What do you mean?
Brandon, what I'm asking you is your understanding of gender.
Oh no, not necessarily, but it could be. I'm not sure. I don't know the concept.
There's no
Adam
criteria.
and Jim Bob, you see, this is beautiful.
I just said there isn't necessarily.
You don't know the fuck you're talking about. The best thing to do is let them talk. Every time you get them in the corner, they start playing this semantic game, and they choose another word to say, well, it depends. What do you mean by depends? Because that could be diapers too.
Yeah.
These guys are retards. And the scary part is some of these guys are teachers.
How there isn't an argument being made, right?
There is an argument. Adam just said, look, you get woman one, right?
Too.
Look, Brandon, this is a great argument. I've used this argument with like borders. Like if there's a construct of a, hold on, dude. If a construct of a woman, right? And we were affirmed the woman, right? In one culture, when they cross the border and the woman is, the definition of what a woman is, the construct is different. Are they still a woman when they cross the border? That's Adam's question, essentially. And if the answer is no, how do you know that? It's your claim, not Adam's.
Well, yeah, sure. I would probably just stick with what I mean by woman. So no, they would still
waiting on what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I'm actually confused because
the question is, are these people
I
genuine?
live. So I personally live in the U.S. and I am aware that there are different social expectations for like a woman in the Black community compared to a woman in like the white community. There are certain distinctions in social norms.
Yeah, bring about credit, man.
Now what I'm wondering is on this view that a woman is somebody who's trying to live up to these societal expectations, and I'm bringing it to the U.S. because I assume you're somewhat familiar with the culture of the U.S.
What do you think?
Would you consider these two, like the quote unquote Black woman and the quote unquote white woman, different genders? Because
hold on,
he's not going to. He's going to ask you a question, Adam. Now, here he goes. Here he goes.
No, I'm not actually. I'm just pointing out he keeps associating my view with these sort of societal expectations. That's not my view, right?
We don't know your view.
I've already told you.
You don't even know what it is.
Yeah, I already told you when I use
What's a woman?
I'm trying to tell you. Can you shut the fuck up?
Arrive at it.
So,
I'm not actually.
Tell me what a woman is.
Well, first of all, Brandon is misunderstanding what I said. What I'm saying is the identification of woman in this case is referring to the person who is attempting to conform themselves with that standard. So the person is internally identifying themselves with a standard which society has imposed upon them. It's identified with the person, not necessarily the standard, okay? So it's the person who's identifying and it's the person who decides it, not the society. Does that make sense, Brandon?
So then
Now, do you
there's no
understand
way
my
for us
question
to
better?
objectively know who's a woman
Hold on,
or
what do you
not.
think my view is, Adam? Because
Correct.
I don't think you understand my view. What do you think my view is?
I'm
Let's
not
hear it, let's
entirely
hear it.
well.
Let's play a fucking guessing game with
Brandon, I'm unsure of what your view is, which is why I'm attempting to ask
I've said it
clarifying
like 3 or 4
questions.
times.
I'm attempting to ask clarifying questions.
Well, then shut up and let him answer it. What is it?
Yeah, so a woman, on my view, is just going to be referring to a general set of traits, right? And I might mean different things depending on the context. So in one context, I could mean an adult human female, and
Can you
in
mean a
another
man?
context,
So
I
you're
could
going to
mean
change the context
this
for you to
person
win
has a-
argument.
Can I speed date this faggot?
Which one?
Brandon.
Can you not
you wouldn't
use
say that to
those
my face.
words if
I
you
know
don't
that.
mind?
See,
Thank
see.
How has this helped anybody by neutralizing the meaning of a word and reducing everybody's understanding of something that was otherwise easy to understand and objective?
Wait, why? Wait, when you say it's easy to understand, do you think everybody means the same thing by female?
Yes, I think that words have meanings, and if you
agree.
take away the meanings of words and make everything subjective, then they completely lose meaning, right? All you've done is eliminate a word.
I don't know why that would be entailed. I don't know what you mean by they lose all meaning. I'm telling you what I mean by the terms.
And what you've said is that it's subjective. Everybody gets to choose their own meaning for the word.
What do you think language is? Where do you think meaning comes from? Do you think it comes from people, or do you think you find it under a rock?
I think that there's an agreed upon definition for words. That's why we're able to communicate right now and understand each other, except for when it comes to gender or sex.
I don't disagree with that. I agree there are terms that we use and we have a similar understanding of those words. Nobody's disagreeing with that. But when I point out, right, when I use a term like woman, or you use a term like female, or I use a term like female, we're not necessarily referring to the same thing.
But we should be.
Okay.
An adult human female. Do you disagree with that?
Disagree with what? Say it again.
That a woman is an adult human female, because that's a
I use the
dictionary definition.
sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yes.
So sometimes it's not.
Yeah. So what's a female? Can you answer that?
We're dealing with women. So
Yeah, what's a
if you
female?
say that, I think it was you that said there's what,
You
3.5
answer that?
billion. Huh?
What's a female?
It's somebody with the reproductive capacity to have children, get pregnant and have children.
Okay, so if somebody's infertile, right? But they have a uterus and vagina. Are they still a woman?
They still have the equipment, yes.
Okay, so if they don't have a uterus, are they no longer a woman, but they have a vagina?
Do you see how this is gaslighting understanding of things?
No, do you understand
What is a
what I
woman
mean
is
now?
simple,
Do you
right?
understand
It's
what I
simple
mean
to
now?
see. It has there's two sexes. One has a penis, one has a vagina. This is very simple.
Generally
There are
speaking, it's-
exceptions, there's mutations, but that doesn't change the fact that there are two sexes for sexual reproduction.
I don't think you disagree with me, right? don't
I
think
do
you
disagree with you.
No,
Okay,
don't
if
think you do. Hold on,
you
let
buy
me-
if
let
you
me-
buy a
can I-
puppy,
can I
if
get
you buy a
3
puppy, how do you
words
know
out?
what sex it is?
Can I get 3 words out? Just let me say this really quick. I don't think you disagree with me, because
I
when
think
you
I do.
say female, right, you want to include certain people, but you don't want to exclude certain people, and I agree with that, right? But the thing is, it's very hard to give necessary and sufficient conditions for these things.
No, it's not.
You just failed.
It's not.
You just failed.
Somebody
to do that.
who has so somebody can be born with a deformity. That doesn't mean that they're a whole nother gender and that there's now 3 sexes.
But
right?
That's your view. That is your view right now. If you take necessary with what you just
Okay.
said.
So when you say there's 3.5 billion women on Earth, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, it
How do
depends-
you know there's
it
3.5
depends
billion
what
women?
you mean by woman there, right?
I didn't
That's
make the
whole
claim. That was your
conversation.
claim.
It's a semantic dispute. I don't think
Okay,
there's any.
so now we're back to square one. Woman means nothing. You have eliminated a word. We're now stupider than before.
the
So if
argument
woman
for
means nothing, if it's subjective, if you can't say this is the unifying thing that makes a woman, then all we've done is destroy a word. We can communicate worse now.
Wait, what's the argument for that?
The argument is that what you guys are doing is this is just a disintegration of people's understanding.
That's
Logic and recognition is based off the ability to identify things specifically, the law of identity. So when you destroy that very fundamental conceptual perspective, you really undermine people's capacity to have a worldview at all in a large way.
Okay, I'll let you talk for a little bit. So I don't think I'm destroying anything. I think I'm just pointing out that it's very hard to give necessary and sufficient conditions with these things. I don't think you guys necessarily disagree with me.
It's not hard, Brandon. It's really simple.
don't. They think they do,
So
though.
define a
No,
female.
it's really simple. Look,
Then define a
female has the
Individual
Female has a developmental pathway, a specific kind of pathway, even if it's underdeveloped, even if it's
have
broken.
a follow-up question.
Okay, and male has a specific pathway as well, developmental. Even if it doesn't develop, there's only two roads you can take, right? There's never both roads. It's always two roads. Even if optically it looks all mangled and confusing on the externally, right? So boobs that aren't developed, or there's a penis that has like some labia hanging off of the nutsack. Inside the developmental, because that's a feature of a development. That's not the development. The development, if you track it back, its provenance has a specific pathway, and you can isolate what the pathway is. It's never both. It's only two. Now, irrelevant. You know why? No, hold on. Irrelevant. Hold on. Irrelevant to the developmental pathway, you're actually arguing for a distinction between sex anyway. So we're asking you, what is the thing you're referring to when you say woman, if it's not referring to either male or female? And you said traits, right? And I said, what are the traits? You said long hair and a dress. I said, well, if that's your trait for a woman, can't men also have long hair and wear a dress?
You're assuming those are necessary or
Well, can I actually back that up too? Men used to wear. Hold on, men used to wear things that would present it similarly as a dress or like a long cloak of some sort, right? I mean, you're putting clothing on something and making a whole new definition out of just clothes. That doesn't make sense to me.
When Brandon said that. So when Brandon said that, he was actually just bringing up an example of what someone could mean, because he was arguing.
That's not even a trait, though.
I'm sorry. I just get back. I'm gonna respond.
I'm just sorry. Dress in long.
Yeah, no, I know you're very triggered. But so what he was doing was he was explaining that there are people who say that they mean this thing, and he's telling them that they are not lying when they say this thing. They just mean something different than they want them to mean.
So they're just retarded.
That's all.
We don't know if they're
feel that way.
lying.
They disagree. I disagree with you.
We don't know if they're lying if we don't know what they're referring to. So we ask Brandon again, just like Flow State asked, what are you referring to?
You asserted they were lying and delusional.
It depends on the context, Jim Bob. I'll answer before you even ask the question. It depends on the context.
Yeah, so it's just who determines the context for what a man and a woman is then?
What do you mean? I determine what I mean, but when I use words.
Can you be a woman right now? Can you be a woman right now?
Disagree with that?
I want to know.
Let's apply the same principle to every word.
Don't determine what you mean.
From now on, every word.
Is that a yes or no?
Every word is subjective due to the context from now on. Go.
Hold on, Brandon. Can you be a woman right now?
What I mean is I have a bald head. Yes.
No. Can you identify as a woman right now, regardless of traits or anything?
I don't know what woman would mean at that point.
I'm asking
in your opinion,
your fucking view.
I just told
what
you.
He's telling.
It depends what I mean.
What do you mean?
What is that? I just told you if what I mean is I have a bald head and that's what I mean by woman, then trivially, yes.
Then great. So there's no distinction, because I could say not having a bald head is a woman, or having a half a bald head is a woman, or having two.
Are you talking about a necessary or sufficient condition?
Can I be a woman just by cutting off
yes
the
or no?
right
Is
side?
that what you mean?
Dude, you're the one with the claim that woman is
yes
distinct.
Or no, is that what you mean?
I think that Brandon is a woman, actually.
I
think they were there.
Or sufficient condition?
Sounds like it.
I'm saying if
Brandon
you
is
have,
not being
I'm
unreasonable,
asking,
guys.
Yes or
All in favor, say aye.
Brandon.
You are all being very unreasonable
Brandon.
right now, and I know
Brandon,
you don't see
I'm
it. You're actually gaslighting the shit out of me.
That depends on what unreasonable means.
No, you shut up, bitch.
Ryan,
So can you define unreasonable?
Let's get a yes or no from Jim
Brandon, I'm looking for a referent.
He won't, because he's a coward. He's a coward baby bitch who won't answer the question.
I'm looking for a referent.
Is that a yes or no, Jim Bob? Is that what you mean?
What's the question?
What does yes or no mean?
So when you say distinction,
what's the question?
Necessary or
Can you
sufficient?
define yes or no?
Shut up, Brandon. What are you asking?
Yeah,
It just means high flow.
Okay, all right, I'll chill. So when you say distinction, you're saying I can't make a distinction. When you
Referent.
say distinction, okay. And are you talking about a necessary or sufficient condition?
A referent, something you could point to in the world that says that's a woman.
All of these words are
a necessary
subjective,
or sufficient referent?
Yes, like a duck. Is there a necessary? Hold on, dude.
Question against my view, Jim Bob.
Brandon, is there a necessary? Jude, is there a necessary sufficient condition to call something a duck as opposed to a donkey?
On my view?
Yeah.
No.
No? Fuck, dude.
It's
all right, so Jim Bob, this is what's
out of
happening.
here, dude.
Brandon, you're actually you're fired, bro. You're worse
Get the
than
fuck out of here. You
what happened?
you deserve the worst. Wait, get out of here.
We were doing
I would like to address
listen to conversation.
Do you understand why I said you're intellectually dishonest now?
Fuck out of here.
I want to hear what Tyler has to say.
Useless. You're a useless
Brandon,
sack.
what you're doing is you're dismissing language as being the verbal
Fucking
agreement
useless.
of noise, and you're saying, okay, now I can make anything what I mean. Even you stating that doesn't make sense because
we get that. He's crazy.
Lock him.
Okay,
Get him
no,
out of
but
here,
I'm saying-
dude. Get him out of here. It's a waste of
crazy.
time. He's a waste of time.
Because
the question is we genuinely thinking like this? Because if so, this is scary people like this.
We know
Get him
he's
out of here,
crazy.
dude.
Yes.
The meaning of a word has to be received by the audience as well. So if you're communicating something, but we're receiving it as something else, that makes you a bad fucking communicator.
I
you
hate
guys
this
know
topic.
Or you don't have
trans
the understanding to actually engage with it, right?
Originally,
Oh, Ryan,
was feminism.
Ryan, I'm sorry. Ryan, do you agree with Brandon that there's no sufficient distinction between a duck and a donkey?
Yeah, go ahead and give them.
You can't argue with stupid people.
I don't even know what I don't understand.
You don't know what I'm referring to by a duck and a donkey now, right?
You guys are
Never
actually
heard of a duck and a donkey.
retarded.
Yeah, you guys should be hunted down.
You guys should watch this back tomorrow and go, do I look good? You'll be like, nah, shit, I'm looking retarded.
I don't think so. No, I think I'm gonna.
So wait a second.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
There's a whole bunch of women for you to look at. Jack 48 with the Big Ten. What's the thing? What's a thing if you can't define it? Words mean things. I do agree with this. I think that that's like absolutely ridiculous that you're just changing words because somebody perceives something differently. Plumpy with the Big 2. I shaved my balls earlier. Thought you should know.
How do we know what balls are?
Balls,
right?
There's no balls. Yeah.
And balls mean something else.
No
William
clouds,
Kramer
no sun, nothing.
Like basketball?
with the Big 2, XY equals male, XX equals female. Mike 23 with the Big 20. Sarah the raging tomato. You being a woman, don't you agree how fucking ridiculous this guy sounds? Brandon.
Okay,
Yeah, no, I think it's a little absurd because I mean, I don't think I'm the same as any of these men on this panel right now. I don't think anybody would
Are you a
say
Are you
I'm
are you a
definitely
duck, though?
quack quack. But I think I would definitely stand out on this panel if somebody said this is a panel full of 10 men. That would be very insulting. But in and of itself, like everybody would agree, there's 9 dudes and me on this panel. But how would we say that if you can't fucking say that?
Do you think
There's no way for us to know for sure.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can I say this one? So Sarah, you could totally say that. But like,
I wouldn't
this is
disagree
what I said earlier. The 3.5 billion or whatever. Most women are cis women.
What are
I know you
those?
don't like that word. Most women are cisgender.
Yeah,
I know
what
you're
are the
triggered by it.
women?
Most
What is
most
this? What does that even
most
This
women are
fucking
cisgender.
guy, he still doesn't
I'm
tell us what a
explaining it
woman
to you. I'm
is.
explaining it to you. Shut the fuck up and I'll tell you. If you shut
Why
up
is he
for one
still
second, I can tell you.
Words don't mean
Most
anything.
women
You
are
should kick
cisgender,
these people,
which means that they identify
Such
as
a
a gender.
waste.
that
All I
assigns
hear is
gender.
blah 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 blah.
All that means. Okay?
Nothing.
He's telling me his recipe for spaghetti.
Why are you saying it means nothing if I just told you? what it means?
Ryan, you don't tell me
So
what
you
woman
boil the
means.
water first?
Words have no meaning.
I didn't.
remember?
I wasn't telling you. That's not what I
Ryan,
was
you just said.
communicating to
Ryan, you just said.
Clearly not
3
listening to what I'm saying.
Ryan, you just said 3.5 million or whatever woman are cis woman. We don't even know what you mean by woman because you guys don't even fucking know what a duck is.
No, you don't.
It
care what
means
I
once
mean
the
by
water's
that.
at rolling boil, then you add the spaghetti.
You won't
Let
listen to
me
what I mean.
let me ask
don't know
you,
what
Ryan.
females
Let me
are.
ask you, Ryan. If you can change the word of what a woman means, then why should I take your word on what a cis woman means, or a
Well, I'm
trans
not saying that I
woman,
can change it.
or a
I'm not saying I
man?
can change it,
Yes,
so
you
I'm sorry.
are.
Like,
You're like that's
Literally
the
what you've
whole
been doing all
point.
night.
Literally, what you do.
What I'm telling you is that the way I'm using it is this is how like all medical literature that talks about these issues talks about these things. And,
Bull
like,
fucking
you guys-
shit.
You guys have
Bull
not-
fucking shit.
You mean stuff that has been
provide
done in the last
receipts for
5
that
years?
You
shit,
think
bro.
you know because you have this predisposition to something you grew up
All
thinking.
medical
You don't
literature
even bother to
is
investigate.
No. We were
You're lying
taught.
about it, like
We were
these
taught as
little
children.
children who don't want to learn anything new.
So
made
Ryan,
that-
we were-
Ryan,
for that
bullshit.
Ryan
Hold up.
ultimately is
But
backing up
hold
Brandon.
up.
I want to ask Brandon
Sorry.
something. I don't think Ryan's as dumb as this dude Brandon.
It's not
Brandon.
new, Ryan. It's made up. That's the difference. It's just throwing shit at a wall and hoping it sticks at this point. You're just making random, not you,
Yeah.
but this whole thing
you.
is
Yes,
just
you.
making,
Exactly
well,
you.
yeah, you, I guess. But like, you're
There's-
just making shit up as you go along.
There's
you
no
can't,
literature.
You can't define what a woman is, then you can't just start making up new fucking definitions as you go along because nothing that you're saying makes sense.
There's no literature, Ryan.
There's
no
sort of receipt
Ryan,
where the scientific literature says a
Yeah,
woman
there's
is
no
whatever the fuck you want it to be.
Yeah,
The
where's
funny
that?
thing is, on your guys'
That's
view,
not what I'm asserting.
Where's Ryan?
Ryan,
Ryan, what does the literature say? Hold on, let's give him a chance. What does the literature say? What a woman is distinct from a female?
Yeah, hang on.
You're
And
gonna look that up,
womanhood
right?
is
On your
womanhood is
guys'
not a
view-
costume that's meant to be appropriated for your convenience.
I can share screen, right?
Womanhood
On
is
your-
something special
Just
that
drop
was
the-
divine
drop
to
the
us
link
by
back.
God.
I want to see the whole ass
You're
link.
very
Yeah,
special.
I want to see what he
So
pulls
while
up.
he's
But I think
looking
he's
that up,
actually
I
saving
actually wanted
Brandon
to
right now.
I wanted to
But go
bring
ahead.
something about the femininity argument that you guys were having earlier.
Oh God, shut up for a minute. I don't even care now. Rude mud grabbing with the Big Ten. Self-identification is no. I mean, seriously, I want to know how else you can shit on a woman. I mean, like it's
on her
it's-
chest.
It's just getting to that point where you're just like
There's no distinction.
shitting all over it.
They're not a costume.
Now women
need a
aren't
common
even
agreement
women
for
aren't
what
even
words mean at
women.
some point,
Shut
right?
up for a minute.
I'm not taking away womanhood. You guys
Yes,
are doing
you
that.
are.
You can't even
because
tell me
now-
what it is.
Rude mud crab with the Big Ten. Self-identification is nonsense. Identity is the tool of the observer and not the identified. This is not an anti-T comment.
Yes,
Yeah,
so-
that's
well, what is
true.
the
That's pretty good.
Ryan, what does the literature say what a woman is distinct from female?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I'm gonna share my screen in a second.
Okay,
So
well,
biology
look at that.
says-
I
we wanna
want to
see the
say
whole ass
something
thing.
about the.
So
I
the
want to say
biolog-
I want to say something about the femininity debate, the actual topic, right? So I believe that the simplest answer is usually the best answer. This is
Your mic
actually
is super
called
low, dude.
Bray's paradox, right? Bray's
Sorry, I
paradox,
refreshed.
right?
I'm back.
And so when you talk about femininity, whatever you want to call it, typically the word that they use is empower women. The problem with that is empowering means that it has to be given. And who is it given by? So anybody who claims femininity is the way, well, as Jim Baum has pointed out many, many times, you are vouching for the patriarchy. It must be given by someone. That is what empowerment is.
Yeah, but Brick, you got a problem. These guys
Can I
don't even
just-
know what a woman is. So
Can I just point
They
out
don't know
on,
what a duck is.
on your guys'
They don't know what a
on
duck
your,
is.
on
Sure,
your
you
guys'
stretch the
view
argument.
400 years
You
ago,
lost the first one.
they wouldn't
So
know
you
what a
have to go to
female
the
is.
extremes,
That's
man.
your guys' view. That's the
What?
intent.
What are you saying,
400
Brandon? Wait,
400 years 400 years ago, they wouldn't know what a woman is by your definition.
What's our definition?
Your definition was a person who has the developmental pathway towards a given reproductive system, right?
Pretty sure you could tell if a guy has a dick or.
But
Right.
Jim,
They
you
would know.
don't have to disagree with
400
that.
years
What's
ago.
wrong with that?
Brandon,
Right.
of course they would know what that would is. Even if they didn't know the knowledge of the internal workings, they're going to look at a body.
So what do you
and
mean
determine.
by?
Dude,
what do you mean
hold
by
on. I'm
development?
answering you,
This
fuckface.
is the bull.
Look, they would look, and what they would determine, right, to some high probability and low margin of error, they would actually do the act of reproduction and determine whether someone was flawed and couldn't do it, and they were the correct sex to try that with, or it would work. And so,
You know
in
what?
fact, hold on. In fact, the past, they actually have a better mechanism and epistemology than you, because they're actually actively practicing the determining through practice, through proper
Yeah, so
science.
what is
And
the
he's a
developmental
virgin.
pathway? So what
That's
does
what the issue is.
developmental
These guys are
pathway mean?
virgins.
So what does developmental
That's
pathway
so true,
mean?
dude.
That's an
John
observation.
Jackson
What?
in with the Big Five. Another dono for the beautiful female donkey duck Jim Bob.
Thank you.
Lawless with the Big Five. This is specifically
Don't
for the
forget
hunt
Ankle.
'em. This is
Hunt 'em down
specifically for the
Yeah.
hunt 'em down
Seriously. Seriously.
fun. ALC with the Big
crazy.
Five. Sarah, what's GFYS?
Go fuck
Go
yourself.
fuck yourself for the sexually explicit
Oh,
cutscene.
shit.
You're a witch. No, I'm a bitch.
This message is sponsored in part by
Why do you say
That-
Those
Made
are
him
men.
feel horny and
Wait,
he
Brandon.
hates himself.
Brandon, were those men?
They were ducks.
Fool me.
Those were donkeys.
Were those men, Brandon? If a police officer said, "Have you
I
seen
wasn't
these
paying
two?"
attention, but are you ready to answer my question of what
It's
a developmental
interchangeable.
pathway means?
No, JK in with the Big Five. Ryan's studies are brought to you by USAID.
No, but you know what was brought to us by USAID? Elon Musk making it so that $40 million worth of food rotted in a fucking boat because the richest man on earth decided those people, the starving people,
That's funny.
didn't deserve it.
That's what happened, bro.
That's funny. I hope it was earmarked
yeah,
for
exactly.
children.
Wow,
and I
I'm not
didn't
saying
get
it's
it.
right, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Michael Arnold with the big five. If woman/female means nothing, then the 19th Amendment is void. That's actually a good point.
You see how Brandon had to go back 400 years to try to support himself? All right,
Hey, Ryan, are you going to put that link
And-
backstage ever?
Then Tala
I'm
comes
trying
in
to
with the
find,
big
there's a specific
five.
paper that I haven't looked in a while, so I'm trying to find it, okay? Chill,
It's
all right?
over, Jim Bob. Can we distinguish the difference between a donkey and a duck? Brandon,
Nope.
no.
Over.
Brandon is so stupid and he thinks he's intelligent.
Is
I
Brandon
mean,
like a regular? Is he like a comedic relief or something for the show?
I don't know what he is.
Never
Brandon,
seen
don't
him before.
you agree that? I don't know. Brandon,
He's got those demon eyes.
Brandon, don't we have to agree to a certain extent on what words mean? To a certain extent, and on any level, do you believe that?
Why do you think I would disagree? Of course, we have to have shared understandings to be able to communicate.
But
Obviously,
not for woman.
Trivially, again.
Okay. I want to start at the most obvious because I don't know how dumb you are yet, but I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
so
you
at what
made an
point do
argument
you
for that, right?
stop? At what point do you change the agreement on what determines the word's definition?
Wait, say that one more time.
So at what point do you change the agreement of what determines the definition? For example, who do you go to?
Wait, that assumes that there is an agreement. What's the argument that there is an agreement on female, for example?
Well, we have
the first
definitions,
question he
right?
asked.
Yeah, it just begs the question, right? There's
The argument- here's the argument, Brandon.
Jim, please let him be done. Don't we have definitions?
Yeah,
of
not
words?
an argument again. How about you just answer the fucking question?
Here's
right?
an
There's
ar-
a
here's the
hidden
argument,
Ask me a
Brandon.
question. I'm answering it.
Yeah, so answer it and don't assume shit that we don't agree on.
Here, Brandon, I'll answer it.
Actually, I'll say every time you say answer it, I don't know what the word answer means. That means for me to just
Does that
spurg
mean
out and talk and
refrigerator?
say whatever I want.
Answer means refrigerator.
Now, obviously,
You
you
define
guys are
answer?
completely missing the point and being dishonest.
Brandon, did you come from two men or two women?
Neither.
What did you come from?
A man and a woman.
Oh,
And are you gonna
really?
ask me
No,
what I
no,
mean
no,
by man
no.
and a
Hold
woman?
on. Oh, you're cooked.
Hold on,
You're
hold on.
cooked.
I'll tell you what
No,
I mean
you're
by
cooked.
man and woman. I'll do it. I promise.
Okay, go ahead.
Adult human female and adult human male.
What is
Oh, is that what you're determining?
What is
man
adult?
and woman?
That's what I meant in that context. Yeah.
Oh, now it changes,
Yeah. What's
right?
the issue?
So you defaulted back
So
to the actual
no
meaning of the
issue,
fucking
right?
word.
Yeah.
No issue, right?
No. How do you define adult
I
human?
know.
Yeah, no.
Sarah,
No.
can you add the screen I'm sharing, if you don't mind?
So
Can you
Brandon,
put the link backstage too?
Yeah, put
So
it there.
Brandon,
Actually, a trans woman and a trans man.
So Brandon, what you just did is that you reverted back to the binary because you know it's necessary for you to exist. That a man,
the
a
argument?
biological male, and a biological female had to come together, and there had to be there had to be a universal distinction between the two, and an
What's the
applicable.
argument for that? You're just
What are
saying
you
shit.
talking about? What's the argument for?
universal
Whenever you're
two-
done, I want to read this.
Wait
Yeah,
a
what's
second.
the argument
Did you
that
just
that
ask
is-
me?
That is assumed
Dude,
in my
dude,
answer.
Are you asking me what's the argument that sex that you being born required two separate sexes coming
That's
together?
not what
and
I'm
having
asking
sex?
you. I'll tell you what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is, when I gave you that answer, what's the argument that I'm giving, that I'm necessarily giving some sort of universal distinction or whatever
You're
the
using
fuck that means?
you're using two universals. What do you mean? What's,
Yeah,
the argument? You're
for that?
referring.
That's to
Okay,
repeat the
guys,
claim.
we gotta move
What?
off this. This is
What?
not, we're not
Wait a
gonna do
second.
that. Can I read
Yeah,
this
this
thing?
is-
Okay,
yeah, this
so
is
both
fun, I guess.
both sex, the biological attributes of females and males, okay, and gender, socially constructed roles, behaviors, and identities in a spectrum, including femininity and masculinity, affect molecular and cellular processes, clinical traits, response to treatments, health, and disease. So this is a distinction that we want to make. So shut the fuck up, I'm finishing. So this is a
Where does it
distinction we wanna
say that
make.
it's whatever you
Shut
want it
the
to be,
fuck
like you
up.
said it would?
So this is a distinction that we make when we are collecting data, and you are
This
crying
is
about
not
it. You don't
claimed.
want that.
This is
You
not
might not
what
like
anything.
it.
Claimed.
You might not
Said
like
nothing.
it. But
No,
people,
this is not what
scientists
you
who
said it
collect
would
this data, they
What
care
you
about
said
this.
it would
nothing.
be
You don't.
is
You're
whatever
not
the
like
person
you're
is
not
saying.
anything, and you're a
decided.
baby. That's not my
Look,
problem. Okay.
Lord.
Look, you just said nothing, Ryan.
Not true.
Ryan,
I gave you. I
You
gave
didn't
you.
even. You didn't
confirmed
even
my
let it. No,
point.
Ryan. You didn't even let us. You didn't even let us. No.
For the
you didn't even-
record, Ryan, it said consider. It didn't say they do.
You also didn't even let us process is what you were
Please about
saying.
this,
You
okay?
just
This
talked.
is
You
the
just
one I
did a
wanted to
gish
pull up.
gallop, right? You didn't
It
even let us
also
No, I
process.
says
didn't.
mini,
Fucking gish.
not
You don't
all.
even know what that means. Oh
So
my God.
Brandon, back to Brandon. It was required for a man, what you
see?
call
Can't
a
even-
man and a woman
Both-
to have sex.
Hold on,
right?
let me
Those
deal
are
with this.
Both of those words were defined in the paper. Neither of them said it's whatever the person saying it wants it to be. That's what you said. The academic
That's
paper.
not what I was telling you.
You're full of fucking shit, dog.
What I was telling you,
and you're intellectually dishonest.
You're projecting shit on me. I'm not responsible for your projections of me.
That's what Jim Bob asked you to do.
Pardon me for just a moment, gentlemen. We'll all get some short relief here. K2 comes in with the Big 10 and says, send Brandon to the back until he feels like a woman. All right, I got you back there, you up here. And then also, let me get a couple more super chats, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Oh, where the hell did I leave off at? There we go. Christopher France, whatever. In with the Big 5. Sarah, is that you in the horse video? No, only in my dreams. Cut coming in with the Big 5. I used to play Duck Hunt. Just realized I shot at nothing but a TV. No, they were donkeys, actually.
No, we're not. Yeah.
Kane's catharsis with the Big 10. It's strange how a Supreme Court justice can't explain what a woman is, but a 13-year-old boy can know they are one. That's a really good point. Really good point. And VP says, Ryan Brain Cell Assassin.
Sorry for hurting your brain cells, VP.
Ryan, I have a good faith question here. What is it?
Hold on.
Why are you? Why are you in? Hold on, Ryan. Why are you invested? Like, what is it? Your worldview is that you're invested in something so seemingly new as far as trans stuff. Yeah.
I mean, first of all, I like learning. I like understanding things. So I learned about these things.
No, the fuck you don't. You don't like understanding words.
Well, let him finish, please.
It kind of seems like I do. You just disagree with what my understanding is, right? And that's fine. You're allowed to do that.
No,
like,
you
I'm
actually
not telling
don't
you
have
can't
understanding.
Do that, right?
You have insisted on
for
reducing
hours.
your understanding by obliterating a word.
What
That's
I
a
said
lot
earlier,
like they
so
redefine
what
words.
kicked all this off, okay, because we don't actually want to talk about what's going on where there's an oligarchical takeover of the government. You guys don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about fucking trans people. Okay? So we're going to talk about trans people.
Look, well, hold on. No, I'm actually not going to let you blow past that. I'm not actually going to let you blow past that, Ryan.
We can come back.
I'm not letting you blow past these claims regarding oligarchy. You've actually triggered me. You've actually triggered one of my favorite things to talk about.
People. Like, what? How am I supposed to do that? Like, okay, what kicked us down this rabbit hole was Andrew was on, and we were talking specifically about a bill in Texas that would, if it passed, which it didn't, because people don't agree with you guys on this, by the way.
Can you name me a
if
government which
if
is
it had
controlled by a
passed,
minority?
it would have criminalized trans people overnight. It would have criminalized trans people because right now they have documents that say one thing, and it would have made that a crime. Okay,
but the word doesn't mean anything, so they could still identify as whatever the fuck they want because the word doesn't mean anything.
Well, okay,
and they would be criminals by
yourself. No, you can't criminalize somebody if the word means whatever you want it to mean. So obviously it doesn't mean whatever the fuck you want it to mean, you dumb fuck.
But that's never what I fucking said. That's your dumb projection, like I keep telling you.
We're just going to change the word criminalized, and then it doesn't matter anyways.
That's true. They could just identify as something else.
Can I ask Ryan about this article, because there's actually something I wanted to ask him regarding the article itself.
I'll try.
So, okay, so the area you cited, it defines gender as socially constructed roles, behaviors, and identities in a spectrum, including femininity and masculinity. So do you agree to that definition?
Yeah, I really like this definition. I think it explains the distinction really well. Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe that there are different socially constructed roles, behaviors, and identities in a spectrum in China in relation to what they call men and what they call women compared to... Okay, so you think that in the U.S. there are different socially constructed roles, behaviors, and identities in the spectrum in America as there are in China, right?
Yeah, I think people express their gender slightly differently in China than they do in the U.S. If that's what you're asking.
But wait, so how? So no, what I'm asking you is, do they constitute different genders in China? Like, is a China woman different than an America woman, or are these separate genders?
I mean, one could make that argument. I don't think that. I don't think of genders as like that individualized. I think of it as an archetype, right? Like I think that people are generally presenting as an archetype that they perceive in society. They see their mom, and that's the archetype of a woman. That's the first people you run into.
What if
right?
their
Your
mom's
parents.
a man?
Well, hold on. So
wait. Adam,
their mom's a fucking man.
Well, hold on. I have a very.
What if
simple,
bees could sing?
So Ryan, you have to understand that in China, the archetype for what a woman is going to be different than what the archetype in America is. So
Totally
China
agree.
has like characters like Mulan, which has specific archetypal characteristics, which are seen as and uniquely feminine, which does not apply to, like, say, the Brothers Grimm fairy tales. I'm using fairy tales as an example because whenever I think of archetypes, I think of Jordan Peterson, and he talks about fucking fairy tales all this fucking time. And I'm
one of the
sure
things he talks well about is archetypes. I think that
Yeah,
that's
okay.
that's why I use it. Is
So-
like he
so-
turned me on to that idea, and I don't like Jordan Peterson. I think he's a
So-
dumbass.
so-
and
so
he
Ryan-
lied about LC16.
So Ryan, hold on. So Ryan, if you would agree that Chinese woman is a different archetype than European woman, would that mean that the gender in these two cultures are fundamentally different genders because they're referring to different archetypes?
Fundamentally different gender, in a sense, yes, but not in.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
sure, in a way,
Depends.
yeah.
So-
like a Chinese
so-
woman,
so
in-
Chinese- so
a Chinese
China
woman. Hang on,
woman-
I'm responding. A
Okay.
Chinese woman is a different cultural archetype than an American woman. Yes.
Could a Chinese woman be the same though?
Well, hold
also?
on.
That was an honest answer.
I actually want to get a little bit more granular. So,
Please.
So would you agree that a feminist idea, like let's say we're talking about a liberal feminist idea of womanhood, as in a positive, like strong woman, basically all the shit that Cleo's World is constantly ranting about. Like I imagine you don't know who these people are. I'm talking about feminists on TikTok. What? Oh, well, fuck off.
Sorry. No, he's still here. I just had
coping.
to put him in the back.
I'm actually coping. I'm not saying fuck off to you, Ryan.
That's a brutal, Adam. That's a really brutal argument for.
You know
for these
you know what
people.
else is brutal? Death
No.
metal. Death metal is really brutal. You know what I think is really brutal? Omegan by Wormed. That's a really brutal album. Same with the Time Ghoul digital discography from 1992 to 1994.
I don't care, Adam. Zach Burke coming in
So
with a big 5. Ryan, please show a single example of a female that produces small, is that gametes?
Gametes.
Or a male that produces large gametes. Maybe then you would have a point.
Exactly.
Those are the pathways.
Shout out to Extol, really brutal band. Their album Burial,
Fucking
Christian
Adam, you're
technical
such a
death metal
nerd.
band. They're great.
Such a nerd.
And Ryan got bought back up by Trib. Disagreeing with Ryan for what what experts are saying means you need something to refute it beyond feels.
We had 30
That's true.
seconds.
Jim
of
Bob just
relief.
told me I was being ridiculous, or I said nothing, but all I did was read him an excerpt from a paper. So
You
like,
just got
how am I
wrecked
saying
by
nothing?
Adam,
I'm
though.
not
Dude,
even. I'm
Adam
not
just
communicating
wrecked
my
you.
thoughts. I'm communicating someone else. Like,
How do you not know Adam just wrecked you? How do you even not know that?
Well,
I don't care that you think that.
Well, the criticism I have of this view is you're saying at the same time that there's this similarity between these different cultural conceptions of what womanhood is, but at the same time you're saying that they're referring to separate archetypes, and thus because they're referring to separate archetypes would constitute different things qualitatively, which is why.
What do you mean different things qualitatively? Can you elaborate on what you?
Wait, no,
specifically
you,
mean by that?
Brian
So-
never said that. Dude.
so-
I mean, like, you can't. Let's not lie now. He didn't say that. He said it depends on the the construct. So he said,
Yeah.
therefore, if it depends on the construct, it'd be something different. Like
like,
Ryan,
what-
I'm not agreeing with Ryan, but I'm just saying, don't misrepresent.
Adam just
like,
said that exactly.
The quality. So the quality of womanhood in the Chinese archetype, the traditional Chinese archetype of what a woman would be, would have separate traits that are distinct from the European archetypal concept of a woman. It's different in quality.
Probably, it'd be like a Venn diagram, and they'd be mostly overlapping, right?
I have actually no idea if that would be true. That would be a claim that you could make. I don't really
Adam,
see a reason
Adam,
to make
can I just
that.
interrupt really quick? Ryan, it's actually not overlapping because based on your own criteria, someone even in China could declare a new category of woman that actually doesn't overlap in any particular way to the traditional woman of China anyway. So,
Yeah,
so overlap
then
doesn't actually
statistically,
matter.
It would still overlap because that would be one outlier.
No,
not
it
the
could be a
collection,
dude,
right?
No, it just could be a dude. Looks
Okay.
like a dude. Looks like a
I don't
normal
care.
businessman.
We're
Hold on,
talking about
like
the
a Chinese
majority of-
business. Good. Hold on. A normal businessman, a Chinese businessman on a train, they could identify as a woman, even in China, given the archetype that's typical for a woman is what we're thinking of. You're saying, well, there's a lot of overlap. What Adam is drawing out that you don't even realize is happening is that you actually would have to include any self-proclaimed view and expression of what a man or a woman was, to the extent that you wouldn't even have a distinction between the two in any culture.
No, I understand that those people,
Sarah,
those rare exceptions where there are people where there are like bearded women, like hyper masculine bearded women, those people exist.
That was
sorry.
Sorry, is that Brick? Brick,
Yeah.
are you heading out?
Yeah, I wanted to head out, but before I go, first off, I wanted to thank you. Wonderful time. Jim, excellent job on destroying stupidity.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily agree with yours or some of the Ortho Bros view on rights. It would be cool to have that conversation with you guys at some point. But when it comes to this conversation, there is absolutely nothing you're going to be able to do when arguing with stupid people. I am intellectually destroyed.
Yeah.
But thank you, Sarah.
Now you know how all your opponents feel, Brick.
Silent Zero, and then with the big
I had to
5.
get him.
Can you ask Ryan if Dad was present in his life? How does a person end up so messed up?
Yeah, closely. Yeah, I'm on great terms with my dad. Yeah. Why?
And
I don't think
is
these
he a
people
woman?
are stupid.
Yeah, but was it your mom?
Is it your mom?
I mean, I'm on good terms with my mom too. I mean,
Are they
how
the
do you
same? Your
how
dad?
do you know mom is mom and dad is dad at this point?
That's right.
Yeah, which one is it?
Yeah, good question, Sarah. Good question.
Arnaldo in with the
lost.
big 50. The GDP go uppy up. Okay.
So,
We used slavery to do it.
Dude,
well,
the
I
GBP thing is brutal.
It was.
That was brutal in that part.
That was terrible.
Cut with the big 5. That was brutal. Ryan, can a person go to China and be a woman, then go to the U.S. and not be due to the typical traits of the country?
That's right.
And
It's an
actually,
interesting
my
question.
question to that is, would the data change then?
Well, Sarah, what if the passport you'd have to get, because according to his argument against Andrew, you're denying someone's identity. So according to Ryan right now, if Adam extrapolated out,
Why don't you let me speak for myself, huh, Jim Bob? You don't actually have to speak for me. I actually don't need you to present my arguments for me because you're a dumbass and you never represent me correctly. So
you need someone else to
do
do it for you. Hold on.
There is not
endorse his
enough
characterization of my arguments.
alcohol in the world for
Adam-
you guys to do this. Go ahead.
There's not enough
If
alcohol in
Adam
my system, that's for
extrapolated
sure.
to every country and there were distinct men and woman archetypes, from your view, you should be able to get a passport that matches the identity of each of those things. That's not even ridiculous, by the way. That's actually consistent with your view, correct, Ryan? A
No,
passport.
sorry, I wasn't listening because that was really dumb. But what I would say is this question totally misses. I mean, it proves a fundamental
You're
misunderstanding
such a
what I'm
little
talking about, right?
squirming sack.
Well, you can cry about it as much as you want. I'm not going to.
Do you want to fight me?
No, not
You
really.
guys fight everyone.
Yes.
You and that lady
I don't
are
want to
getting him in the ring.
Listen, everybody,
I want to go back and engage with that.
shut
Jim Bob
the
doesn't want me to
fuck
engage with that
up.
point.
Everybody over on Jim Bob's side, please send him a shit ton of super chats so that he can go buy a punching bag first thing tomorrow morning. He needs to hit something, and I am afraid of any person that like physically gets in his way tomorrow when he wakes up.
Jim Bob, you really should have been a Marine. Like, you just want to fight everything. I love it.
Michael Arnold with a big 5. You're all missing a better question. Can two perfectly healthy women impregnate each other?
If they're men.
What is a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
what
they're
is a
men
woman?
and women.
So technically, from his
trans woman
view,
could get a cis
a
woman
woman,
pregnant, right?
yeah, from his view, a woman could get a man pregnant.
Yes,
So,
correct. Like I said, I mean, you all understand that that I'm not saying that because of that statement, I'm not saying that trans woman suddenly has female biology, right? You understand that?
It's irrelevant because
We
what
don't
you're
know.
doing is
Thank you.
reducing categories into
all agree.
meaninglessness, and then it destroys the law of identity. Like
Yeah.
if you can't identify something, it destroys the law of identity.
We don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, I
There is
don't
something that you
think
said
that's how that
earlier
works.
that I.
We don't know
that
what you're
that
referring
actually
to.
Literally how it
works.
works.
Can you have them tell us the 3 laws of logic, please?
Mm-hmm.
You know I have a computer science
One
degree,
with
right?
a big 5. By the way, if you provide something, then based, but just saying "nuh-uh" to something experts are backing isn't good enough. Grow some intellectuality, honesty.
That's all they did, though.
Intellectually
Experts,
honesty.
most of those studies can't be replicated, though. Most of those studies are irreplicatable.
You don't even know what we're talking about. It's not about a replication thing. It's defining terms, dude. You have no clue. You're so out of your depth.
But wouldn't if you're utilizing a term, if you're defining a term, wouldn't that term have to maintain consistency in order for it to actually be a term, Ryan?
That's right. I agree, which is why I provided a resource just now, the sex and gender differences paper, which talks about the distinction
It said they can consider. It said they can consider. It didn't say it's defined across the board.
The law of identity says it has to maintain its meaning over time. It doesn't mean
you're asking for. They're like saying it would make sense to do this.
Your definition has not been consistent over time. It's a new phenomenon, so it literally is breaking a consistent chain of understanding that we have throughout all of history. All of history.
All of it.
You don't know what
Ryan. What he's saying is
because you guys didn't pretended they didn't exist for a long time and tried to trust them, right?
No, it doesn't mean
you want to do that again.
It doesn't maintain though. You don't understand. Like,
I'm about ready to
here's another demonstration, Ryan. You guys didn't answer this.
Arguing in favor of Ryan's position.
Let's see if you answer this question, Ryan.
Just reminder, I'm fighting with 9 people right now. Okay, just everyone keep
Ryan,
no, I know that.
If female is not the same as woman, can a female be a trans woman, and why not?
I guess there's a world where it's possible. There'd be like there's probably like 1 or 2 people who could possibly fit that.
Okay.
I guess it would be like, I mean, it could either be someone who was misidentified at birth, like their sex was misidentified at birth, but does happen, right?
Okay, hold on.
Because
One step at a time. If a biological female can be a trans woman, how would you know a biological female is a trans woman?
Well, like I said, like it depends on what you mean by trans. So this is why I asked you earlier if you understood what transgender was, and you didn't. So I tried to explain to you that it's somebody who identifies as something other than what they were assigned at birth. So if they were assigned the wrong gender at birth, right, then you could argue that they fall into that category. I don't think that they would self-identify as trans in that case, but I mean, they might fit.
Do you need me to ask you again? Okay, the question.
All right,
was,
now I'm a Furby. I'm now taking Radical Coder's position.
Hold on, the question wasn't, does Jim Bob know what transgender is? From your view, can a biological female be a trans woman? You said yes. I said, how would you know that? I didn't ask what your opinion of my view is. I asked you, what would the method?
I gave you an explanation of a case where that could happen. It's rare, and it probably doesn't.
What would be the? No, you said it would. It could happen. No,
and your position was stupid. Yeah,
Ryan, you said it could happen. I said, what's the methodology for you to determine a female? Listen closely. Is a trans woman? How? The methodology. I didn't ask if you think it's possible. I said, how would you know a female is a trans woman? Please answer the question.
So what I gave you was a hypothetical where somebody was misidentified, right? Their gender is misidentified at birth. So it would, therefore, their gender assigned at birth does not align with their current gender identity. I'm just saying that person probably does not identify as a trans woman, but based on like a strict definition of transgender, they might fall into that bag. That's all I'm saying. It's not really that big a deal.
Whoa. I didn't ask what might happen.
This is why feminism is not good for society.
Hey, Jim Bob.
But because you're too dumb to understand it? Like, what does that have to do
Michael Arnold with a big
like, what are you, 14, dude? Like,
Michael Arnold with a big 5.
Ryan is like, he's like focusing on that guy.
Shut up. I'm sorry. Michael Arnold with a big 5. You missed the each other portion. VP with the 5. Ryan, can a biological female become a trans woman? Yes or no? Explain how and why. I believe that was kind of the question you were prompting,
but
right?
Waiting on the answer.
It's kind of a like a red herring. It's not really like the question. Like these people don't even agree that transgender people exist, right? So they like it's kind of like why are we arguing about like
it's an internal critique.
Your definition, and we're going by
all right, Jim Bob.
Nico Pluto sending in the big 50 for me to just tell you to shut the fuck up. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate you so kindly. And communism is cringe. Says Jim Bob is going to have 7,000 matches lined up by the end of the year at this rate.
I'll buy every ticket.
Hey, so for the record, I got bored, so now I'm a leftist. Jim Bob, I have a question for you. And yes, I'm now going to try to argue for Radical Coder's position as well as I can. So Jim Bob, do you agree that there are societal prescriptions that are made to specific sexes, like saying like the idea that women ought be homemakers and that men ought work like somewhere out of the house. Do you agree that this is generally done societally?
Yeah, I would say both sides of that are done. There are the prescription from one view to say women should be in the house, and there's another prescription that says no, go out and fucking write a Eat, Pray, Love book. So that both exist. Yeah.
Well, so my claim is that in traditional Christian societies, historically speaking, and I think you'll agree with this, it was expected that women would stay home and take care of children, whereas men would go out to someplace other than their home and help work in some way to earn a living for the family. Whether it be out in the field or like in the 50s, like an office, well, not in the 50s, but like the 90s, an office job. So would you agree that these are roles that are generally assigned to sexes?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible that somebody could prefer to inhabit a role that is not identical to what society typically considers their sex?
Yeah, exceptions exist.
Okay, so very simple, very simple. Gender is identified as the role itself. Now, generally, because the gender and the sex are seen as very similar, almost synonymous.
Yeah.
It's possible that somebody could have a gender, as in prefer to inhabit the social role that does not align with the sex.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would actually refer to the thing you're referring to as a gender as like a duty. And let's say there's a female who's just more prone to going out and maybe working, and she's an exception. She's some brute lesbo. And she's next to a man. I would say that what they're doing is the same task, let's say, but I wouldn't say they're identical in what the abilities in what they're doing. So they can be like assigned to those duties, but we wouldn't say that they're identical now. Suddenly the man is identical to the woman in that same context. And a perfect example is like war. Like if a woman, I don't advocate for women to go to war, but if a woman was like headstrong and wanted to go to war, just because they're in the same context with the same uniform,
Going back to Chinese culture and Mulan.
Yeah, like I just wouldn't, like, I'm making a distinction. I think correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, doesn't it seem even more coherent to refer to what we call gender as like actually what we're pointing to is the duties we're assigning to the sexes? So, because wouldn't the gender be expressed through some roles and expressions and movements and activities, right? Aren't those activities duties?
So I disagree that the activities are necessarily duties. For example, a woman has in society has no duties to get like a manicure, but historically in the 90s it would be considered to be a womanly behavior to go out and get manicures and pedicures. That's an example.
Still considered.
So the claim is actually rather for the existence of trans people as a valid category is actually rather modest. All that is saying is that the gender role, as in the things that somebody performs, this is a I don't know if Coder agrees with this definition, but I think it's the strongest one. Now, the claim is that the gender, as in the thing which somebody identifies with, the set of actions that they wish to partake in, which is typically associated with the opposite sex, is the thing that they want to do. And that this is considered transgender because typically it's associated with the sex, which would be the referent. The referent in this case is the actions that the sex is doing. But in this case, the person is not aligning with that set of actions. They're aligning with a set of actions.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Before Jim Bob jumps in and moves on to whatever, because he's going to totally. But before he does, did anyone here just hear that and be like, oh, that kind of makes sense?
No.
I heard it and I understood it and I reject it.
I'll tell you something that does make sense. The chat does want.
I agree with what Adam said.
Oh, shut up, please. The chat says they want one more hour. Well, I'm going to start a goal. You have 15 minutes to purchase that hour, or else I'm going to bed. I'm very tired. If we want to keep going, I'm happy to do it, but I want a prepayment on that one. And then let me get to these super chats too. We've got Max J with the big 5. Are you also Canadian? Thanks for the entertainment. Trib1 says, but yeah, feel how you want to feel it. It just means that. Well, I feel like the fucking queen of America, so that's what I will be.
You are
Captain...
the fucking queen.
You sure are queen.
A lot of fucking. That's a lot of fucking.
Sorry.
Captain Awesome with the big 20. What happened to loving who you are without changing who you are? All that's being done is self-harm, and feminism is allowing it.
Can I engage with that one? The last one?
Yeah, sure.
I would argue that the person loving who they are by expressing who they are, while society is the one restricting them from doing that, from like expressing who they are, and they're saying you can't express that way because your biology doesn't match what we think is supposed to be the biology that aligns with those social roles, right? And I think that's cringe. I don't want to
cut off your ear because you identify as Vincent Van Gogh. Do you love yourself?
It's possible, yes.
No, it's not possible.
It's possible.
Why should we change the norms and expectations based on the small minority of people who I deem are deluded?
We're not changing them. We're obliterating them. This is an obliteration.
Okay,
the people actually using these things. No, real quick. The people actually using these terms for things that matter, they mostly agree with me. You guys are crying about them.
I don't agree with what you think matters, dumbass.
I want to directly address.
I agree with Jim Bob finding your ass.
What Jim Bob and Dusty is referencing is a feminist position called gender abolitionism. In this case, neither I or Coder are advocating for the gender abolitionist stance. We are clearly advocating for a pro-gender position. Now claiming that is trying to obliterate the social categories. That's a perfectly good critique of gender abolitionism. This is not gender abolitionism.
No, it's worse.
I actually like Adam's approach. He's trying to steelman and try to argue a better position for quote trans. And
hold on,
dropping.
Adam, hold on, just one thing. I think I've done a better job than Coder, and I've just been doing this for like 10 fucking minutes.
I agree.
Anyway.
Okay,
I agree.
To be fair, you didn't have 9 people yelling at you every other word. By the way,
Adam, I agree, but here's the thing. I think now, correct me.
Violins in the chat for Ryan.
I'm trying to remember. You're basically saying like if there's a female and a man, and the female sort of gravitates, even if they're the exception, to fulfilling activities and roles that are often associated with the male.
Yes.
They're the exception. But are you saying that should we treat that as like sort of a loosely termed transgender because they're actually crossing the boundary from what's expected? I'm actually saying, if that's the case anyway, Adam, what you're saying, I'm saying that the way in which we assign the activity to that particular female wouldn't be the same as we assign it to the male. So the expectations would still appeal back to the biology anyway. We'd be looking at the woman and going, okay, you want to do this work. We don't have the same expectation from you as the men. You're still a woman, but you're doing these manly things. We would still have a very clear concept of what a woman was. And even if the woman was doing activities that we often assign to men or males. So I wouldn't say I think that's a better argument to describe what the phenomenon is than Ryan or the other dude is saying. But I don't think it actually does the job in creating a new category that warrants like a new gender. I would just say, no, it's the same genders. They're just doing different things. And the exception is doing women's are doing male things, and maybe there's an exception of males.
This is a misunderstanding of the definition on your part.
Okay, correct me.
And I can explain that. I can explain how the gender in this case is identified in the actions themselves. So the distinction is between gender and sex. So the fact that you are doing the action is what determines the gender.
That's what I'm saying, though, Adam. No, hold on. Adam, hold on. Let me correct. No, Adam, that's actually what I said. I'm saying that two people shoveling, one's a female and one's a man, they're not actually the same activities.
I would say
the energies are different.
You're
wait,
confusing
Adam,
verbs and nouns.
Hold on. I want Adam's response. Do you agree, Adam, that when you get even the butchiest woman shoveling next to the butchiest man, even though they're both shoveling and doing the same task, wouldn't you agree that they're not actually doing the exact thing?
Well, I would say that that is true of literally all individuals, and in that case, you would have to like deny like any sort of broader categorization of actions as a whole. Like obviously people are going to like have different like micro movements when they're shoveling. That's
Wouldn't
obvious.
you agree the average
But
Jim
this
Bob, maybe
applies to
closer to the average
literally
of the
every
female?
single
Nikolai,
action.
go ahead. Nikolai is going to add a variable.
Yeah, Jim. I think what Jim Bob's referring to is not personhood, because that would be the individual's circumstance or happenstance of the person. But I think what he's talking about is the natures. The nature of a woman shoveling is going to be different than the nature of a man shoveling. So he's not actually reducing it to person, which would make it multiplicity, insanity. He's talking about a broader categorization of nature. You can't change the nature of a woman just because they change what they do. You're
Can you
just
elaborate more on what you mean
you're
by
just
nature
taking
there?
that woman's nature and doing something different with that nature. You're not actually changing
He's using orthodox insanity to try to explain your man's insanity.
So I actually don't even understand what that means. Like,
It's
You don't think that there's a distinction between nature and person? The
Well-
nature of a person versus
or essence or being.
Oh shit!
They're all
What,
defined.
what
I
is-
don't
what-
think that-
what's-
I don't
what's-
think that
what's
that
the
Let him
heresy?
answer, dude. Shut up
Well,
for a
hold
second.
on.
Let Adam
So,
answer.
Which particular heresy is this again?
It's not heresy. It's not even about heresy. This
Well,
is just a logical
no. This is
like
a
this is an
particular
axiom that anyone
heresy.
can.
This is either the people who rejected the Council of Chalcedon or the people who rejected the one immediately after that. I'm
Don't
trying
do a
to
red
remember.
herring, Adam. We're talking about the
Well,
actual.
well, you're talking about specific
talk
things
about
of Orthodox
nature of
theology.
something.
Yeah, which is a distinction between nature and person.
Chad,
so distinction
Chad
between
with
nature
the
and
big
person.
25 on Buy Me a Beer, because I fucking need one right now, says ChatGPT says a woman is an adult human of the female sex characterized by the presence of 2 X chromosomes in most cases and the reproductive anatomy associated with producing eggs, including, or it says ovaries or whatever. Ova, yes. Including structures such as ovaries and a uterus, though not all individuals have the ability or function to bear children. William
Can I,
with
real
big,
quick, just
hold,
real
let me
quick
just.
Holy
Come on,
shit!
Because I'm answering this question. Sorry, no, it's perfect. Go ahead, read the chat. I'm answering it.
William asks, Ryan, what is a woman? It's your mama.
First of all, that part's true. But second of all, I also asked ChatGPT, like that last person you were reading said, and it's a great question. And how it's answered often depends on the context you're asking from: biological, social, philosophical, political. Point being that like we're communicating a lot of different things in this conversation, and you guys are like treating me like I'm absolutely insane because I'm not conforming to what you're committed to.
Shut up, retard.
You're committed to because you guys are crybabies.
AI isn't even reliable anywhere.
You needed ChatGPT to say that, dude.
That's all we're saying.
You needed ChatGPT to say that.
It is 3:00 in the morning for me, gentlemen. Please bear with me. Alter Void with the Big 10. Oh my fucking God. I just figured it out. They need this trans thing to work. So in the future, they can identify as the missing link to make evolution work. Zach says,
It's modalism. That's what it is. It's modalism. Sorry.
Even if we grant gender identity, why should that require any participation by society to affirm it in the form of language, access to spaces, etc.?
That's actually a good point, because just the description granted doesn't follow that we should do anything about it at all.
I agree.
Caldy says, should T women chest feed their children? Why or why not?
That was good.
Well, they can't technically, but yeah.
Q-Tard says, gender doesn't exist, man. It's made up of nonsense. These people just get to change words, and then we are expected to abide by it. Get the fuck out.
Well, I want him to come out and say he's gay.
Adam asked Jim Bob about.
Can
hold on? Think he's happy.
Can I respond to that from the perspective of pro gender stance, Sarah, the previous one?
Pro gender.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Why not?
So gender would exist in the same sense as something like Americanism. So something
You mean like nature?
No. So something like being an American is something that is made up of certain traits of something that somebody does, such as live in the U.S. and to have American citizenship. Those are things that you do. In a similar sense, gender is made up of certain other actions which a person performs in their day-to-day life, such as wearing pink could be one.
How has that worked for Americans? It hasn't worked for Americans.
Well, okay. I can use the example of Frenchness. You would certainly agree that Frenchness has much more of a concrete identifier than Americanness, and that is true. American national identity is a bit of a mess right now.
No. There's a tangible,
but
there's
Frenchness.
a tangible paper that says if you're American or not. What are you talking about?
Okay, so would you agree that if there is a tangible piece of paper that says that your gender is male, then your gender, sorry, not male, man, then your gender is in fact man?
Yes, but that paper doesn't exist.
Well, hold on. No, I'm saying hypothetically if it did. Now, hypothetically...
I'm giving you a real example. I could hypothetically be Peter Pan. Give me a real example.
That paper does exist.
Okay, so
papers exist, and Texas tried to pass a bill that would make the criminalize people.
Oh, here we go. Oh, criminalize.
Ryan, you say that it didn't go through. I'm trying to give. I'm trying to.
We want that. We want that, Ryan. We want those people to be criminals and put in fucking jail.
The Republicans.
I could hypothetically be a 12-year-old. Doesn't mean I'm a 12-year-old.
Then my question is going to get ran away from now.
Well, hold on. So
what happened?
I'm attempting to address it directly. So what you're doing is you're taking an authoritarian view on identity, and what I mean by that is that identity is top-down imposed by some greater authority.
Yes, everything else in your life is your name, is your address, your birthday is.
Now, in the case of citizenship, I can see where you come to that position because it is literally imposed by a government onto a person. But in terms of gender, that's a bit of a stranger thing because gender is generally social. It's a social.
God or nature did that. The issue with gender is that you're taking a noun like woman and you're trying to describe it as a verb, like how.
Actually, hey, flow state.
What?
Do you want to hear a fun like near reactionary term, which will probably get a lot of use out of?
No.
Okay, well I'm going to tell you anyway, because I think you'll actually appreciate this. It's non, G-O-G-N-O-N, God or nature's God.
Okay.
Which is a way to get around talking about God or nature.
Who are you, Nick Land?
Legoland banned adult males. Legoland banned adult males from going in there by themselves. Can I now identify as a 16-year-old and go to Legoland by myself, or are they going to deny me at the door?
So likely okay. So first of all, being a 16-year-old is also a social construct because
I figured you would say that.
Well, no, because a year is a socially constructed way of identifying time.
Right. But
it's actually
socially now we're destroying language.
Wait, hold on. Let's grant them that. What is wrong with that? Because damn, I'm stuttering because it's so stupid. I can't even know where to start. It's all in agreement so that we can coexist. So what's wrong with that?
Oh, hold on.
But you know what I mean when I say I'm 16.
Isn't it referencing something,
right?
Adam? Age is referencing something, even though like an inch is arbitrary in what we deem an inch. Was what you're saying, which I agree. But the thing that's you're referencing,
that's huge,
Adam. The thing in age that we're referencing, that's the thing that's not a construct, right?
So age itself. Like the particular number, I would say now let me get through the entire answer. Now the particular number is a construct, but the amount of time is less of a construct because it's referring to something that exists independent. But the numbering itself is certainly a construct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
For the sake of communication,
if that's the case,
why would you venture into another definition in your head if you know what the general people will accept that definition of? Why would you choose to venture outside of that? Don't you think that would confuse everything? Like if I told you I was gay, you would think I was fucking niggas. But what if I said no? Gay means happy. You think I would think that's what I mean?
Adam's playing devil's advocate, I think. But
I am playing devil. I'm trying to provide the best possible. I'm trying to provide the best possible argument for the pro-trans position right now. But anyway, so I would say to answer that, generally You want to avoid using proprietary definitions so people understand what you're saying. But at the same time, this is something you have to understand. People generally understand that there are societal expectations of men and women, and that these societal expectations are distinct from their sex. This is why we have concepts like butch.
No,
or
that's
like,
not true. That's not true.
Yes.
No,
it is true.
No, let me refute it really quick.
Jim Bob, what's a
No,
tomboy?
Adam,
do you know
Adam,
what a
let me
tomboy is, Jim
refute
Bob?
it. Let me
Do you know what a
refute it.
tomboy is, Jim Bob?
Dude, hold on a second.
Do you know what a tomboy is, Jim Bob?
Adam, hold on.
You should
Do
ask
you know what a
it one more
tomboy is,
time.
Jim
I know
Bob?
what a tomboy is. Okay,
If
let me
someone says
refute
Okay,
they
what's
go to
a
one
what's a
date
what's a
and there's
tomboy?
a training, I'll kill that dude that's
Adam,
beat up.
he's the one that wanted
Just
to ask
let
you the
Jim
question.
Bob refute it, please. Shut
Adam,
the fuck
Okay, go
up.
for
He
it.
said he
Go for it.
would.
Okay. You just said what our expectations of people have nothing to do with their sex. That's false, because a man who goes
I
out
never
into-
said that. What are you talking about?
What did you just say then?
I'm saying the expectations exist independent from sex, but are
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying no, that's false. Why? Because my expectation of what a woman is and what a female is, those things are tied together.
Yes.
For this reason. Okay, so if I go out and I want to find a spouse, right, and anyone who's listening is in that process, you're actually finding a woman who actually fits. The expectation from her socially is that she's going to be a mother, right? Even if she fails, right? But the expectation
Yes.
is there. That expectation of a mother, a potential mother of your child, is completely linked and dependent to the sex of the person, right?
It's actually not. A man can actually, yeah, it is. Because a man can in fact fulfill the societal role of a mother.
No,
a man as in, hold on,
no.
let me fill it out.
Both of you
Let me
shut
fill it
up.
out.
Elderlin says, I like how Adam argued the other side for like 10 minutes and makes 10 times more coherent arguments than it boiled down to his definition.
But I gotta admit, Ryan's
I don't
subs
agree
are
with that
hilarious.
characterization.
Shots are
Robert Switzer in with the big 5 says 1 more hour. You guys didn't meet the goal. You all fucking failed.
Damn.
Well, they identify as meeting the goal, so.
Adam,
I
they meet
thought
the.
she meant something else when she said goal. Is a totally different word. Let me get through these real quick for Jim Bob. Lobster says $2 train. Choo choo. Lawless says, does the fella directly under Sarah have a channel? And Nikolai, I think that was to you.
Oh no, I just chill and do things.
He's in our
occasionally.
Discord a lot, though. You can chat with
Sometimes.
him. Yeah.
I also have a Twitter.
Fair enough. Lost Ronin with the 10 says Jake and Jim Bob really missed out on a point to crush the feminists that we have to lower all standards so women can join military or male-dominated workspaces. It's not necessarily true. There's a different standard for the PFT, right, for women to be able to enter and do all of that. But we're also not going into like in order to bypass to a combat-oriented position or something like that, you have to pass a different test. Like so.
Also came up with the Navy SEALs. That was the
Mhm.
pinnacle of the example. Is the Navy.
Right.
SEALs.
You'd have to get through MCT, Marine Corps combat training, at least in the Marine Corps, to be infantry.
It's the same thing
Right.
with Air Force. I was Air Force, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're a linguist, right, you're not going to be worried about the PFT. You're going to be more concerned on the intellectual level. So,
Well, these guys aren't linguists, that's for sure.
clearly, Lost Ronin with the Big 10 says if that were the case, then we were truly hiring the best for the jobs. If we have to lower the standards for women to join.
Well, I would argue that there is a role for women to play in terms of non-combat positions, and they should have a different standard for entrance into not necessarily the military, but maybe a support branch, completely separate from all the combat-oriented positions. And I think that would actually be doable. I think Andrew actually argues for that as well, where he says, you know, if women want to join civic, like a civic branch, I think that would actually be a good argument. But
rights or some shit.
Well, guess what, gentlemen? The chat has failed you. They did not meet the goal. So unless somebody drops a big chunk of change, we're gonna do closing statements.
You did accidentally pass through Daniel McCoy's. He did say, wondering if Azrael's the same
Oh,
dude that
sorry.
tells the lady to
Oh.
lose her shit on Andrew's TikTok invasion, saying the 1 is true and 0 is false. I'm just saying that's alligating. Yeah, that one. That's a lot of alligating, and you can't confirm or deny. But I might be that dude.
Alligating.
But I might be that dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here too as well.
All right, let's start at the bottom and we'll work our way. Pickle Dude, give your closing statements, please.
Yeah, I think that it was a pretty good conversation. I think that it was pretty wild seeing someone who's a devil's advocate give 10 times better of an explanation than the people actually representing the viewpoint.
Seriously.
And chat, you fucking failed. You guys are shitty grifters. Do a better job.
Go ahead, Adam.
I have a few things. First of all, shout out to the devil, who I advocated for today. Anyway, my view on gender is that gender is, as a social construct, means that I can reject it as a part of society. But to say that there is nothing to the position of performativity, I think that there is something there, but I also think that I can just reject it, which is what I do. I view gender as simply an outgrowth of sex, like a tertiary sex characteristic. So for that reason, I can just say, fuck gender, which is what I actually say. That's my actual position. I don't think that saying, oh, professionals agree with the societally, and might I also say uniquely Western position, necessarily means I have to go for it. I'm not a fan of the westernization of the entire world, which is what this sort of anglicized form of feminism has tried to do, where we're saying, okay, all of these different views which are imposed by Western culture, who have to like hegemonically impose them on all these different societies, which is what people do when they try to identify gender as existing in different cultures, and like third or fourth genders exist in different cultures. I think that's just a form of Westerners trying to imperialize their own views on other cultures. But yeah, I have a lot of different things, but I do think I am able to competently argue for the position, which is why I did that. But yeah, thank you for having me on, Sarah. Ryan, please try to be more concise with your definitions. I think I did a good job at representing your position because you said you agreed with everything I said, but I also think I did it in a 10 times clearer way than what you said. If you're going to debate, please be clear, and that's all. Thank you very much for having me on.
Absolutely. Nikolai?
Yeah, no, it was a good conversation. I think that Jim Bob and Jake earlier in the debate did a good job. I mean, for the most part, I don't think that there was really any way that they were ever going to get past the force doctrine when it comes to the patriarchy. I mean, in the end of the day, males have the force, overwhelming amount of force on their side, so that's always going to come down to them. As for everything else, I appreciate you letting me on, and if people want to follow me for my just random thoughts on different issues, I'm on Twitter, so Nikolai Korea, you can find me on there. So thanks, God bless, have a nice day, guys.
Brandon, to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I originally came up because you guys were talking about like all trans people being delusional. I wanted to stick to that proposition because I don't think you guys think literally every single trans person has some sort of delusion, but maybe I'm wrong. And just to touch on like the whole language thing, I don't think you guys necessarily disagree with me, if I'm being honest. I think if we go through my view, I don't think you guys would be able to point to one proposition we actually disagree on. Maybe I'm wrong on that though. Like if I was to go through every single person on the panel and I would ask them what they mean by female, I think I would get a bunch of different answers. So my whole point is that we use language to generally refer to a given set of traits, and I think that's what we're doing with woman. I think that's what we're doing with female. Now, obviously, we have to have shared or similar definitions to be able to communicate. So I don't disagree with that. But yeah, I appreciate you having me on, Sarah.
Absolutely. Azrael?
Yeah, Azrael.
Azrael?
I think there's two different sources that were drawn from. One's a liberal view and one's a correct view. The incorrect view would be the one that's my preference, my subjective opinion, whereas most conservatives...
You're a liberal.
I'm not. What most conservatives are going to draw.
I bet
from
you're a
a-
liberal.
Oh, stop interrupting. God fucking shit, I'm tired.
Is going to draw from a standard definition, and then though we may deviate slightly, we're all drawing from the same source. What is a woman? One that denotes the characteristics of an individual who can give birth, while not always being able to, and to have XX chromosomes. It's pretty simple, but if you want to obfuscate things and join a cult, you're going to redefine words, and that's what the left likes to do.
All right. And let me read a couple super chats before we get to the everybody on the top. Trib1 with the big 5 says, yes, you should reject society. You might get rejected by it. I can't even fucking read. Do be careful if you want a voice. Bigotry dies more and more each day.
Everybody ain't gonna like you.
Montero with the big 2, big chunk of change. Get a job, broad. I do have a job, and that's why I want to go to bed, because you didn't pay enough for me to stay the fuck up and be tired tomorrow. Brady says, ask that dude if he's okay with a 50-year-old man identifying as younger to marry a 9-year. Ooh,
no.
I won't even finish
not,
that.
Absolutely not.
Ugh.
No.
But if we change the definition, what if consent doesn't mean anything anymore?
I don't think that the words I'm using don't mean anything. I think that's been a way that things have been assigned to me all throughout this conversation, and I find it very frustrating because I never said that.
I don't know what you mean by that.
But I guess, should I give my closing statement then?
I was gonna let Tied Up give his closing statement.
Yeah. Jim Bob, I appreciate your logic through this whole thing. This is my first time seeing you, and you were really dope. Ryan, I appreciate your endurance through all of this. Sarah, thanks for having me. But it all comes down to is, for some reason, there's propaganda that puts the quality that women are good at in a negative light, so they feel inferior. Even though the whole point is, if they're good at what they're blessed with naturally, and we're good at what we're blessed with naturally, that's where we are the most powerful. But for some reason, they've been tricked to wanting to take the male's role, which is so unrealistic for them to be successful at. All right, but that's the whole thing. They hijacked the fucking word submission and made it toxic. But anyway. So with that being said, there's nothing wrong with feminism. It is good for society at the right balance. All right. And yes, too much of anything could be toxic. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, you're not going to convince everybody. I know mostly I'm here to kind of like see what people do verbal gymnastics. You know what I'm saying? It's cool because
he muted himself.
Did he mute himself?
Yeah, he muted.
Oh, my bad. All right. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm sorry. All right. But yeah, thanks for having me. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Tied Up.
Thank you, Tied Up. All right, flow state to you.
I forgot to ask. Okay. God, I think that everybody I argued with is retarded. And that's about it. Alan, thank you for the Cash App. And I'm gonna go live for a little bit, so if anybody wants to raid or join, that's gonna happen. I don't have any thoughts. Y'all made my brain mush.
Mine's mushy poo poo. I can't even read. Communism cringe with a big 2, just to say I. Daniel McCoy with the 20. Azrael, what's your X handle? I would like to follow you and maybe get into some debate spaces with some returds. You're fucking hilarious. Almost weed my pants at work over that. Sarah, you're awesome. Thank you, Daniel. I'm guessing hopefully he'll hit you in the chat. I hope. Feel free if any of the mods can find the thing as well. Communism cringe with the big 2 says, want one more. You're too fucking late. You're 10 minutes too fucking late. Granola says, I'm super chatsy, so why don't you thrill me? God, you all suck. Stop it. And Resla, we are sending a raid over to Resla after this. And communism, last one I'm fucking reading. Hour. Sorry, was driving. Sorry, you're too late. All right, Ryan, your closing thoughts, please.
Thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate being here. It's always a pleasure. I know I like having. I know I get really excited because I'm actually having a lot of fun when there's like 9 people like asking me questions. I'm so stimulated. I'm just having a blast. But I wrote a little closing, short, sweet. Feminism is not the enemy of families. Unchecked power is. While we waste time arguing over who gets to be called a woman, billionaires like Trump and Elon Musk are gutting the very systems that hold working families together. Feminism has always been about giving people more choices, more stability, and more dignity, not less. And every minute spent yelling about culture war nonsense is a minute stolen from fixing the economic violence being inflicted on all of us, regardless of our gender. If you actually gave a fuck about protecting families, start by protecting the systems that they rely on, not by attacking the people already fighting to keep them alive. Half of you, fuck yourselves. The other half, you were awesome. I appreciate it. Sarah, love you. Always a pleasure. If you want to fight with me on anything I said here tonight, Radical Coder, YouTube, I'll be around, okay? Love you all. Good night.
Made by Jim Bob wants to fight everyone.
So gay.
I think everyone's gay at this
That was
point.
just so gay. Yeah, thanks for the debate. It was fun. It's actually particularly fun to debate against the Eurydite chick because she's fun to attack. But
Have you never debated her before?
No, I've just seen her on different debates and panels.
Oh, wow. Okay. I figured you guys had interacted before,
No.
but I knew the two of you were just going to be like this the whole
Yeah, it
time.
made sense. So that was a good matchup.
Mhm.
As far as the last panel though, like people like Brandon and Coder, it's just very clear at this point. It's almost played out that they can't really point to the thing that's a gender distinct of the sex. Even Brandon in his last statements was saying, well, you guys can't define what a female is. Well, it wouldn't even matter because you're arguing that a female isn't the same as a woman anyway. Whatever you determine a female to be, can I identify as a female? No, you're talking about a woman. I think this whole argument with the trans stuff is actually fading away. I'm wondering, chat, you can give your thoughts on this, whether it's even worth discussing and debating anymore because it's sort of on its way out. It could be the case. Maybe the next phase is straight up transhumanism. Transgenderism is going to be a thing of the past and irrelevant. So with that said, thank you for the support. Thanks for the collaboration. Thanks for all the super chats and the memberships and everything else. Thanks for the comedy. And with that said, I'm going to head off to bed just like the rest of you. All right. God bless you all.
Good night, Jim Bob. And to everyone else, I fucking hate you. All of you. Every single one of you. But I still love you. We are going to go raid Resla after this. I love being able to... Oh, shit, what happened? Why did I disappear? How did I disappear? There. Okay, that was weird. Was that weird? I disappeared. We're going to go raid Resla, send some love over that way. Thank you, Guns, for dropping the link. Interesting panel tonight. Another person I will never pair up with Jim Bob ever again would be Eurydite. I knew that was going to happen, but that's another person like off of Jim Bob's list of opponents. I think we will be able to get Eurydite on for some more. I did message her and confirm that she was good to do some more. And I believe her and Rachel Wilson will come toe-to-toe at some point when Rachel is 100% feeling better. I'd love to put those two in the ring together. God damn, why does it keep doing that? There, that's so weird. It's weird. Streamer is getting weird. Anyways, so I hope you all enjoyed. There's still more to come. Monday night, we have another debate. The question is whether a body count is like increases the value of a woman. We're going to have James, what's his fucking name? James Gregory, Team Fatty versus the Princess and Furby. Should be an interesting debate. It's a really hard spin on the prompt. I'm not sure how Furby and Princess are going to word that, but it should be interesting nonetheless to see it happen. Shout out to the Crucible crew for stopping by tonight and for Andrew popping on. And I believe he did a stream snipe. I always appreciate those from generally everybody. So I absolutely don't mind that at all. And he was at least kind enough to let me know in advance, but that wouldn't have mattered either way. So shout out to all the Crucible crew for showing up, doing your thing, and supporting all around. I know Jim Bob and Jake greatly appreciated it. And I believe this was actually Ken Harbo's first debate ever. I don't know if he's trying to harness the debate space or tap into it, but I did invite him back to do some more panels as well, but I will probably pair him up with much more different people. All right, I've talked enough. Women prattle, bullshit, whatever. So please be sure to go check out Not So Erudite, Jake from Rattlesnake TV, made by Jim Bob, of course, and Ken Harborough, who was with Midas Touch as well. So lots of big names around the block. All right, everybody. I hate all of you. Don't forget to go throw tomatoes at Resla, send some love, and fuck off.
This video was somewhat informative.
That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.